Hey all, thanks for being here. Shout out to Wick for the raid. Nice of you, Wick. Hope you had a great time with your people. If any of you are still left, but yeah. So thanks for being here. Hello, Toby. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that individual actually will be here. But anyway, all thanks for being here. Hope you having a good one. Yeah, so we're gonna get started on the movie roundtable. Let's not waste time. Okay, alright, so and we are going to jump into it. Okay. Yeah, let's get started. Hello all. Thanks for being here.
Hello. You're quite
hey.
gainy or quite loud.
Am I?
I'm streaming right now. Hi.
Hi, Corey. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, although it seems much, but now you sound like echoey.
Let me
back-to-back panels. Okay.
what about now, Corey?
Yeah, that sounds, I think, much better than before.
Much better, but not normal.
It still seems like you're a little bit like in like a chamber or like a cave, sort of. But it's like you totally, everything is clear. I can hear you overall just fine.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But my something happened. My audio. Hey, Wick. Thanks for the kind rate. Hope you're having a good day. I hope I had a great stream as well. Yeah, I don't know. Something's up with my audio. It just happened one day suddenly when I made 0 changes. I'm trying to get it back. But okay.
Check works, unfortunately.
Yeah. Maybe I need someone to help me like offline to just go over this and try to get this back. Anyway, thanks. I appreciate you. And Corey, help us spend the time while I get everything set up.
Well, I guess the best thing I could does anybody watch Secret Invasion?
I am few episodes behind. I'm on like I think episode 3. But I would like to. I mean, I'm gonna continue on with it. But
so I'm pretty much on I think the exact same. Like I got like 3 or 4. I think it's only a 6-episode series. I only watched like 3, and like I don't feel all that incentivized, or like I don't know. It seems like I'm a Marvel stan as much as probably just about anybody that can be, but the quality is really lacking for me.
Yeah, what do you find about the quality that's lacking? Yeah,
I don't know what. Yeah, it could just be that I have just like too high expectations of like, how do you top whatever phase 3 or phase 4 or like whatever the end game. It could just be like, since they set the bar so high, that like nothing can measure up to that. But like I just don't feel like engaged with the stories, or like even just on like some small things with this Secret Invasion of like yeah, I think they were trying to like get Nick Fury, I don't know, back in action, but he just seems like kind of slow and old without Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, but that's like a story, like a person who's out of their prime trying to get back into it, like.
But I don't think he gets back into his prime, though.
I mean, he can't because he's old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, unless they're gonna do like the Logan route, where I don't know, I haven't watched like the end, but I don't think they're killing off Nick Fury of like a blaze of glory. I think it's really like trying to like yeah, like he's still got it type of thing. But I think it's like the best example that I can use, which is probably not a good example, but so if anybody remembers like The Irishman with Robert De Niro, that like very long movie that I think was released on Netflix, and like they use de-aging technology, and it's like there's a scene where it's like, yeah, Robert De Niro is like de-aged, but like he's chronologically 80 and acting it, and he's like whatever, kicking someone on a curb, but it clearly
it looks so goofy.
He can't physically do it. Yeah, exactly.
He's old as fuck.
And so the technology obviously can only overcome so much. And I think like Sam Jackson looks great, and I'll again haven't finished the series, so maybe he does something great in the end. But so far, I'm not really like convinced.
We're back. Or I don't know. I'll be right back.
But either way, I'm hoping for something good Marvel content
Cat.
somewhere down the road.
I'm looking forward to. I just saw the Loki season 2 trailer.
I just watched that like a couple hours ago. It again looks good, but every Marvel.
I mean, that's
trailer
the point of trailers, of course. Yeah. That's literally the point. So I'll reserve my opinion of Secret Invasion until I actually finish. Like so far, I've been enjoying it. Other people seem to have a different opinion. A lot of other people seem to feel that way. So,
did you find the twist convincing? Without,
we're not done yet.
I'm not sharing it, but did you find it like convincing, or did you?
I don't know what the twist is.
That's all. I'm not identifying it. I'm stating, was it one where you felt like, oh yes, okay?
I'm saying I don't know what the twist is. I don't.
You like it's not on his radar.
Dude, the fact that you mentioned the word.
Sorry, hold on. Pause. You gotta mute yourself on StreamYard, and I muted you for you, and you're talking on Discord. Okay, all right. So you're good. Go ahead, talk again.
All right. Oh, I was gonna say, like, you mentioning that there's a twist is what's ruining it for him.
No, it's fine. I just don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if I've gotten to.
Oh, that it's still good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He sees dead people. That's the twist.
Yeah. So I'd love to discuss it with you, B, later on, but I'm not sure if I know the twist yet.
That's okay. My mistake.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, like I said, I was a few episodes back. You may not have heard me say that before, but I'm like on episode 3 right now. But the thing I'm excited about is the Ahsoka.
I watched that trailer too.
Yeah, that looks really good. I love exploring the dark side of the Force, so that's gonna be fantastic for me. Oh, I love it so much. Yeah. So
did you watch all the other Star Wars? Like whatever. I didn't watch Andor.
Yeah, I watched Andor. I watched it like months after everyone else did, and like everyone was saying it was amazing. But like I'd see like the first 2 episodes, but then I didn't follow up. But then when I finally finished it, I was like, oh wow, this actually is really amazing. It was really good. Check it out.
Okay,
Andor.
I know that there were complaints of like it's a slow build.
Yeah, it's a slower build. Yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Yeah, we were waiting on one other person. I believe. Who was that last person? That to be. Oh, Synth. Hopefully they'll be here soon. Okay. But as soon as LSP is back, we'll get started. We won't wait. Okay. Anything else?
I got nothing. I'm still waiting to see Barbie or Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I've heard. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I don't want to spoil anything again.
There's a twist in Barbie.
There's a twist in Barbie.
She's a doll.
Yeah.
He's Oppenheimer.
No, she actually has genitals, maybe. Yeah, LSP, hurry back. But
wait, have any of you seen Oppenheimer?
I have not.
No.
I've heard that it's got a lot of criticism. I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna go to movie theaters for that. But I heard that it got a lot of criticism because it didn't bother like showing like the Japanese victims of the bombs. It just all about like a 3-hour movie, but that part
like,
it just didn't
like fucking dust on the floor. Like what were they?
Wait, who cares? Yeah, who cares about that?
So I was stationed 45 minutes south of Hiroshima for 3 years when I was in the Marines in a place called Iwakuni.
That's what happened to you.
Dude, I would hope that fucking a bunch of Japanese people would beat the shit out of you for saying that, but not a big deal.
Yeah, I hope
okay.
so too. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that so first of all, I genuinely don't care about the Japanese being nuked. Right? I think it was a good idea at the time. Still seems like a good idea long term. But like, what's interesting about story. Like, so I get it. Cool scientist guy makes a scary bomb and then like regrets it, I guess. But like everybody knows the story. Like, I don't know what there is there to even explore. You know? How do you like spend years like building a bomb and then like when it works, you like are afraid of it, or like what's the thing? Like, I don't understand like what's interesting about that whole thing.
Well, I
He
could
didn't
make.
know he was making a bomb.
Well, I could maybe. Obviously, I can't know for sure, but I can maybe just give like some perspective, maybe as a little bit of a scientific perspective, or like what scientists very often endeavor, of like very often like they just want to see if they can like accomplish something or like answer the question of like, hey, hypothetically, I've done all this work that this is all like feasible and hypothetical until you actually do it, and like run the experiment. Like there's always that question mark, where it's like that is very often a huge. I can't say it's a driving force
But
for that particular
Oppenheimer was
person.
pro bomb. Like he was pro bomb until I think afterwards, after the fact, if I'm remembering the story correctly, that after the fact, then he was like, yeah, this kind of looks bad. But they were given the option of not dropping the bomb, like just using instead like not dropping on the Japanese cities. You could use it on a test site, right? Just like they did with the T-test. What was it called again?
The Trinity.
Trinity. Thank you. The Trinity test. You could just like do that again in front of like world leaders, including the Japanese, and saying like, "Hey, look what we can do now." Right? We could have done that, but like if Oppenheimer sent a letter, it was like, "Yeah, we're gonna use this as a weapon. Like we built it to be a weapon. We're gonna use it as a weapon." So.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily surprise me. I'm just saying in terms of like the initial like development of like why develop it at all in the first place. Of like I can again, if it's like an entirely different person, I can totally see where someone is like anti-bomb as an anti-bomb use again in war, but still like developing it just as a matter of like this is my proof of principle. Like I can do it.
LSP is taking fucking forever. When he gets back, I want all of us to take turns asking invasive questions about his bathroom habits. Right? Like
he said he'd be right back.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, we'll go around in a circle and all of us pick a question, about whatever he must have been up to, and really go at it. No holds barred there, especially his butthole. But yeah.
Wow.
This
Amazing.
is the type of comedy that you get here. This is what we do. But we'll
nice
a little
first impression. Yeah.
Of course. No, we've had worse. Oh God, we've had.
Have you heard Lactoid in some of his position?
Have you heard? No. Lactoid's fine. Scott, who called my friend Matt What do they call him? A genocide.
No, a rape apologist.
A rape apologist. Yeah, it was a rape apologist thing. That's what really got him mad. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. I came from Kronto's Discord community, so I've seen way worse. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Taliban memes and beheadings. Okay, don't worry.
Okay, so we're we're gonna get started, and we'll just wait. We'll make Panelist later on. So hello all. Thanks for being here. This is Every Roundtable, which we do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of individuals. We have 2 new people here, which is fantastic. We don't always get that, but I'm like super psyched to hear from them. But if you've been enjoying the channel, if you find yourself coming back here, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Know that hype chats on Twitch and super chats on YouTube get read. So if you got something to say, I'll read it out loud. If you want me to reiterate my love for America and my disdain for Canada, I will. I'll do that for you. Yeah, so consider supporting the channel that way. We will do introductions. Start with my friend Lactoid. Lactoid, you're in a different spot, different place. This throws me off. I don't like it. How are you?
My processor on this computer sucks, so if there's any lag, I apologize in advance. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm always going to come through, even when I'm not at home. If you find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube, looking forward to today.
Hey, all right. Thank you so much. Let's go on to our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, thank you for being here.
Yeah, as always. Whoa, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, always happy to be here. You can find me on twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, and on X as Lactoid, just remind me of. It's Corey Campbell, and Instagram is Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. LSP, you've proven yourself to be a liar, talking about getting back at once. LSP, so how big was the load that you dropped in there? It took you
was
so
like
long?
2 pounds. Like 2 pounds.
I also
Like
like how his
2
shirt says "I am not rude," as it was just leaves.
He was just doing React content, okay?
LSP, it's your turn to say things to the audience about yourself or whatever.
Whatever.
Done. Let's go to our friend Bay. Or B. I'm sorry. I'm just B is here. And as lovely as ever. Thank you, B, for coming back.
You're
You can
welcome.
call me lovely.
Hi. Yeah, I'm B or Bay if you so choose. What is that old saying? You can call me whatever you'd like, just don't call me late to dinner. Yeah, I'm excited to discuss these items.
Okay. LSP, I don't lie to my audience. Come on. Knock it off. We have our friend, a new friend, Food Shops. Food Shops. Yes, nice to meet you. Food Shops sent me a message on Discord, which I did not respond to, and then sent me another message a month later. I'm like, oh yeah, hey, what's up? So here
You're
they
good.
are.
Don't worry about it. You're good.
Persistence is key.
Yes, it actually really is with me. But Food Shops, thank you for being here. Why don't you tell my audience and me about yourself?
Oh yeah, sure. So A Food Shops on YouTube. That's A and then Food Shops. And I am kick.com/food shops. I'm transgender, Asian. I've done canvassing in real life. I do political activism, and otherwise, I have started content creation around 2 months ago, and I have been gaining a lot of momentum. So yeah, otherwise, happy to be here, and more than happy to discuss politics with you guys. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Well,
Hey, good for you, dude.
What are your
Keep it
preferred
up.
pronouns?
That's actually cool.
No, she,
She,
her,
her.
but
Yeah,
I don't
obviously.
really give a fuck. Yeah.
Hey, cool. All right. Next, we have another brand new individual. One scouted by Doobie. So.
Oh god.
Dude,
Oh, no.
fucking liable now, Doobie.
You could have mentioned that before I said yes.
Ross, Pastor Ross, excuse me. I
Or
want to
youth
say
pastor.
respect. Thank you.
You don't have to have that much respect. Hey, what's up? My name's Youth Pastor Ross. I was in the Marines for a few years. I was a heavy internet user when I was a teenager, and then I decided to do counterintelligence, human intelligence in the Marines. So I sort of like reduced my digital footprint to get access to top secret internet. But we're back. It was very disappointing. There's no fucking classified Warren Commission. I looked. So after getting out of the Marines, I decided that I was interested in influencing culture. I think politics is pretty stupid, so I decided to start a religion. I recently founded a veteran-owned Mormon AI death cult. I'm gonna be real, I'm kind of tired of this, and I think it's getting to the point where we should think about killing ourselves collectively.
I agree.
So, hey, dude, great. Follow me on
I
Twitter
don't wanna go
at
through that.
Reform LDS. Dude, we're starting the movement now. So fucking cool. All right, thanks.
Sure. I don't know if I actually don't know if Twitch treats group suicide different than individual suicide. It's actually not sure about that.
Maybe let's not find out.
Yeah, let's not find out. Lactoid, look at the TOS for me. Get back to me on that one, please. Thanks.
I got you covered, Prime.
Windows on this computer, so just give me a week and I'll get back to you.
All right.
Dude, just somebody in chat report and we'll find out together.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let's go to our friend Synth, who is back with us once again.
Oh, that is a cute hat. Wait, is that a Pusheen?
No, that's Benanya. Come on now. But I appreciate that you think the hat's cute.
So what's with this thing? Is it like frigid in your home? You're always like hoodie up with the
It's
cap.
like 106 degrees everywhere else.
Yeah.
It's not that cold. It's not cold enough to justify it. Yeah, no, I'm Synth. You can find me at youtube.com/Synth, SINTHE. I mostly talk about philosophy, ethics, and I guess econ stuff. I never upload though, so deal with it.
I respected Synth, right? Dedicated enough to fashion. Fashion requires, a pain. So I hear you there. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks for being around here. Dark Lord and Savior is with us again. How are you?
Good. I'm Doobie. I'm cisgender, American, 36% indigenous, about 6% sub-Saharan African, 1% Ashkenazi Jew, though I'm still extremely anti-Zionist. I hate Israel. I enjoy video games and Brandon Sanderson books, and I once met Matthew Broderick at a gas station.
What's he like?
It's very nice, actually. He recommended a really nice restaurant for me.
Which restaurant?
It was called Animal. It was like a hole-in-the-wall kind of restaurant with it seemed like they printed out the menus like daily. It's a very small restaurant, but it was really good.
That's cool.
Let me tell you, I've been afraid of Doobie for years. He never shuts up about Matthew Broderick. It was this one time, right?
True.
He had this one interaction, and he will never stop bringing it up.
True. I knew where Bueller was for a bit. That's what happened.
And he's famous for it. So let's get started. Thank you all for being here. Now that we're done with my very awkward comedy, we'll start with something actually quite tragic. Topic one. Lily Silva Lopez, a 15-year-old girl, was killed by Giovanni Sirio Cardona, her 16-year-old ex-boyfriend. The motive seems to be her rejection of him. Lily's parents are saying that the police failed to protect their child, even after filing reports that showed the teen was dangerous. In an earlier incident, Giovanni put a gun in Lily's mouth and threatened to kill her and her family if she left him. The police were aware of that, but apparently took no action against the teen. Were the police in the wrong here? Was this tragedy avoidable? Should we rethink our approach to domestic violence? And if the police don't have enough powers to address this, are you in favor of giving them more? So yeah, I read this story. I came across this story the other day, and I actually teared up with some of the details that weren't covered here yet. It was awful what happened to that girl and that family, and I'm curious if this is something that a tragedy can be avoided, because this is a tragedy that is repeated across the nation and the world. But is there something that we can do, or is maybe the state not the path that we should take here? Start with our friend Lactoid. Muted friend.
I'm
Pro
muted.
streamer.
Yeah.
Or just super delayed. I don't know. I can't tell anymore.
That audio will be delivered to us in a week.
Yeah.
Still waiting, friend. Why don't you work on it? Yeah, LSP.
He's updating you on the TOS that you asked for.
Yeah. So when I read the story, I think there was one thing that immediately stood out to me. They wanted to file a restraining order against this kid, but the police said, one, you have to go through court to do that, and two, we need his date of birth, and you guys don't got that. Which they think maybe the daughter did have it, but didn't want to escalate. But who gives a shit? What the fuck does she know? She's dead now, right? You probably don't. You probably shouldn't need a date of birth to file a restraining order against somebody. I think that's a little ridiculous. And I also think tasking people with going through the court in order to say, get this fucking guy away from me, might be a bit excessive. It seems like it would be I'm actually not disfavorable to the idea that maybe police powers should be expanded such that they can issue a restraining order citation or something. Like, it's like, hey, this person's saying you must keep away from this. We're going to file it with the court, right? The police are an extension of the government. They are an arm of the government. They are the enforcement arm of the government. It seems if you are making this wish be known to the government that you do not want this person to be interacting with you, the government, regardless of who in the government you're making that wish to, should take steps to officiate that, right? They should try to make that solidified. So those were like the two big things that stuck out to me. It's like, dude, if you got this story that this kid put a gun to this girl's head, and they're saying they want a restraining order, and you're throwing them the phone book and say go to court for it, you're delinquent in your fucking job to protect and serve, right? Like, I feel like the police fucked up here. I don't know if police protocol absolutely does require a court order. If it does, I think that needs to change. I think that's a horrible oversight. Beyond that, this is just a tragedy. Like, what could be done? I figure we're gonna have a macro conversation about this, but one thing that we need to address is we need to address the culture of guns that we have in this country. We need to address a toxic masculinity crisis amongst men. Get rid of this idea that rejection basically just means the end of your life. Some men have this toxic idea of cleanness and desperation with their relationships because they've never built healthy emotional relationships, and they've never been able to do that because they've come from fucked childhoods. They come from bad backgrounds. Their parents are divorced. They've only grown up with their parents at conflict. And I know firsthand this shit can like fuck with you even when you're well into an adulthood. It's a silent crisis nobody ever really wants to talk about. In fact, all people ever really want to do about it is point fingers and kind of just blame men as a class, I think, when there's a much more sincere conversation to be had underneath that. That's what I got.
Thanks so much for that. Don't worry, we have a whole list of lawyers here who can answer those questions for you. B, we're going in order. Don't worry, we'll get to you.
Oh shit! Sorry, my mistake.
No worries, friend. No worries. We'll go to Corey next.
Well, I echo pretty much I think virtually everything that LSP went through. I'll just give maybe a little bit of my perspective, although I'll just be again reiterating all the same things. Of like, so if what is in the story is true, and that like a restraining court order could have been issued, but it's largely just like a technicality, or didn't go through the appropriate channels, that is a problem, and it looks like there is maybe some room for reform there. But also at the same time, we're doing sort of a retrospective of like, can we say for certain that a restraining order would have prevented this? I don't think we can say for certain, although I did very cursory research before the panel about the effectiveness of restraining orders, and they seem largely effective overall from what I can tell from the numbers. But it doesn't seem like they're 100%, as in there's still unfortunately individuals that like they have restraining orders, but they still carry out acts of violence or going to the point of like homicide and or murder. And so it's like, yeah, would a restraining order be good in this case? Yeah, but I think it's hard to say, or at least definitively say that this, because based off what was described in the story, that teenager went to very great lengths, from what I can tell, to like carry out what they wanted to carry out. So whether a piece of paper would have stopped that, I think is maybe a little debatable. But like, yeah, there, as LSP pointed out, there's that macro conversation of like, from the details that I can gather from this so far from the story, it's a failure on multiple fronts. The parents, or pretty much all sets of parents involved, of like creating pretty much a culture, or like, not enough dialogue around relationships and healthy relationships and how to navigate those things. And then also like the police. And am I in favor of giving them more power? Based off what LSP said, probably, but I'm not so sure about that. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you.
Just copy what I say.
B, happy to have you here, because you can give us a bit of a legal perspective here.
We can't hear you.
Pro streamer.
The lawyers, apparently.
Where are they trained?
This is not their area of expertise.
Oh,
We still,
Your Honor.
Okay, we don't hear from. We don't.
She's muted in Discord.
Yeah.
You know what? Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I didn't know like what was
You're
the
welcome,
point.
counselor.
Gross. So Lily Silva Lopez is a really tragic case that is preventable. The thing that we need to figure out, I don't even think that it has much to do with guns. It has to do with abusers and abusive people. I do think the word silent crisis is a really good descriptor. The unfortunate thing is silence isn't just on the part of the victims, it's on the part of the authorities who we expect to intervene. Police don't need more power in order to intervene and or create or cause some sort of an intervention. Being a peacekeeper or being a keeper of peace should absolutely include things along these lines. So, for example, I'm looking at right now. This is from the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, as well as the very specifically the National Network for Safe Communities. So there's an intimate partner violence prevention program that was developed specifically to focus on offender accountability, because the biggest loophole that offenders continue to abuse is the idea that if their victim doesn't complain, then there is no crime that they have committed, which is wrong. So the way in which the National Network for Safe Communities has suggested, and this is what I would propose, has suggested that they need to have a partnership amongst law enforcement, victim advocates, community members, social service providers, in which police and prosecutors clearly communicate to abusers that violence is violence and violence will not be tolerated, that there are serious and dangerous abusers and stop them by any legal means available, because just the certainty that there will be punishment is enough of a deterrent versus the punishment itself. The authorities should also be making genuine offers of help and telling abusers to stop hurting the victim, advise how the abuser will be held accountable, even without the cooperation of the survivor if the abuse continues. So this may mean prosecutors proceeding with victimless prosecution, which has happened before, or asking a court for community supervision or monitoring. The survivor should also be given the same information, but also be made aware that the onus is not just on them, because the responsibility of prosecuting or persecuting this crime or insisting upon they being the ones who carry out or insist upon this is what I think is most vital and important. So yes, cases like Lily are absolutely preventable. The idea that a gun was put in her mouth and that being heard wasn't enough to trigger some sort of a much larger response by police officers is terrifying. It is also lazy on the part of police officers to say we need a date of birth before we file anything. That's bullshit. We have had anonymous stalkers all the time have TROs and protective orders brought out against them. Again, police officers are great for a temporary restraining order, especially in cases of immediate danger, before you are able to get to a court in order to have an actual order of protection granted against you. But there should absolutely be avenues that lead or walk that person through that, as well as making it a very clear process. An abuser should not be the one that's being handheld through the system. The victim should be.
Okay, thank you so much. Someone has their Discord notifications going off.
Someone's very popular.
Yeah, right?
I think it's Doobie.
B, how are you not going insane, B? Holy shit. Like,
Are they mine?
yeah, your Discord notifications are like nonstop.
How do I stop them? How do I stop them?
I'll DM you. I'll DM you. It's okay.
Yeah. It's okay.
Until then, mute yourself.
Yeah.
Not to be a dick, just, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not rude.
He's not rude.
Also fine with being a fucking
But I'll be
dick.
right back.
He's even sure.
A little bit rude.
Okay, let's go to our new friend. Replace biological. I'm sorry. Our new friend Ross.
You can't say that thing you told me not to say. So you just gotta upgrade. I think when you start discussions like this from the point that you think the police operate in society to protect the citizens, I think that's kind of like already a faulty assumption. And I think it's actually interesting. Today was actually my first day of law school. So I'm actually going to school to become a public defender. But when you think about like this issue, is essentially the actual issue is an issue with violence. It's not necessarily an issue with the law. And how the restraining order system works in the United States is essentially it's like a magistrate's going to issue a piece of paper, and that piece of paper may or may not be able to change the response time of armed officers to come like potentially protect you if that threat shows up, right? So I think like the entire concept of being able to outsource a third party or outsource like personal security to a third party when society is kind of as large and divided and as complex as it is now is kind of like a faulty assumption. And I think like a lot of the institutions that we have, like police, have descended from things that weren't really designed to protect people. Like the Pinkertons, I think, originated to protect property back in the 1800s. And if you look at the function of like modern police society or police organizations, that's primarily what they're for. All right. If you think, yeah, you think the police are protecting people well from violent crime? All right.
Stop opening statements.
Yeah. Well, no problem. Yeah. So, thank you so much, Ross, for all of that. Lacto, we're gonna get to you in a second. Just give us a test. Test.
Hey, how do I sound?
All right, we can hear you. Great,
Much
fantastic. We'll get to you soon. Food shops, please.
Okay. Wait, I'm actually curious. Bia or whatever. Are you actually like a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's all I need. Okay, gotcha. Cool. That'll help us out a lot. Okay, so, all right. So, my opening statement is this. Okay, obviously the brave take. Okay, sarcastically, right? The brave take is that, oh, there's a like horrible situation. Like obviously, the girl shouldn't have died. I'm sure she was a really sweet girl. And you know, the killer is like whatever. But I think it's really important to have a lot of sympathy for the killer. And you know, even though we have to keep in mind that the killer is, you know, a teenager, and this person is being tried for the sentencing of an adult. Okay, and this is being tried for first-degree murder and second-degree murder. We have to keep in mind why defending lawyers always defend people who are like literally the most heinous people ever. Serial rapists, serial killers, like literally the worst of the worst. Like they would defend Hitler if Hitler was still alive today, you know? It all comes down to rights in the end. I think when this person is being tried as an adult, clearly this person is in a very unstable state of mind, you know, could be a mental issue or whatever like that. If this person doesn't have enough resources, you know, they could be, you know, I searched up the law, I guess, when it comes to first degree charges. And apparently the charge is for adult, by the way, is life imprisonment. And I want you guys to consider this, right? Do you guys really want to condemn this person to life imprisonment? And before you say yes, like very hurriedly say yes, okay? Let's just say 50 years later, this person had a change of mind, a change of heart, an entire anime character arc in prison, okay? Entire anime character arc. While people always snivel and look at anime and always redeem the most horrid of characters in anime, how could you not redeem somebody like this in real life, okay? So before you do that, I want you to ask yourself before contradicting yourself and making a fool of yourself, okay? So let's just go the mental health route and question yourself, how can we improve as a society to have more empathy for criminals, for pedophiles, for rapists, you know? So let's ask yourself that question before we move on and go and make the brave takes that, oh my God, we should improve the law system. Oh my God, we should improve the legal system that everybody has already heard like 50 billion times before, okay? Anyway, that's it. That's my opening statement. Whatever. Carry on.
Food shops? Like...
You can carry on, Prime. You have permission.
I made a grave mistake not contacting you a month ago or 2 months ago.
Oh, no problem. Listen. You needed proof of clout, right? So that's totally understandable.
No, I didn't need proof of clout.
So
like I've got a bunch of nobodies here.
Stream,
yeah, I'm a nobody.
So,
I'm fully own the nobody label.
Yeah, this is a nobody stream, right? Don't worry about that.
I thought everybody had to show their Destiny appearances in order.
No. Like
okay,
Ross here. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck he is, but he's here. It's cool. But no. Anyway, like I clearly I dropped the ball. You are not disappointing whatsoever. Thank you for being here, Food Shops.
Yeah, of course. Here to give a unique perspective. Yeah.
Let's go to us.
Male response thinking it would be a woman who would be disappointing.
Oh, what? All right, thank you. Sam.
Sure. Yeah. No, I agree with Food Shops. This is just like anime. And yeah. So obviously the retributive justice is something that's really popular. For God knows what reason. The approach people are gonna want to do with this kid, this fucking 16-year-old, is gonna be, how do you stack on as many punishments as possible? How do you make this person's life as miserable as possible because they did something bad? But Obviously, he's extremely mentally ill. You don't like soberly and cognizantly make the decision to kill somebody, especially not somebody you're in love with because you think they're leaving you. Clearly, he's very, very, very mentally ill. And the approach for dealing with this person's issues does not need to be ruining their life to the greatest extent possible. Instead, the approach for this needs to be figuring out how do you make sure that this person is more mentally healthy and able to integrate as much as possible back into society. And if you can't fully integrate them back into society, having some kind of route to semi-integrate them back into society. So one of the things that was said is the idea that you need a birthday for a restraining order. So at least in Colorado, a form 442, JDF 442, has a slot for a birthday, but you don't have to have the birthday. B is totally correct there. She knows a lot about the subject as a lawyer. You don't have to have a date of birth for a restraining order, but that claim comes from Lopez, the mother of Lily. Lily's mom said that she was told by officers that she needed a birthday. Now, it could be the case that she's correct about that. She was told that by officers, and they were just mistaken. But they don't know the protocol for that, anyways. So it wouldn't make sense for them to be deeply knowledgeable of the subject. Instead, you'd go file a JDF 442 and do that through the court system. So in the case of this particular instance, I'm not sure how much blame we can actually put on the police officers. I'm not sure how much power they have to do or how much they can do here. And I think it's a lot more important to focus on keeping and maintaining civil liberties than it is to give the police as much power as possible to deal with instances like these. Like, yeah, it's a tragedy, but like the tragedies of stomping people's rights into the ground come with a lot worse consequences than this one-off case.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to our lactoid, our second lawyer. And you've already been warned. Don't give us your legal mumbo jumbo about the judicial system. All right. Give us something better than that.
Yes, please.
Wait. What do you mean mumbo jumbo? I got some stuff written down. How do I sound first of all? Am I okay?
Good,
right now?
better.
Okay.
Great.
So I'm going to take advantage of this fact that I'm not going first for the first time, and I'm going to make a couple comments. Lawyers, although I'm not a domestic violence lawyer, I will say that lawyers are the thin line between order and chaos. And in our adversarial system, everybody deserves representation. So I don't believe lawyers should be blamed for representing even the most heinous of people, this guy included. And two, this guy is heinous. But I want to reach out and actually have a little bit of agreement. I agree with that. We probably shouldn't have prisons as we currently understand them. Murderers, in this case, and pedophiles and other people who commit heinous crimes, in my opinion, have a very large price tag to pay. So I think we got to get this kid working ASAP, right? Put him in a chain gang, get him out in the fields, get him working right away to start paying back the victims of the crime that he committed. And then in terms of empowering police officers here, I think this is an incredibly tough issue because we don't want to stomp on the rights of people who haven't committed a crime. But at the same time, if someone is a significant threat, we can take preemptive action. I think here there was more than enough indicators that they should have been able to take action. I don't know all the specific details as to why the police didn't take action. I know that there was, some issues with the birthday. There's some issues with bureaucracy. I think that's a testament simply to how inefficient this process is structured. If a kid sticks a gun in your mouth, that should be more than enough to intervene and intervene quickly, and they didn't do that here, and that's a problem.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Doobie.
I guess what I'm curious about is like what we think the police doing more would look like. The restraining order doesn't seem like that'd be helpful at all because he broke into her house, at gunpoint and shot her. He probably wouldn't have respected a restraining order. So like someone makes a report that their boyfriend, the teenage boyfriend, hit them and pointed a gun at them. Like, what's the next step for the police? Like, do they put them in a cell? Do they talk to the parents? Like, what do they do?
The way in which ideally it would work.
I'm done, but that's my question, right? So if B wants to answer, that's totally fine.
Okay, go ahead, B. Yeah, you could, if you want to answer it.
Order, B. Order.
Wait, may I? Is that rhetorical or no?
No, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, go
Okay.
for it.
So ideally, what we would have happen is, especially because it's a 16-year-old, what we would really get involved are the police and his parents. I want to have his mental health checked. I think that even just, again, the story of a 16-year-old or 15-year-old girl trying to break up with her boyfriend and he sticks a gun in her mouth and says, "Tell me you love me," should be significant enough to warrant investigation and or intervention is really the primary thing that we would want to encourage in this case. Intervention either in terms of it being a mental health crisis, having some sort of like not a social care worker, but someone with a background that would understand that, and ensuring that you are either working with him, his parents, or the school district to stop that from happening, right? I think so. Let me see if I can add this in a non-anecdotal way. When I have gone with people who have tried to file police reports, the biggest struggle is to actually get the officer to file the police report. More often than not, as a victims advocate or sexual assault survivor advocate, what I found myself stating is, that's fine that you yourself don't think that this may be a worthwhile endeavor. Please direct me to your supervisory officer or another, because it is your job to file this report regardless of what you think. And that usually does a whole lot to clear it all up. But people who aren't involved in the legal system wouldn't know to state that, which is understandable. Like, that's nobody's fault. And it's also, if I'm trying to make space for it, understandable that an officer would want to deter parents or people from overreacting, but unfortunately, that's not their job to figure out, is whether someone is overreacting or not. Their job is to respond to a complaint.
Okay.
No, one of the issues is one of the issues in this particular case is there's good reason to believe, at least according to the mother of the victim, that this person isn't going to be cooperative, right? Like, Lily was not going to be cooperative with the police, that she didn't really want to press charges. And like, although yes, you can, in the state of Colorado at least, you don't need the victim to press charges. If your victim's not going to, be cooperative in the case, it's not going to be very easy to put this person behind bars. So it might be like it might be like outside the scope of what the police can reasonably expect themselves to be able to do, to expect them to go ahead and press charges without a cooperative victim. It seems like kind of like an issue there.
Point. Another reason that this would have been a really good case, or really good, God, and I don't mean to sound really detached, I apologize if I do, but another reason that this would have been a really good case in point would have been the intervention and or involvement of the officers by either calling this young man's parents, trying to speak to them and figure out what it is that's going on, trying to either involve them, not necessarily in the intervention, but so for example, if any officer, I would hope, heard someone or saw someone sticking a gun in someone else's mouth, because I can't get myself past that, and saying, "Tell me you love me or I'm going to kill you and your whole family," my hope would be that would automatically warrant interest and intervention, nonviolent intervention, if that. I'm not asking for them to go over guns blazing and shooting someone. I'm glad they were able to bring in the 16-year-old unarmed for the most part. However,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
Okay, well, I mean, let's say that you get this intervention with like a 16-year-old. Since we're past the idea that we're going to be confiscating anything, we're going to be doing anything more than having a talk with them, how are we supposed to stop this 16-year-old who's clearly got head issues from using his gun on this girl?
Why are we past the idea of them confiscating the gun?
Are we? Like, everybody seemed to be... Okay,
No,
so how
I'm
do you
not.
get them to do that? Just on
I'm
her
not at all.
allegation alone?
No. So there are things called red flag laws that are available in a lot of states, in which if there is an instance of domestic violence, an instance in which someone has threatened their life or the life of another, an instance in which there has been cause for, I'm going to say in general, like as an umbrella thing, cause for concern. The police have a right to come in, intervene, and confiscate any weapons that may or may not be on the premises. Then,
yes.
After the fact, you are told you can come to the court at this date and tell us the police are overreacting, they weren't overreacting, you can or you don't need to worry about that, and then the court will be the one making that determination therein. I don't know if you're just playing with your knife or if you're doing that to be like, I also have dangerous weapons, or like, what's going on?
I'm just playing with my knife. Colorado's actually gotten in trouble for the red flag laws before. So when we're talking about things that could be updated, one thing about Colorado is it actually requires you to submit it's optional whether or not you submit like documentation for like red flags. I remember this being an issue. It's like optional. I remember this being an issue for the nightclub shooter, the gay nightclub shooter, where like the dude was a walking red flag, but I think police actually have to go to a judge and say this guy's a red flag or something to that effect. Like there's like a non-enforcement mechanism built in so that even if somebody is a walking red flag, compliance is like somewhat voluntary.
Oh yes, it is ask the court for an extreme risk protection order. Wow, I don't know how that.
Well, hold on. I don't know why red flag laws are at play. And the kid was 16, so I mean, if the cops found out that he had a pistol, they would have taken it.
Yeah, it's his dad's gun.
Yeah, that's the thing. She says like he sticks a gun in her mouth. Do y'all go over and take the dad's gun away?
Well,
the dad's like, that's my property.
Well, you can tell the dad like you got to secure your gun, otherwise you're going to.
Or do you make it mandatory that the kid is like referred to some like inpatient mental health care facility or some shit?
I think
with like no evidence that actually happened.
Mandatory mental health counseling or a mandatory mental health evaluation would not be overstepping. Again, I would much rather a mental health nonviolent route towards figuring this shit out than him being. I don't like that the only thing the law seems to do is to charge a juvenile harshly and grievously, especially in this case like this.
B, what if he refuses though? Like you refer him to a mental health thing and he refuses. What do you do?
So if it's a mandatory mental health thing, what do you mean?
Is it mandatory? Can you mandate somebody?
So in an ideal world,
you can.
In an ideal world,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
I'm not hard in Colorado, to be very clear. I don't live in Colorado. So in an ideal world, I would have, it to be a mandatory mental health evaluation and or check-in, especially after the level of the threat, right? Especially with 16, my biggest hope would be in terms of like educating deterrence and teaching different coping mechanisms or skills, maybe figuring out if there's something else going on there. Maybe they just need to know you can't make threats like that, whether you are right or wrong or like whomever you are. And even if it is like his dad's gun, I would confiscate any gun in that house.
So I want to.
Wait, are you allowed to just confiscate any gun? I mean, I guess it's just it's just like
if the liberals have their way, you are. God damn it!
For a red flag law, if you are deemed to be an imminent, it's ERPBO. We don't have
extreme risk, something like that.
ERPBO.
You are an extreme risk protection order. So what that means is, who can ask the court for an ERPO? Law enforcement officer, medical care providers, mental health care providers, educators, district attorneys, person related by blood, marriage, or adoption, person who has a child in common, domestic partner, or anyone in an intimate relationship with a respondent. So then what is the court process? So the guns are confiscated. Then there's a hearing the following day. And dependent upon those responses, the ERPO is good for 14 days after that. There will then be another hearing after that 14 days in which you have the opportunity to be heard. Then, depending upon that hearing, the court can hold the guns for another 364 days or longer. Usually the police station has the firearms after they've been confiscated, ideally. I understand that may seem like punishment for the dad, but unfortunately with the Ethan Crumbley case, especially in Michigan, I don't trust parents right now to be the ones who are going to correctly determine or keep their guns safe from kids. I just don't.
So I want to introduce what LSP spoke about earlier. So I'll come from the place that I'm coming from is like, I would prefer like nobody has a gun stuck in their mouth. And that like you need to have a gun stuck in your mouth in order for something to, play out that prevents you being killed. I either consider having a gun stuck in your mouth against your will, either whatever, violence or violent adjacent. Is there anything that can be done at any level that can prevent having someone's partner put their have their gun placed in their mouth?
What?
Intimate partner violence classes, that has been shown to be really, really good deterrent. People often don't know what intimate partner violence is or how to prevent it or even what it looks like, especially if you've grown up in a home that has been chock full of intimate partner violence.
Right.
So including that and not just like, I think some sex ed classes are getting a little bit more progressive with discussing like what IPV looks like and what it looks like for when it's man against woman or woman against man, which is also really important. So that would have been helpful. I don't know. I'm not sure about the escalation. I tried to look into this as much as possible. I went to Reddit to see whatever the Reddit detectives have found, if anything. The really clear thing is that it seems to go from June 2nd to the gun being put in the mouth to at some point Lily tells her parents and they go to the police officers. Lily does seem reluctant. I'm gonna say that maybe because she doesn't want to take it seriously, or because that seems too dramatic, or like, no, it can't be that serious, or that's not possible for it to have been that serious.
Or she still has some residual affection for the person.
Affection, or yeah, like thinking, no, I'm not gonna file this against him. He's 16, we're 16. It can't be like that real. I think it may be difficult for any 16-year-old to fully appreciate like the seriousness or severity of a threat, which is why she did the right thing in going to her parents, and her parents did the right thing in going to a police officer. The incorrect thing here. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm not condemning everything that was reported, should have been reported. I'm definitely not condemning that. I'm just more and we obviously, again, we don't know all the details, but we know what's been pretty much in that story and what's been reported. But what is the likelihood? I think there's, again, that meta conversation. What's the likelihood that this is just pretty much up until the point of a gun in your mouth, or you sadly and tragically being killed? Was there anything leading up to that? Everything was normal and perfect, and then yes, gun in your mouth and then killed.
I'm not sure. I strongly doubt that. I'm certain.
I strongly doubt that too.
Yeah, there may have been violent tendencies. The thing that needs to happen is there needs to be more. I don't know if safety nets is the correct term, stop gaps or sieves, for lack of a better term, because I want a 16-year-old charge as an adult for anything. I don't think that that's ever right. I think that that's always a gross miscarriage of justice. I also don't ever want a teen I don't want it to just escalate from that point and to see what the fuck is going on. I think because we take these threats so seriously, and because there isn't an intermediary unit or organization, maybe it doesn't even need to be police. It could be police adjacent that handles specifically juvenile cases like this, would be really helpful. But I don't know how to carry something like that out other than education, right? But the education often leads to the report being filed with the police. That is rather unsatisfactory. You're correct.
That's why it's in my opening statement, I think parents failed at all levels, parents from both parties. And then LSP brought that up in terms of just socialization on every level. Again, ideally, it should never escalate to the point of any sort of violence or violent adjacent or verbal abuse, etc., etc.
So, hold on. First, Doobie, thank you for gifting that sub to Naho. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. But how did the parents fail? The girlfriend's parents fail?
They should have had metal doors on their house.
No,
apparently.
That's why I tried to entertain the question of is there anything leading up to that that might have been recognized or flagged of again, I don't think it's just a spur of the moment, gun in your mouth type of situation.
No, but it could be though. It could be as simple as she broke up with him and he flipped the fuck out.
It could.
It could be that prior to her breaking up with him, he had no violent tendencies in the relationship.
That is where the issue is of this focus on violence of I think this actually contributes to the problem of everything is fine until you see violence, and there's no other correlative behavior that is non-violent that you can't filter out or use as a warning sign. If you dig into the literature, the psychological literature of intimate partner violence, okay, there's a whole host of correlative behaviors that you can use that if you're known about it, you can filter out.
This is a 16-year-old girl, or a 15-year-old girl. She's not gonna what are you suggesting that the parents do here?
Wait, have you met a 15-year-old girl?
Would have had
many times.
Victims advocate with them. I think the really unfortunate thing whenever it comes
I understand the
That was
optics.
not the response.
I was 15
I was
once. 15 once.
That's how the parents failed by not sending their daughter to a domestic violence class. It's a little bit ridiculous.
I would even again, I would put it on the table. I think this is a good conversation to have of modeling healthy behaviors, or do even parents themselves know what a healthy relationship is, and can they actually translate that or communicate that to their children?
So
I-
go ahead. You do.
Dude,
go
like,
ahead,
how
Vinny.
much
I just don't
emotional
see-
intelligence are you expecting 15-year-olds to have in our society?
I think teenagers can be very intelligent if they can
Okay,
drive
we're not
and operate
not
a
talking
vehicle.
about
No,
what
they're
teenagers
actually
can.
very unintelligent. The proper response needs to, because they're so unintelligent, you need the parents involved to demonstrate, hey, this is what an unhealthy relationship looks like. These kinds of shit happening, you get the fuck out of there, right?
Okay,
now
but
whether
it
that
seems like
happened
she
here or
was
not,
she was
yeah, she
getting out
broke
of the
up with him, right?
relationship. Yeah,
so
like
she's like, I think what he's trying to get at, Corey's trying to get at, is this idea that maybe there were warning signs sooner that might not have necessarily been violent.
And
I
also,
don't
to be
know.
clear, the parents of the killer also failed. I would say that child as well. Of I don't know for sure, but I
Yeah.
think there's something that could be different in that
his mom should have
environment.
swallowed.
It might be more accurate to say this isn't an issue that law enforcement can fix as a preventative measure per se, but rather that we need a change of culture to fix it. Like we actually just need to normalize healthy sexual relationships more than we do. And
Dude,
movies
on
are
that
pretty
note-
bad about reinforcing unhealthy dynamics. On that note, what?
My religion actually has polygamy, but all of your wives after the first have to be trans, so you get one cis wife. So
Thanks for that contribution. You interrupted me to say that. Thank you.
I just want to ask the question: Do you
Well, I
think
mean,
it's
do you
think-
change the culture? Like, what
I
are
want to
you
ask the
doing? I
question:
study religion.
Do you think it's good as messaging of hey, unless you see violence, everything is fine in your relationship? Do you think that's good messaging to send to
No, that's
teenagers
shit
or any?
messaging.
I would agree with you. So then, what do we Obviously, violence bad, and reducing any
Well, one
kind of
thing
violence
is like,
is a good thing.
so I'll tell you something from that I had an issue with that I think was like totally normal. If anybody's in here's a dinosaur, you might remember this. Rape jokes. Like it used to be like totally like it was just like part of like this edgy meme culture to like make rape jokes. Now, like if I had a daughter who was dating somebody who just made rape jokes, is like that's funny. Like this guy's a walking red flag, right? I wouldn't date me when I was younger, sort of thing, right? So we again, it just comes down to healthy socialization. What's that?
And the trend.
Yeah, fuck you very much. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I share a sincere moment. Yeah,
no, I hear you
on this fucking panel.
But so I think this is super interesting. What we're talking about here.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. Where do we disagree on? I feel like we just agree on literally everything.
We agree very
I just got
aggressively.
called out when I said, "Hey, like."
I disagree about
round
the,
table.
We don't
the girl's parents did anything wrong here. Does this seem like they found out this issue was happening? They took their daughter to the police. They did exactly what they're supposed to.
I never said
I'm with
they-
Doobie on that.
Police
I never
did
said-
the wrong thing.
Yeah, I have no
I don't
problem.
even think the police did a wrong
condemning-
thing because like what could the police have done to prevent this other than like I
Police
don't know, like going way out of what's currently legal to like involve
Well, they
themselves
could
in the
have
guy's
followed.
life and his father's
What
life.
they could have done was followed
could've
up
done the restraining.
with the guy, and well, they
The
don't.
restraining order wouldn't stop shit. He broke
Not-
into her house and shot her. Like he wasn't gonna
Yeah, not even
respect
that.
the restraining
No,
order.
I-
I agree, but they could have.
Hang
at least
on. Maybe they
No,
wouldn't.
They couldn't
maybe he
have
wouldn't.
at least done that.
Hey,
They couldn't
ma-
have even
yeah.
done that.
Maybe he wouldn't have broken into her house and shot her if the police had been calling him up and it's like, hey, did you do this? What's been going on? Why don't you talk to me, right? Police didn't proactively reach out to this guy, which was one of the
Okay, but then
complaints
he
that she
says
filed
no.
this report and then they never reached out. I mean, he says no, fine. But what I'm saying is it might be an intimidation thing. Like, hey, they've got the police on them. Maybe I should
It could
go
be an
back there.
escalatory thing too, though, right? Like the police called this guy up and like,
It's more
hey,
likely
the
to
person
be.
who- the
It's more
person who
likely
you're
to be what
threatening-
I'm saying than be an escalatory.
I'm not sure that's true. I don't know why we believe that.
Yeah,
Because most people don't want to
believe
fuck
that-
with police. That's why you would believe that,
People
right? Most,
who-
He
people
murdered
point
her.
guns-
You think he was like thinking about like
Yeah.
his long like with it, like come on like I
yeah,
don't
no.
think that there was much of
Maybe-
a
I don't
deterrence
think
effect.
it's
of the police,
unreasonable
right?
to. I don't think it's unreasonable to say if the police are looking for you, it might be a deterrent effect, right? That you might act a little differently if you know other people are looking.
You might have killed her sooner.
Wait,
Yeah,
it could
might have been
Yeah, he
angry
might
that
have
she
killed
went to the
her. He
police.
might have killed her the next day. We'll never know. The police should do their job and reach out anyway.
But I'm not sure that is the police's the job of the police, right? Like that's the
To
the issue.
reach
It's not-
out?
Yes,
on
yeah,
an
it could be
accusation of putting
escalatory.
a
That's the
gun?
entire argument we're having, right?
If
Like it could be
somebody accuses
escalatory.
you- no,
if
bullshit.
you,
If
if the
somebody
police,
accuses
if the hold on
somebody of
just a
putting
second,
a
right?
gun
If
on
the police
somebody
are-
else's
just a
let's
second,
let
just a
Synth
second.
get a
I'm
chance.
just so unclear of what your
Hold on.
takes are.
One second. Synth, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So if the police go ahead and reach out, right? This isn't the average person who doesn't want to mess with the police. This is the kind of person who just murdered his girlfriend. This is a very mentally ill 16-year-old. This is somebody who if this person did in fact do that, they would believe that this person is the kind of person who, as a 16-year-old, is pointing a gun in his 15-year-old girlfriend's mouth. Like, this isn't the kind of person who we expect to have a normal, reasonable, rational reaction. It's the kind of person we expect to have an over-the-top reaction. So I don't think it's the case that we wouldn't expect, or the police shouldn't expect, that this person, upon reaching out, wouldn't then escalate the situation and become more upset.
You know what would be great? If police did their job and reached out before this shooting happened and were able to gauge that maybe this person actually is a walking red flag and maybe he needs to be institutionalized. You don't know because police never actually reached out to do a basic bit of investigation. That's
I feel like people have been institutionalized for far less. You know what I mean? Like people have been taken off the streets for far less.
I've been institutionalized for far less.
Wait, you said you?
Well, I mean, I was suicidal.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
like for example, if you're suicidal or something like that, you can be institutionalized for far less than put in a hospital and then injected into drugs, right? But then like if somebody sticks like a gun in someone's mouth or some shit like that, like I feel like that's sort of insane. Like maybe it's just a little bit too
Yeah,
far.
but the issue is like, how do you even prove that happened?
Exactly. You can operate under
You
the
don't.
assumption that
So
it did
call.
happen.
So you don't. So find him and ask.
So the
him.
so
you
the
find
standard
him
is,
and
hey,
ask him.
How do you prove if
someone says a thing
How do you
happened.
prove
Someone
someone's
says
having suicidal
If somebody
thoughts?
says a
Like,
thing
that's
happened,
crazy.
you go up and you talk to him, find out.
yeah,
about
then the guy says, "Oh yeah, I didn't do that. She's lying." And then what? Like you're
it. And then
so
what,
you're in the same
nothing.
position.
You did your
So
job.
you guys should
You're
actually
not gonna
be
able to
before
stop
the
every
expansion of government.
At least
And
you're
when
trying
these
to
things
do that,
happen,
you know what
yeah,
I
you
mean?
should take the
It
guns out of the
feels like-
household, even if
it
it's
feels
it's
like- it feels like
You're
the
not
best
going to be
isn't
able to
even being
stop
tried.
every single person from lying. You're not going to be able to prevent every single murder. You still do
No,
your
the-
job
the-
proactively,
You
and
should
you
do
try.
your best.
Yes.
Do your best.
No,
you
no.
know
The
what I mean?
Reach
issue here,
out,
the issue
talk
here
to
is
the
that their
guy,
best.
investigate.
The issue here is that their best is probably not reaching out. The best, if it's the case that she is lying, if it's the case that she's not telling the truth, there's no point in reaching out. If it's the case that she is telling the truth, this person's fucking crazy. And if you go reach out to this person and you say, "Hey, this person told the cops on you," that person then escalates the situation.
So
Abusers
can
who
we
are then
know if she's
confronted with the
crazy or if
police.
she's lying until you reach out.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah,
Synth.
it doesn't matter. Either way, if she's telling the truth or if she's lying, it's
Synth,
still a
no,
bad
no.
decision to reach out.
Then I'm curious, like, should there be any proactive response, right? Because it seems like you're saying that the police should tiptoe around a person you say is crazy, and I want to address that later on. But tiptoe around an unstable individual rather than actually confronting them for possibly committing a crime, right? Because the police generally don't know. When police respond to anything, they generally don't know what the truth is, right? Someone makes an accusation, they get a report, and then they have to like go investigate. And that's a proactive thing, and details end up leaking at that point. Yeah, you are being
Sam,
accused.
I have a question.
If you have a cooperative, to
Go
answer
ahead.
Prime Kai's question, and I'm done to answer whatever the question Food Shop's going to give to. But to answer your question, Prime, yeah, the police generally should not be extremely proactive unless they have a cooperative victim, so they can actually press charges. If you can't press charges, then it's
They
going to be
made a
pointless to be
report. They already
proactive.
made a report, though.
The police made a report, but the victim herself is not being
The
cooperative.
victim's a minor. The victim shouldn't get a
Yeah,
Yes,
and the-
I
like-
agree. It's a
but the
fucking
mother
unfortunate
already made the
situation,
report.
but it's
But the-
reality.
But the no. The mother already made the report. The mother made the report with the child, and we don't know how cooperative or uncooperative she was. It was simply like at least a line in that story. Maybe you've seen something else. I don't know. But in the line in that story that she didn't provide a birthday when she might have had that birthday. But so we don't even know. So let's not even assume that. But the
That was
mother
according to the
made a
mom.
report. Right, with the child who corroborated the details of the report. She did at least that much. And then like, why is that not enough to launch a proactive investigation?
Yeah, so we don't know anything about the situation for sure, but what we do know is that the mom said that the victim was uncooperative, and the mom was the one who placed charges. So if we want to go off the mom's word, and I think that's fair to do, then I think it's reasonable to say that the person's not cooperative, and if the person's not cooperative, it's going to be really, really difficult to have an investigation there. It's actually going to go anywhere. Otherwise, you just have this. Additionally, it's not entirely clear if even the mother is going the proper routes. Like, I don't think we should place blame on the mom. I just think she doesn't
assume full
understand.
cooperation.
But given
Is that enough? That's the
assuming full
point.
assuming full cooperation,
Wait,
then
yeah.
no, it's not enough. It's not enough. But we can't
Then-
assume
then
that.
what does-
we can't
no,
assume
no,
that
sorry,
and place
fine.
guilt to the police.
Sure,
for
then
that.
This is
what
like
does-
naked
hold
contrarianism.
on, I wanna be
Should
clear.
police do anything?
I want to be clear. So like,
what do you ask,
we're assuming
LSP?
full cooperation, and then in that case, now it's different that the police
Yes.
should confront this individual. Why,
Yes,
what
because now you
changes?
can arrest the person and put them in jail. Now you
mean,
can arrest the person, you can put them in jail,
They
you can put them in
don't
prison.
They
You
have
can
no
actually,
evidence.
You can,
But they have this
you do have
vast amount
evidence.
of-
Yes,
Wait,
she
wait,
does.
so let me
Yes,
just
they
clarify.
do. Yes, they do.
This is
Hold
only
on.
for police action after the fact, right?
No, they have evidence in this situation. You've just gone from not having evidence to having evidence, Prime.
Okay, I'm just
The
trying to
only
see what you're taking.
evidence here, and I have lawyers here, so hopefully they can help us
Yeah,
out. The only
absolutely.
evidence is hearsay, right? Like we don't know.
Witness testimony is evidence. If you don't have
Yeah.
witness testimony, you don't have evidence.
Hold on,
That's
but
all
they
the
did
evidence
give
they
the
have.
testimony. The testimony's in the report.
They don't
The
have
report.
the fucking holy shit.
They have
You
the
don't
report.
have the
Prime,
testimony if the victim recants.
The
If the
report-
victim
Hold
recants
on.
during your
They
trial.
didn't even get a chance to recant. They didn't do anything. They
They
just
didn't get a
went to the police.
You
They
have
made a
to be
report.
predictive. You have to
They've made a
assume if the
report.
person is or isn't going
They
to recant.
made a report, and even
This-
and again,
The victim did not make a
we're
report.
assuming. Hold on, they made a report, right? And in that report, they have facts. They have accusations. Within this report, and then now the police, right? Like I think it's reasonable that the next thing is that they go to the other party and go, "Hey, man, what's up?" Right? That's the start of it. I don't know why you think it's different. So yeah, let's go to food shops and
Wait, Prime, have you
I've been waiting
considered
for a
if the
while.
police go to the other guy and he
Prime.
says, "Maybe
He
go
might
what's up?"
do
and the
something.
other guy
I
might
don't
be
know.
lying?
I've been
Have
waiting
you
for a while.
considered that, Prime? Maybe the
explain
other guy could just
testimony?
lie. He
Holy
could just say
shit.
nothing
Sorry.
happened. You consider that?
Sorry, do you if you want to have like a legal thing, then we got to go to food shops.
Yeah, really briefly. So Synth is right. Eyewitness testimony is valid evidence. So if she said like he did this to me, that is like admissible evidence. What would be hearsay is if the mother said, "Oh, I heard that he did this," and that's that, and so you can take down my word. Well, now that's hearsay because it's not an eyewitness; it's somebody who heard it secondhand, right? That's hearsay, so it's not worth anything. So in this case, like getting her to to stick with the story or to be cooperative is kind of essential to prosecute any kind of case against him. I do think though that maybe the finding a solution here seems to be like really difficult I think this is a really tough kind of like borderline case. But what if like I'm not saying it's kind of not going to fix everything, right? Because people could kill with many more things than like guns. But if these kind of allegations come up, like sticking a gun in someone's mouth or threatening them with an axe or something, would it be reasonable for the police to go to that home and basically like go to the parents and say, "Hey, is like the gun locked up? Like, is this out of reach of the person who is threatening violence? And if it is, then then we're all good. But if it's not, then like, hey, you're gonna have to like lock this up. You're gonna have to put it up somewhere, hide it. You're gonna have to do something with this because we have, it's not enough to make a case out of. But we've been hearing, we've gotten reports of your kid threatening somebody with a gun. That's kind of an issue, right? It seems like a pretty reasonable. We're not infringing on the Second Amendment rights of the gun owner, but at the same time, we're trying to keep the gun out of the hands of the person who's actually violent.
So we're gonna go to food stamps. I'm sorry.
Ain't
I'm
no
sorry.
way,
Oh my
Brian.
God.
I can't believe you're literally like the 10th person. I thought you were
food-
good.
I am not.
You were
You
good.
expected too much of me. But they did talk to the girl. She the officer talked to her directly and was asking her and like got his questions answered. But we'll go to food shops first, and then we'll get back to that.
Wait, so first of all, I just want to sort of get like something. So if it's hearsay, what would you say the police should do?
If all they have is hearsay, I'd like the proposal the lactoid proposed, but I'm not sure if they can do that currently under the existing law. But if they can, that would be really good.
Yeah.
I think, and if they can't, then I think changing law would be good too.
So ideally, if it's hearsay, what should the police do?
I just said, right? I think that
Yeah.
I like Lactoid's proposal. I think that Lactoid's
Wait, what is the
proposal might
proposal?
require
Tell me,
change in law.
what is the
Oh,
proposal?
Lactoid's proposal was they go to the house and say like, are your guns locked up? They can't actually press charges. They don't like move forward with anything, but they just like ask the people who do own the guns, hey, are your guns locked up and away from this person? I'm not sure how much more they can do. I'm not sure if they can do that without a change in laws that currently exist. I'm not sure. I don't know the details.
Man, something about that just doesn't strike right to me. I feel like that's just not enough. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I get
but
what you
that's
mean.
me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like
Yeah.
enough, but a lot of the time that's
I feel like there's so many
yeah,
things
go
that
ahead.
can go wrong there, right? For example, if you just ask, "Oh yeah, are your guns locked up?" Like you can just say, "Yeah, my guns are locked up." What the fuck? Like anybody can just lie, right? Like what if you lie?
Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate reality is that like sometimes the only things that you can do don't end up
Your
feeling like enough.
answer is
But
an
yeah, it's
unfortunate
yeah, of course,
reality?
yeah. But how about this? Instead, they could use like maybe the police could like put fucking dimensional prison face down in defense position
No,
and fucking
no,
reveal
the
or something.
answer,
Maybe
the
they could use their
answer is
domain
not
expansion.
dimensional prison.
Maybe they should.
Okay,
Maybe
let's
they
just
should
say
use
you
their.
were a remedial. Let's just say you were a remedial homeless person laying down
It's
like
better
on top
than
of a
nothing,
bench.
though.
Okay, and you were just
That's the
sleeping on
point.
top of a bench. Okay, and a person comes over and you were just waking up from the bench, and this person is about to butt fuck you. Okay, all right, and you were just about to
Let's
wake
say
up.
hypothetically that you were about to get butt fucked. What would you do then? I don't know.
And his dick is almost like halfway into you. Okay, all right. Except there's no evidence of this.
What
okay?
kind of
There's-
animes are you watching? Holy
Grandpa
shit!
is like right next to you,
feel
and this
like the
person
panel
is
has somehow
only
gotten
like
worse.
Spit
whatever.
back there as
This is
soon as
all hearsay.
possible.
This is all
Quick.
hearsay. This is all
Quick.
hearsay. Okay.
It's
And
all
this is
hearsay.
Wait,
How-
what's hearsay?
This person went to the police, and this person went to the
You're
police.
hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's not
This person
hearsay
went to the
anymore.
police about that. Okay.
You're
All
fucking
right?
hearsay,
Where
Lactoid.
do you go
but-
from there? Where do you go from there? Like, here's the thing: this person almost fucking violated you. There's no evidence. There's no cum. There's no anything. Okay, like, where do you go from there? Do you think the police is just gonna go up to the
It's not
homeless person and
hearsay
go
if
like,
you say
"Oh,
that
yeah,
it happened to
is
you.
your-
It's
is
not
your penis
hearsay
locked up?
anymore.
Is your penis locked
I
up? Are you
explained
overcome-
hearsay. I don't think I explained it well enough.
That is not a satisfactory answer to me.
Oh
That's
my
not
God.
a satisfactory answer
I'm
to
sorry,
Me.
I-
Escort the homeless person to
No,
a
no.
safe
What you
area.
do is you
At
challenge them to duel, and then you figure out what happens.
I don't know what this conversation
Okay,
has become.
Okay. All right. I think we got it.
You're remedial.
Okay.
It's remedial.
Okay, we got it. Okay, I'm the one who put in here. I'm not a lawyer. This is why I have Lactoid here for me to.
You couldn't get a better
to
lawyer.
catch me when I fall. But thank you. But like, Lactoid, tell us exactly what hearsay is, so that we all.
Okay. So eyewitness
Second.
testimony is when
Yeah.
you say, "Hey, I saw this thing happen. Here's what happened." That's evidence. That can go into court. People can go up and say, "I saw who done it," right? Or this happened to me. Or he told me, like the other party told me this, right? That's an exception. So admission by party opponent, right? And in this case, I mean, it's going to be the same way. When it comes to like the mom who wasn't there to hear it, right? And let's say the mom only knows because her daughter told her. Now it's hearsay, right? Because it's not somebody who was there and saw it who's saying it. It's somebody who heard it from the person who saw it and is now saying it, right? And the reason why this isn't allowed is because of the old game of telephone, where if you tell somebody a recounting of events and then that person tells another person, before you know it, the story is completely different than it was from the person who originally saw it. That's the idea behind it. So if you see someone committing a crime and you go to the police and tell them, that's evidence that goes into court. That's all good. So if she could have done it.
But Lactoid, like in the article that I sent you guys, the police directly talked to the teenager, and I believe the mom was there as well. Right, so they had a direct conversation. The officer asked the teenager, "Hey, why didn't you report this sooner?" Right, like the mom made a big point of talking about that. He asked her directly. They did have a direct back and forth. He did get that information. The information was put in a police report later on. So they did have that eyewitness testimony there, or eyewitness evidence there.
Yeah. So, I mean, if they had her, like, if the police officer, like, was there and she told the police officer, yeah, he stuck a gun in my mouth, I think that would have been sufficient enough to arrest him, honestly.
Okay. And Synth, you think otherwise? Or
No,
maybe
I
not.
think Synth agrees with me.
So you
But
Yeah,
Sense was like, don't even question him. What do you mean?
Sorry, I think that if it's the case that the kid is also willing to be a cooperative witness, cooperative victim, then yes. If they're not, then no. So I think we don't know that. I think we don't know if the victim's cooperative or not.
Okay, well then this
Yeah.
is perfect. This is perfect. So I want to ask this to the panel here, right? Like, domestic violence is a very difficult problem to solve for a whole list of reasons. One is the fact that we have uncooperative witnesses, right? Like uncooperative participants within these incidences. Should the law take that into account? Right, like you can have a witness who maybe is scared, right? Like scared for their life, and maybe that's why they're not talking. Or it's been said, like in the Black community, that maybe the reason why Black women don't report because they don't want to unleash the police on black men, right? They're scared for like the perpetrator, you know? And so if we have someone who is like a family member who can see that their daughter, or who believes that their daughter is being abused, should that elicit more of a response, even if they aren't in the home to see her get smacked around or whatever?
For an arrest?
No, I'm not. I said response. Elicit a response from law enforcement. We can define what that response might be if you think any sort of response is appropriate.
I'm not opposed to it, but I see it as probably in the long term grossly inadequate, and I would go back to socialization or some sort of education intervention way beforehand.
How does that change? Like, for instance, the thing I tell you about black women. How does that change anything?
That is an excellent question. That I would love to have that conversation that I'm like trying to introduce. Of like, again, I would prefer someone not have a gun put in their mouth, or someone not be subjected to any form of abuse. But since we only focus on what do we do after someone has been killed, and then how do we prevent the person being killed? But I think there's way more steps upstream that you can take that we can talk about that would prevent people from even like so. Again, multiple points of failure, pretty much every level. The police and every single parent. Whereas the parents failed the killer, and I think at some level there could have been something better done in order to prevent even just getting into a relationship with this person and recognizing.
Can I get a response? Can I get a? We heard this, but like I want to answer to my question that I posed to the panel. So hopefully people are paying attention. Should there be a response if like we'll just use family members for now, right? A family member is reporting that there is like violence happening, but the participant doesn't want to say. Like that's a big part of domestic violence, right? Where the participant, for whatever reason, is uncooperative, and there could be a myriad of reasons why that is the case. But should law enforcement do anything, or should society have some maybe other sort of response? Maybe not a law enforcement, but like, what do you think?
I think they should come investigate, right?
Okay.
Yeah, they should come investigate. The law enforcement should probably come along with a counselor together.
Okay. Anyone else?
Under the situation you described?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think investigation is probably reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, but I think it begs the question of like, do you actually think there's the resources there to invest, like assuming an increase of like claims?
No, they already investigate this, right?
Well,
if I was to make a 911 call saying, hey, like my sister is being threatened with a gun, they're coming, and the police are going to show up. It might take them a while, but they're going to show up.
What if there's no gun? What if just like, hey, it's verbal abuse?
Yeah, is it locked up?
Well, I don't think the police have any like I don't think they should be investigating verbal abuse anyway.
Okay, well, what do you think in terms of like the correlative like behaviors of like it's not one-to-one perfectly? What do you think the correlation between is like verbal abuse and like actual violence in a relationship?
Wait, like what crime would?
Well, it depends. It depends on like what kind of like if it's threats, right? If you're saying like I'm going to do this, sure, that's one thing. But like if you just have somebody like insulting somebody else, I mean, you'd have to.
What about
you'd have to arrest half of Discord.
Yeah. Sure. What about controlling behavior? What about like abuse in terms of like control?
Like what do you mean?
Yeah, maybe
He's
just something
asking,
simple.
what do we do about more abusive behavior that is non-criminal?
Dude, we need to start arresting.
It's non-criminal, so the police don't come.
So like then.
Okay, but this is a problem, right? I understand the police don't come, but how do we solve this problem? We have a problem in society where people are abusive, but it doesn't arise.
There are people in relationships now that are abusive, both verbally and physically. That there's no police intervention. There are people in relationships now that are on the pathway to someone being killed.
Okay, I understand. Wait. How do you distinguish this from somebody just being a dick? Like, how do you distinguish that between?
That is an excellent question. That's what I'm trying to introduce, and everyone just wants to like brush it aside. And that's where you
don't. Everyone here, I defended you.
No, I'm talking about in the sense of like a government response. So like if let's say you do have a guy who's like being controlling or like verbally like screaming at somebody, but like there's no threats to violence, there's no indication of violence. Why is that a government issue at all? Like you have freedom you have the First Amendment, right? You have freedom of speech. I can call anybody whatever I want.
I didn't say it. it was a government issue. That's why
it is a government issue. It should be a government issue.
Yeah. The solution is that people should be nicer. I don't know, like,
if you want to put education as a government issue.
Okay, the reason it's a government issue is because this stuff it has a predictive value for actual criminal violence, right? It actually does. Abusive behavior can lead to even more abusive behavior. Even non-criminal abusive behavior can lead to abusive criminal behavior. So it has there's government value in recognizing these warning signs early. And there's also government value in just making a happier, healthier society. And one
but until it does happen, until it does happen, right?
So try to fix it before it happens. Try to fix abusive behavior before it becomes criminal.
More Sesame Street. I don't know what you want me to say.
No, but in the example,
you don't have an answer. Actually, is the problem of like you
already a problem?
What's your answer?
Well,
okay. Again, I want to talk about these things.
Okay.
Should government? How about this? Should schools?
I've like tried to talk to you about it.
How about this? Should schools have preventative measures to help students identify abuse in school and intimate partner violence?
I'm okay with anti-bullying campaigns on schools. Yeah.
What about verbal bullying?
Healthy sex ed.
Can we define that?
Like that?
Or
verbal bullying in the sense of like, hey, when you do this, people are going to dislike you, right? But
how are you understanding bullying? What's your conception of bullying? Or like, how would you want broad strokes level?
Okay, bullying can take on many forms. There's the physical, and then there's the verbal. There's all kinds of different bullying.
Yes,
and I would say that like schools should generally say, hey, don't be a dick to your classmates and your people in your life, and
schools should
this is
teach
behavior
how
of shitty people.
Clout and Corey is asking for some 1984 shit, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on.
No,
we should put lithium in the water supply, so then they all of a sudden don't want to commit crimes anymore.
No, because you guys are doing like indicators that are not criminal in order to like do investigations, like some witch hunt, motherfucker.
Food stamps. Oh my god, I didn't do that on purpose. I swear to God,
I didn't realize
I'm not doing it on purpose.
I swear I'm not doing it on purpose. Why do you watch Destiny? Why do you do it?
I don't watch.
This is proof.
Destiny
This is literal proof.
Food shops. I do apologize.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't mean to do that.
You watch Destiny.
Hang on, tell me about my 1984 shit. Go.
But
it's the leftism. Don't like the shops, like the stamps.
Hold on. Can we all turn back to the beginning of this panel? Because I'm surprised, food stamps, your reaction to this. Like your reaction at the start of it was like, let's be worried about the perpetrator. That like we as a society should look through non-judicial ways, or at least non-punishment ways, for dealing with these problems. You seem to me, right, with your rehabilitative justice stance, that like you had an open mind, or maybe if you were trolling, I don't know, right? Maybe you can educate us. I don't know you, but like
I'm not trolling.
But
I'm not trolling. I'm being very
I'm going to finish my
dead-ass.
point. Let me finish my point, then you can respond. So like what Corey and LSP are trying to get to is simply to expand our idea of like what a response can be, right? So it may not be the police locking someone up for verbal abuse, right? It may not be that, but like if there's like a domestic abuse, emotional abuse, or something that's happening that is an indicator of something that might something worse that could come down the line, that maybe we could send like social workers, right? Maybe city social workers show up and talk to them or something. It would seem like you would be open to such an idea, but it sounds like you're not. But please go ahead, food shops.
Indeed, it's a sliding scale. So let me explain. So at the very beginning, all right, I described the punishment after the crime has happened. I sympathize with criminals who have already committed the crime, and I think that jail sentences, prison sentences in the US are too harsh, okay? I believe in anime redemption arcs for criminals, okay? That's what I believe in, okay? I do not watch One Piece. I haven't watched anime in years, okay? But I always think about redemption arcs, okay? However, all right, if we look at things such as if we look at things such as like emotional support and all of that stuff, right? I think there are layers to this, right? We can go step by step. And yeah, I would say like, okay, step one is maybe just to send like a psychiatric kind of checkup kind of thing. Like, okay, this person maybe needs something that maybe needs help, right?
It's 1984 stuff. What are you talking about?
At
It's
the end of the
1984
day,
stuff.
you're basically saying, oh my God, we have to send this person over. We have to like absolutely do this.
I never
Okay,
said
can I-
anything about
can I-
sending a person over.
can
I
I
don't think I've
respond?
ever mentioned that.
So
You just
why
don't
are
pay
you doing
attention.
that? Then why are you
Can
doing
I
that?
respond?
So I'm going to
respond,
crystallize
please?
it. Yeah, go ahead, LSP.
There you go. Go ahead. Yeah.
We're suffering a crisis in society, and I called it a silent crisis.
The
because
crisis is
nobody
you.
wants- We're suffering a crisis of toxic masculinity. We're suffering a crisis of rape culture. This is a real crisis.
Dude, what
A
do
lot
you
of
know
people
about masculinity?
A lot more than you, little man.
Dude,
I don't know. This has got his sleeves ripped off.
Can I-
Seems pretty
can I
masculine.
please
Let
just talk?
Let
Jesus.
Elsie get it out. Let it
Thank
get it out.
you. Yeah,
that
we're
massive
having a
dump from
crisis. It's a
before.
generational crisis, and it's brought about by broken homes and broken families, and people not getting the support they need. Emotional support, support at school. A lot of people are victims to bullying. A lot of people are victims to domestic violence at home. Even like things that some people like jest about, like bullying from family members or brothers, or like my older brother used to bully me. Oh, older brothers are such dicks, ain't they? No, that shit fucks with you. That shit stays with you for a very long fucking time, and it's fucking real. What the people these situations create are hotbeds of criminality, right? These people will go on to lead criminal lives purely as a circumstance of their environment, which they had no control in. So I'm asking you, food stamps, what do you do about it? What do you do proactively to stop people from becoming criminal before they're criminal? And don't just say it's 1984 and hand wave the problem away like I didn't bring up anything valid. What do you do?
Yeah, food stamps.
I think at the end of the day, if you're sending psychiatric workers and you're reporting psychiatric people to like different people's houses as like a form of intervention, this can easily become like a slippery slope. Okay, that is the problem.
Okay, but what do you do? What do you do? You said that. What do you do about it then?
It's like at school, you just encourage like, hey, by the way, you know, like mental health help and stuff like that.
Curriculum. Hey, by the way, mental health.
Curriculum, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, what do you disagree with?
Don't shoot your girlfriend.
I need to invoke the moderator here.
I can revise my position. Let me revise my position, okay?
Because it seems like it's my position.
No, hold on. I just had a fucking brain blast, okay? I had a fucking brain blast, and I just changed my mind, okay? I just changed my mind, okay? There's layers. There's a layers to this shit, okay? There's layers to this shit, and I just had a brain blast, okay?
You had your redemption arc.
I just had my redemption arc, okay? I just had my anime redemption arc. So basically, right? Basically, if you believe that someone, here's the thing, because I think that some people are afraid to say things to some therapists because of like the mandatory kind of like reporting kind of shit, which is why like that's a problem, right? Because they're like mandatorily reported. For example, child porn is one thing. For example, if somebody has already seen child porn in the first place, the person has to like report child porn. Okay, you have seen child porn before, whatever, right? So a lot of pedophiles out there are afraid to go seek help because they have seen child porn, but they have seen child porn once, and they're never gonna go and see child porn again, right? Now, here's the thing, okay? I want there to be a way for people to receive intervention from some kind of mental health specialist without fearing that authority is coming to their door, that, okay, I'm about to get arrested, you know? I want people to get mental health like a knock at their door without thinking, oh my God, this is actually going to be like, this is going to push me like further and further into a hole, you know? Like, because the moment people think of authority or people think of like a government worker showing up at that door, like people are going to get anxiety attacks. People are going to get whatever like that. How are you going to make that more approachable is my question to you.
LSP.
How?
By fostering a culture in which we encourage men to talk about their feelings more.
How?
By having this conversation. What do you mean? It starts in school. It starts at home. It starts with community leaders. It starts in libraries. Parents. Hey, what's your problem? Talk to me. What do you mean? Yeah, like parents are a big fucking issue. Yeah.
Wait, you're gonna use government
teachers? Yes, it's a big fucking issue. Yes.
To make people more well-adjusted, you're gonna use public schools.
People are afraid of the government.
Yes.
People are afraid of the government.
So don't fearmonger the government, right? Get the government there to be a friend to help people, right? That's an actual solution beyond. We can't do anything. The government's scary. You don't scare people into be Like, we have to have better answers than I don't trust the government, right? I want to foster a culture where it's okay to talk about these issues, where people do trust their teachers enough to say, hey, shit's not okay at home and it's fucking with me. I want teachers to be on the lookout for shit like that. And I want community
I don't
leaders.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
You've
I
been
don't
calling it 1984.
No. I don't disagree with that. Okay, I don't disagree with that. Okay, but I'm just saying I don't think.
I'm confused.
I don't
You're
think the
shadowboxing
average
what you're
people.
doing.
I don't think the average people should
Corey, you can
be.
take it from here.
Hold on. I don't think the average person should be going like, okay, I'm gonna send like I'm gonna report you for doing a non-crime related behavior, and then see if I can get like some kind of psychiatric intervention to your home. Does that make sense?
I don't think.
Do you think I'm defending people false calling the cops on people?
I don't think you're defending that, but you're enabling a system that will enable that. Does that make
He's
sense?
not doing anything. He's suggested literally nothing.
Let's.
Then what kind of position is he standing on? That doesn't make any sense then.
Hold on. This is driving me crazy. LSP absolutely. He literally went down a whole list of things.
Yeah, so far I feel like I'm the only one who suggested something.
Literally went down an entire list of things to do, right? And you guys didn't hear that?
I disagree with that, right? Like,
okay, well then I don't know what
you
you're
guys.
talking
I'm gonna
about
get some more water
I have no
because
idea.
I need to get drunk for this.
I gotta move forward. I gotta move forward.
Putting your hands
I have to,
on your head. It's already black and blue. Okay, all right. It looks like you're bruised. Okay. What? Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that. But okay. I said Corey, Doobie, Lactoid. I don't know what to do here.
Okay. So Lactoid, earlier I think you asked, maybe inadvertently, like a really good or pointed question of like, how do you distinguish between someone being a dick versus like an abuser? So I'll ask you, and maybe this will crystallize it. Can you tell me what is one of the most common, if not the most common, communication pattern in heterosexual romantic relationships? Can you identify it? It's very well known in the psychological literature.
Yes. No, I know. What restaurant do you want to go to? I don't know. That's like the most common. I think. No,
that's not the label in the psychological literature. But I take your so do you it's essentially I don't know the specific label?
No.
Do you know? Okay. Well, so I think that crystallizes, at least for me, of like, why don't you just Google the demand withdraw pattern of communication?
If I had the CPU, I would. Okay, but I'm gonna need you to explain it for me.
Well, I'm going to post a paper in the Discord chat, in the group chat, of like those. So this is correlated as a potential predictor of intimate partner violence, along with anxious attachment. And this paper is specifically about pretty much how attachment, or specifically male adult attachment, and the demand withdrawal pattern can actually be a pretty good predictor of potential intimate partner violence down the line. But since you don't know what that is, and we don't talk about it, well then we just focus on violence, and then like how do we prevent someone from just getting shot, or what do we do as a retrospective after someone gets shot, as opposed to saying, hey, can you recognize a healthy behavior? What does healthy behavior look like? What does healthy communication look like?
Okay,
and your solution,
your solution would be along the lines of fostering the kind of healthy culture in which, like,
I would actually.
What does fostering mean?
I would absolutely put this in a curriculum.
You said you got into law school.
You just said into one sentence. I'm a bit confused by your position.
Dude, what does fostering mean? Like, y'all keep doing it. It's like, dude, how do you
like the band foster the people?
Yeah. Or have you ever fostered a dog? Does that sentence ring any bells?
No, I know, but like, how do you
foster a child?
You do it.
Like,
you do it by promoting.
What are you doing to foster?
They're talking about like ad campaigns.
You get
right?
woke.
Like got milk.
Woke. Seriously,
like,
No,
so
I want to be.
You get teachers. You get community leaders to promote certain values. That's a big part of it, right? Start fostering the idea that
our last president before Biden was Trump.
Yeah,
so, like,
who promoted like the worst values, right?
No,
having a better president.
But it's just like, you're like, okay, so we need to like select people with different qualities.
Yes, we need to select. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Let's keep going. So you said foster it. So what you really mean is you mean select people with different qualities. Okay, so now that we're selecting people with different qualities, how do we select people with different qualities?
So I mean, you would look for them for school positions. You'd look at their backgrounds and say,
"Who is you?"
Who is you? You is engaging the reader, the royal you. I don't want to have to stop and explain every single
It's just like
noun here.
how are you collectively changing American culture?
I'm not collectively changing anything.
Okay, so
Culture
you're not
changes as
fostering
a collective movement.
You're not collectively
No,
changing.
I'm
anything.
literally
Are
not
you fostering
fostering.
cultural
Do I really have to explain this? No, I'm not literally doing it.
I'm so tired of listening to people on internet debate
Ross,
channels.
did you come here to say I wasn't literally contributing anything personally? Is that what you came here to just say I didn't personally do anything? I can't personally affect change? No fucking shit, dipshit. I'm on a panel. I'm here because I'm poor. Okay? The way you foster a positive communities, you get the right fucking leaders in office, you get the right church leaders, you get the right teachers. You as an engaging the reader. You as an engaging the reader. You get the right fucking people. The royal you. Do I have to tell you what the royal you means?
Yes,
No.
You have 2 floors in your house. How are you
I'm gonna be suicidal again.
Okay. All right.
Who's you?
I don't know. I don't
don't
understand why this is hard. Fostering change. We've done that before, right? We've had campaigns. Look at we got Lactode here. Lactode can tell us all about it.
Got milk.
Against against like campaigns against drug driving, the campaigns against drugs, right? Like we actually
war on drugs, dude.
Yes, and that worked. And Dare absolutely worked. As you would agree, right, Prime? Dare worked.
Yeah, but Dare ended.
So okay, dude. All right. So let's foster cultural change by opposing drug use as a society.
I think that would help in this very conversation. I suspect so.
How did that work out?
Did you go to your first day of law school with your shirt sleeves ripped off?
No, I'm on the internet right now.
Do you change for the internet panel?
Yeah.
From what you wore for your first day of law school?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't change when you get home?
You dress to look more retarded.
That's not a real tie. Do you know how to tie a tie?
No.
Okay.
Damn, bro!
Wait! Stop! This is what I'm talking about.
This is the cruelty.
Stop.
This is verbal.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
No.
There's nothing. Stop.
I have like
There is nothing wrong with not knowing how to tie a tie. I'm dead serious. Ross, would you like to learn how to tie a tie? I will teach you.
Dude, if I wanted to learn how to
Never mind, make fun of him.
She's blowing your back out.
Let's go to...
Wait, why do I
LSP,
use what?
Hold on, no. LSP, have you considered that, like, if you teach it through schools, it'll make you look like a nerd to learn it? Have you considered that?
Might be a possibility. Let's go to Doobie, who's been waiting patiently. And
Doobie,
then
save me from this.
Absolutely.
Just let him wink off, okay?
I don't know how to save you guys from this. I guess I'll go to food shops.
What the fuck? I have nothing to say, Doobie.
Wait, hold on.
I am really coming.
Let him ask a question.
That's fine. So it seemed like I think you said that you agree with LSP, right? About having mental health professionals talk to the parents or talk to the students, whatever. Then you asked LSP how he would make them comfortable with that situation. But I'm wondering how you would make them comfortable with that situation, because you said that you agree with him. So if you guys want the same solution, what would you do to make people more comfortable with that happening?
We're fostering cultural change.
Honestly, I would just say, like, at the end of the day, like, I think there's multiple layers. Like at the government layer, we could allocate more money into like the mental health care system, right? Like we could just try to divert more funds so then we can have more professional healthcare workers in general. On a level where we have the community leaders, we could be on the lookout so then we can support like our community better. On like the education level, we could also make sure that teachers are looking out for students better. We can have better training for teachers and just look out for signs of abuse from parents and etc. On a level where we are neighbors, we can look out and see like, okay, the neighbors are like doing this and that and see what's going on there, right? And you know, there's different layers to this stuff. And I think there's many different things that we can practice and I think would benefit society as overall. Anyway, I'm done. Okay,
I agree.
anyway,
Good answer. Good answer.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Doobie, does that clear that up for you?
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's go to Lactoid. You had something specifically you want to say.
Yeah, I had something to say a while ago, but I think it's still relevant. Before food shops.
Thank you for saying my name right.
Okay, good. I didn't freeze up. Yeah, yeah. So before you had your redemption arc, I actually somewhat agreed with your prior position because you were. I think there's this sort of need that people feel, and I understand why people feel it. That when there's a problem, well, we have to fix it, right? We have to come up with some kind of solution, and we got to fix the problem. But there are times in which the cure is worse than the ailment, right? And if we're going to go ahead and sending like mental health professionals to people's houses, like clearly that cure would be worse than the ailment, right? I don't want anybody coming to my house without a warrant, right? That's not happening.
Mental health care worse than the...
So I sort of want to steelman LSP here, even though he is clearly remedial. Okay, all right. So I just want to defend a remedial person over here. Okay, so just want to be clear, right? Just like swatting, right? So we want to prevent like the mental health care version of swatting, right? Basically, when it comes to that, we just have to like make sure records are kept, facilities are informed, like where like neighbors aren't really abusing the system, and that's it. You know, it isn't. Yeah, that's it. You know, I'm pretty sure there's exceptions.
Mental health equivalent of swatting. Like, I'm not sure what we're envisioning. There.
Yeah,
I think get down, drink your corn syrup.
I think that cure would be worse than I think that cure would be worse than the ailment, right? Violating people's rights in that way, in the sense
well, listen,
of like,
right? You're just a lawyer. You're not really a mental health professional, so you know what's your authority to speak on? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
The law. I'm speaking on the law. So the law should not be.
Is that whenever we apply this balancing test of protecting people's rights versus saving someone's life, Lactoid is correct. This does require us to violate somebody's rights in order to do the greater good of saving someone's life and or stopping someone from making what may be, again, if this had just been attempted murder, there would still have been a life ruined and a young life at that. So intervention and mental health, again, while that may be a violation of some individuals' rights, these are still minors who are still deserving of that intervention and or that greater care from the law.
Also adults. Lactoid. No, I'll hit you directly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like,
go ahead.
This is not surprising coming from you, right? Because you're part. You're part of the Second Amendment death cult, so this makes sense. Like the idea.
The original death cult.
The original death cult. No, exactly. The Second Amendment death cult. So, and for those people in the death cult. And for the people in the death cult, like the idea that we'll have tens of thousands of gun deaths per year, but like curtailing gun rights would be worse than actually trying to save some of those lives. So that makes complete sense within that death cult. And so when you tell us that like the epidemic of domestic violence, right, and mortalities, specifically female mortalities by intimate partners, that like a social worker coming to your house, that would be worse than addressing the dead women, right? Like that makes sense. It makes sense coming from you. That would
Prime. I'm gonna take you down. Like, I'm gonna take you down a slippery slope. Right.
Okay. And I just one thing. No one said police powers. I just wanted said that like to the social workers. But go ahead.
So I'm gonna take you down a slippery slope. Are you truly comfortable with the state determining? Well, this person has a personality trait which is upwind of.
I'm not talking about personality traits. That's a mischaracterization.
Well, then hold on. What would this be other than a personality trait?
Well, that I think demonstrates your ignorance of psychology. There's actually other things outside of psychological traits that can describe human behavior.
Look at his eyes. There's no soul left in his eyes.
That don't just fall into the category of the big five of
conscientiousness. Okay. If you have, I'm not talking about the big five. Wait. I'm not talking about the big five personality traits. Okay, I'm talking about like your personality in the colloquial sense of. You have are you a dick, right? That guy has a shitty personality. Oh, well, that's not part of the five. What do you mean? Shitty isn't on the list. No, I'm talking about like, do they have like a shitty personality? Are they like manipulative, controlling, et cetera, et cetera? Are you truly comfortable with the state determining, well, Joe over there, he's got some personality traits we're concerned about. We're going to and statistically, they could lead to like some harm down the line. We're going to send some mental health professionals to his house and get him some help.
Yeah, actually I am. Hold on. That's all. So I thought what you were going to say. I thought what you were going to say is that like we would use that power of the state to institutionalize those individuals. And I'd be like, no, I wouldn't be okay with that, with the state just like sort of deciding that, like, I mean, like interviewing Doobie and then finding out red flags galore and then putting him away, right? Like I wouldn't be
It's fucked
okay
up.
with that. But I would be okay, and I won't use some as an example, but if generic couple are like, there are reports of like screaming and yelling and like clearly abusive behavior, like something that's escalating. No one's been hit yet. Right, so I'm going a more extreme example, but no one's been hit yet. But it seems like things are escalating, that the state would send mental health workers there and talk to them and say, hey, like, what's going on? Just that intervention can do wonders, right?
Oh, okay,
Maybe,
they slam the door in their face. Then what?
well, if they slam, so I'm not saying they have
Send the
police powers.
military.
So it might be so, and I'm not saying that we can save necessarily everyone, but I think that if like for a prescription, right? So I'm gonna give you like an extra prescription you can work with. I would send mental health workers to a door, right? And I would have them like talk to the inhabitants, right? And say like we've gotten reports of this, that, and the other. Like let's just first hear your story, right? Tell us your story. What's going on here, right? Maybe they will be honest, maybe they won't. But then even then, you can still give them information. Like, well, here are the signs of an unhealthy relationship, of an abusive relationship. Here are resources that you can use. And maybe like talk to them separately, because that might be important too, right? And like, hey, here are resources you can use, and we'll leave it at that. That alone will save lives. Yes, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so I mean that's pretty milquetoast. If you're just gonna have like you're saying you want people to show like
What's wrong with
basically
milk toast
like,
taste?
you essentially want just like mental health evangelists to like go to people's houses, knock on the door. Hey, do you have a minute to talk about some good mental health?
What do you think we do for children?
I don't have a major problem with this. I mean, this doesn't seem like, because you're not like interfering with them, like you're not going inside their house, you're not like. My big thing is what I assumed, and maybe I wrongly assumed this, was that somebody here was in favor of like sending mental health professionals to their house for some kind of mandated treatment, right? Some kind of like, hey, we've done some analysis and you have some like mental traits that, we find concerning. So now we're here to like, to take you away. Like that. I mean, that would be utterly absurd, right?
I don't know if that was me. I said that I wanted a mandatory evaluation for them to be sent in, but that's no different than what we already do right now in the system. Not that we come and we state that we've noticed warning signs. Like I, again, think that it needs to be something severe.
So like a physical event, not like just yelling.
I mean, if someone is sticking
a gun, yeah, for sure.
Right, like waving a gun around, something else like that, yes. I think that really depends though, right? My problem is taking a threat seriously, but also again allowing people to like, I guess, figure out the way in which they want to sort their relationship out in their own homes. If they're like, so let's say that there were sounds of what sounded like neighbors reported hearing sounds of like harm or slapping or something else. And they reported this person being very, off kilter, or knew that he had a lot of trouble. Like again, neighbors notice far more than we are aware of. At least that's what I've definitely learned from cops and from my own experience. People notice a lot of things. So one thing that I think would be vital is in having police sent down there and potentially doing like a red flag thing, or like a red flag confiscation. Maybe then having yes, you must be submitted to a mandatory mental health evaluation. After that, we need to then we can move further. But no, I'm not saying go there to their house, escort them out of the house to a mental health eval. More like, if you want your guns back, you must do this.
I would be okay with that only in the event that the police arrived and there was some kind of evidence of physical harm, right? If it turned out that the only evidence that existed was like, yeah, like, you know, we got into a loud fight, but I mean, we were just screaming at each other because I found out she cheated and I was very upset, you know, screaming back and forth. But you know, and both parties are saying like, yeah, that, you know, there was no physical conflict. There's no marks on either person. There's literally nothing to indicate there was like physical violence. At that point, I don't see it as a police problem, right?
Well, there's a lot of broken stuff around because, I mean, I'm sure that you've gone through cases like this, right? Where it seems like, all right, there's no physical harm on either of the people, but there's a lot of like lamps broken, other items broken, like furniture broken, just like a lot of harm that seems to come from people being upset and like throwing things.
I don't even know if that would be sufficient, right? If let's say she gets really pissed and grabs up like a dinner plate because I don't know, like forgot to wash it or something, and then throws it on the ground and it shatters, right? Like that's not like a police event.
No, I guess it's no.
Okay,
you're not
speaking as a
wrong.
person who's had shit thrown at me in fights and relationships, yes, it is.
Wait,
I said thrown at the ground, not thrown at somebody.
So actually, even then, Lactoid, I think this is actually really important. What do you think the likelihood that, you know, in a fit of anger, someone even just throws a plate on the ground, that's like, you know, an example of like great healthy psychological behavior?
It's probably not the best psychological behavior. I wouldn't encourage it. I never do it, right? I don't behave like in that way personally, and I would advise people not to. But it's not a police issue.
I understand. You can stop there. So let's say you had a friend, and they shared with you that, hey, my partner, in a fit of anger, they threw a plate on the ground. What would you do? Would you say, hey, that's fine until they're violent, then continue on as usual?
I mean, I might say to be careful, right? Is this person like being aggressive? Is this person like
okay?
Look, let's be honest here, Corey. Like one of the problems here, if you want to play this game, right, you got to be careful generally if you're dating men, like as a concept, right?
I agree with you. 100%.
And if we want to be really controversial, you know, the violence rates differ by type of man, right? If we want to get really controversial about that, and so you got to be careful when you go down that slippery slope of like, you know, like it's not actually violence, but you know, we've measured some stuff earlier that are statistically linked. Like you got to be really careful when you play that game.
So I think LSP also wants to talk about that issue of like, yes, I would totally agree with you 100% in terms of you got to be careful of just dating men, period, and that there are warning signs that are above the level or before the level of even just like throwing a plate on the ground, where it's like, yeah, if you encounter someone that you know who is sharing with you that, hey, my partner, like in a fit of anger while we were arguing, they threw a plate on the ground, your advice shouldn't be, well, until it escalates, then just be on the lookout.
No, but hold up. You're what I'm saying. Like, if I had a friend who told me, yeah, my girlfriend like insults me every day, like says that I'm trash, I would tell him to leave her, even though no crime whatsoever has been committed. Right? Like, I obviously look out.
Can I ask real quick?
I obviously look out for like my friends. I don't want them to like be in bad situations, but not every bad situation, the cops or a mental health, like a mandatory evaluation needs to happen. Prime solution of like, they just show up and like, hey, like we're going to investigate. Are you okay? That seems pretty benign. I don't think there's a major problem with that.
So then I'm curious, would you be opposed to like even before that of like, you know, mental health, whatever, going door to door, whatever, mental health professionals going to door, would you be opposed to like some sort of curriculum of like, hey, this is what like a healthy relationship might look like, or here's healthy communication patterns, or here's our unhealthy ones being taught to children?
Wait, Corey, by the way, how is that practical? That sounds crazy, by the way. It was like a resource kind of thing, by the way.
But we teach sex ed. Do you think there's any correlation between like sex?
But having like just mental health professionals going door to door like that just
no, I didn't. I'm not. I'm saying before that.
No, I'll advocate for that. That's fine.
What?
Like, what do you think the resource cost is on that? Food shops, not stamps, shops.
Like. All right, femboy. Okay. All right.
No!
Listen, okay. All right. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Listen. Okay. It's already so hard to get people to canvass for voting, okay? Like to get people to knock on the doors in a community to get people to vote for somebody, all right? How the heck are you gonna get people to like go door to door in every single community to like go and spread like mental health awareness and to talk to them about mental health awareness when like 99% of the people are not even gonna open them, and then pit bulls are gonna start attacking you. Like a pit bull has attacked me before. Like what the fuck? Like how are you gonna? You're not gonna have a cop accompany you every single time. Like whenever like some motherfucker is gonna pull out like a gun in
how do
Florida.
we get
Food
mail
shops,
delivery?
they're talking about social workers. That's all they're doing. Like this is just social workers. This exists right now.
Yeah, but if you're having social workers go from door to door, like not everybody's gonna treat you so kindly. Not everybody is going to like open their door for you. It's like sometimes it's just
That's
a waste of
fine.
time for the social workers.
Yeah, that's okay.
As
but
the social workers,
there
this
could
is the
have been-
current problem they face.
Yeah, but there could have been better like things that they could have been doing. Like I don't know, like it
Like
just
what?
feels.
Like what? I know social workers. They're very,
Social working.
Yeah. They're very low paid, right? They got nothing much better to be doing. They're happy to get a job.
Good.
So like they, fuck you, like that. But yeah, they're happy to get a job. Like giving them more opportunities, it's fine. They could have been doing something else. I mean, whatever.
Organizing events, aligning with political candidates, and then being in auditoriums and like giving speeches and stuff like that is like way better than just. Like,
Do you think social workers do that? Do you think that's a job description?
That would be a
of
good
social
start.
workers?
Being
Organizing
with
political
community,
campaigns?
being with community leaders, being with community leaders, and being like in like these public community centers is like a good start. Yeah.
Being with community leaders. What?
Like
But-
at these. But what? You want to finish that sentence?
Yeah, I don't understand. I like so I mean I guess they can talk to a community leader, but like a social worker, their job is to talk to the community, right? So I had social worker friends who actually did go door to door for other reasons, not for this particular. But
Wait,
yeah,
what did they do? What did they do for that? Like, what do you mean? What did they do though? I'm just curious.
yeah. Like for to okay, so the one I remember she talked it was because there was a hospital outreach, right? So you go to these patients who are unresponsive, like outpatient individuals who are unresponsive, aren't like going to their appointments or anything like that, or they have like a health plan that's been established and maybe they're having trouble following it. So you go to them, you talk to them, like maybe it's about nutrition, maybe it's about, I don't know, like taking medicine, whatever. And that intervention can be quite helpful if someone comes to their home and like maybe assesses what's going on in the home, or maybe they're having roadblocks and to maximizing their health.
Wait, did you
and
just
so
say
helping-
Roblox?
Yeah, roadblocks. Yeah, roadblocks.
Maybe they play too much Roblox.
Roadblocks is what you're saying?
Roadblocks.
Road-
Okay.
Blocking the
roadblocks.
road.
Yeah, blocking the
Okay,
road. Yeah, sorry, that might be unclear. But anyway, so that's a social worker having intervention at someone's home, right? Like they didn't have police powers to arrest them if they decide I'm not going to do
Wait.
the doctor's orders or anything like that. That's fine, but they go to them, they
Okay,
give them
all right.
information, they help them
All
out.
right, I think that's fair.
Okay. All right. And we should triple their pay over fucking.
Okay.
years.
I'm sure we can meet a middle ground here. I think we should have like a system where we have women go from door to door offering free pussy and taking people's virginities. Okay. All right. And that's it. No one will ever be a virgin ever again. Everybody will become experienced. And that's about it. Okay,
I
cool.
want to ask Corey a quick
Compromise
question,
met. Okay.
if I could.
Oh,
Sure,
go ahead.
absolutely.
Corey,
yeah.
so let's just say, and I'm foreshadowing here a little bit. Let's just say that I had evidence that demonstrated that people of more left-wing beliefs had a much higher rate of mental illness and a much higher rate of criminal involvement.
Because they have more
based-
reporting. Because they have higher reporting.
No. Corey, based on that, let's say I had data, let's say saved in multiple folders, like ready to go.
And
If I had
anecdotal with
that
the people he
data,
hangs out with.
if I had that data, then would you agree with me that being left wing is also an indicator of like criminal behavior that we need to be concerned about in the same way the mental things that you were talking about before would be?
So that is an excellent that I'm more than happy to grapple with and answer because I think that shows that shows let's say so I think I know the data that you're citing in
All
terms of
data.
yeah. So, and here is where I think you lack nuance because it in terms of like predictors of violence or criminal behavior, like, so if you want to put under the category of anxiety and depression, do you think that's correlative to future criminal behavior? Because mental illness is a broad category. I mentioned something specific. I mentioned something specific in terms of communication patterns in your romantic relationship. I mentioned something specific in terms of anxious attachment and adult anxious attachment or attachment in general. Now, you want to talk about mental illness, this broad umbrella that includes everything from anxiety to depression to whatever, schizophrenia, and a whole host of other personality disorders.
And,
you want to
cluster
correlate
B
that.
personality disorders,
sure.
bipolar.
So if you want to use pretty much a low resolution predictor of behavior, then I would advocate against that. As opposed, I'm talking about specific, just as what do you think the correlation is between alcohol and intimate partner violence? Do you think there's any correlation there?
But for sure. There's probably a strong correlation.
Exactly.
But the point I'm trying to say though is that you're equally justified then, like, taking a look at alcohol, taking a look at people with like, certain thought processes, manipulative thought processes, like psychopaths, type A personality types, and also, cluster B, strong people with like strong personality indicators for violence or even for self-harm, right? And we also have data, or let's say if I did have data, to suggest that there was a strong correlation between criminal involvement and left-wing beliefs. I mean, that one's straightforward, right? So, I mean, under this thought process, we should be like, that is an indicator in itself. Should we put lefties on probation just for being lefties, or like a light probation, right?
I never advocated for anything like that. I said in terms of I specifically advocated for
You're right. Sorry, we should educate kids to not be lefties. Therefore, we can lower the crime rate.
True. I actually hate lefties, to be honest.
The issue there, Lactoid, is just like it's not going to be causal, right? So what Corey cares about is how do we reduce the rates of people being how do we reduce the rates of intimate partner by violence, not like how do we reduce the things that correlate with it. So like if it was the case that like intimate partner violence leads to you being, it leads to you being hurt. That wouldn't mean that we want to like teach people don't be hurt so that you don't get you don't have like intimate partner violence. We don't care about these things that are just correlates. We care about the things that are like causal, and we care about the direction of causality.
Well, yeah, if you can show me data that, let's say, anxiety leads to criminal behavior or future criminal behavior as a predictor, then by all means, I'm open to it. I'm open to having that education in a curriculum or even depression.
All I can show you is that there's left-wing political beliefs are a predictor of future criminal involvement. In the same way that you can show that the personality traits you're talking about, or the mental traits, I don't know what you want to call it, are a predictor of domestic violence moving forward. I don't know if you can establish causation for either.
Lactoid actually has a base point.
I take your point. There will be degrees of causation. This is where you're talking about, let's say, epidemiological data or longitudinal data. But like, yes, there's a much stronger correlation. Just as there's a much stronger correlation between alcohol and intimate partner violence versus, let's say, anxiety or broad mental illness and future criminal behavior. If you want to talk about that, I'm more than happy to. But again, if you can show me something that's a predictive in terms of like anxiety or depression or schizophrenia or any other mental illness as a predictor of a specific crime, I'm more than happy of that information being put out there and being educated on it.
Right, I have predictors of crime generally, and I've got studies on this too. That one of the theories here is that the locus of control as a mindset is a major predictor for a whole host of things in your life. And so like what locus of control is there's internal locus of control and external locus of control. If you have an internal locus of control, you're somebody who believes that you can shape your own destiny, that your work gets you ahead, that you it's up to you to fix your situation, right? That's like someone with an internal locus of control. And this is overwhelmingly overrepresented among conservative types, just as a personality in the US. And you have external locus of control, which includes people who are don't believe that they don't have much, that really have any kind of significant effect in their life, that they really can do anything. That's sort of like there's systemic and institutional things around them that are dictating their life, and they don't really have too much control. And this an external locus of control is strongly predictive of failure in almost every single life outcome. It's a predictive of failure in success, in criminal involvement, in your social life, in your relationship, like in everything.
Academic achievement.
And I almost wonder then where your locus of control is. Could we figure that out when you're a kid? Like, are you blaming the system or are you blaming yourself? And we keep an eye on the people who are blaming the system because they are much more predictively, they are much more likely to have all the bad outcomes happen, right?
So everything that you said in terms of external and internal locus of control is correct. You're more or less just like talking about internal, or rather intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. I'm more than happy to actually have that type of information put in a curriculum taught to young children, because like, yes, I take your point. Just as going back to just the marshmallow experiment, as that seems to be somewhat of a good predictor of future academic achievement and achievement in a whole host of other things. So it's like, yes, that should be passed down and put in a curriculum and taught to children. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
wow.
So, all right. Oh, this is great. Glad you guys came.
Listen, Lactoid might be remedial sometimes, but he was based here. Okay, so I appreciate him for not being remedial. Thank you.
Honestly, I've never been able to give him higher praise. So let's go. This has been great so far. We have another topic, so we're gonna go to that next. But hey, all, if you've been enjoying this conversation so far, please consider helping out the channel by first of all following the channel. If you haven't done so yet, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Also consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, or resubbing if you're here on YouTube. Or you can use your hype chat or super chat in YouTube or Twitch, because we read those messages. So if you want to say something to the panel, I saw a lot of you guys had something to say during the last topic here. But if you want people to actually respond to you, then consider using a super chat or a hype chat, whether they're on Twitch or YouTube. It supports the channel, and you get a response to whatever it was. Not force them to do it, all right? Like on pain of torture, I'll fucking force them to answer. Don't worry about that. So consider helping us out.
In that one segment, since I think I was actually the most calm out of like this whole panel, other than Synth may be a robot, but we don't know yet. I'm still undetermined whether or not you're
That's
an
why
AI.
his name is Synth. Duh.
Oh, there you go.
I thought that was a reference to absinthe.
Neither. Long story behind that name. Long story.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll talk about that later.
Abby normal.
I never thought, before this panel, I never thought lawyers could have a personality, but I love the lawyers on this panel so far, so I really appreciate them.
I think your original hypothesis was correct. All right. Let's get started. We will.
So I on that one. So that's one for B. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Let me go write that down somewhere.
Yeah, it's kick or keep, clearly.
Let me go celebrate with my doggo.
Let's get started. So next topic, and hopefully LSP doesn't freaking walk away this time. Right here. Next topic. There is a new online subculture in which participants listen to subliminal videos in
this is the most remedial topic, I swear.
In the hopes of changing their race. In particular,
sorry,
most participants attempt to become Southeast Asian. They believe that listening to the videos will eventually change their DNA, and some claim that they've already received minor results. Is this a harmful subculture for teens? Do you consider this the same as the Rachel Dolezal situation from way back when? And this has been compared to the trans movement, but is that fair? Okay, so I got to give you more context because it sounds crazy.
Prime, continue.
And it is crazy. So subliminal videos. I said it in quotes because I don't think that's actually what they're. I think these are very liminal videos that they're listening to. They're basically hypno videos. If you ever was on Tumblr was big with the hypno videos, right? Synth knows what I'm talking about.
Bro, I was on Tumblr back then too. All I drew was Lapidot Steven Universe fan art, bro.
So, but yeah, so they just repeat messages over and over again. And in this case, these messages are supposed to, according to the adherents, eventually, if you listen to them in your sleep, eventually change your DNA. So a white person with white features will eventually have East Asian features.
Sounds credible.
That's their goal. Like according to the article, there was like they were interviewing some teenagers who were into this thing. Some of them said like, yeah, their hair got darker and the shape of their eyes changed. So whatever. So that's the state of play here. I'm gonna ask everyone's opinion. We'll start with LSP.
Yeah, I don't consider this to be equal to Rachel Dolezal. I think that transracialism actually is a thing. I think there are cases where people who you could validly call transracial have been identified as people who've suffered from some sort of actual dysphoria. It is analogous to being transgender, but I don't think this online trend is quite the same. In fact, it's a little bit of an insult to it. It's kind of like this idea that you could transition to female from male by listening to Britney Spears and watching Barbie. It doesn't mesh well to me. Race is a social construct. There is not a real genetic basis to it. The article you linked cites several experts who even agree with this statement. Race is also malleable historically. What's been considered white has changed. It is very much defined by society. Nonetheless, society's understanding of it is pretty much fixed in that you are the race of your parents. I don't think this is a good test case to say that one is transracial, or I don't think this is a good story to support the transracial movement.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey, please.
Yeah. This I think, I don't know, Prime, it's like you chose this story specifically with me in mind because like this story is like a personal affront to me as a biologist, where, yeah, you know, kids thinking that by watching video is going to change their DNA or change their biology in any way is like, yeah, that's a personal affront to me. And going back to what I spoke about earlier in terms of failure, this is also a failure of the education system. We have kids out there or even teenagers thinking they can watch videos and alter their biology or actually alter their DNA, then like, yeah, something has gone awry. But to answer the specific prompts that were given, do I think it's a harmful subculture for teenagers? Potentially. And is it the same as the Rachel Dolezal situation? Not exactly, but I can definitely see some parallels. And I think this is very distinct from the trans movement. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to B.
So I don't believe that being transracial is any sort of a thing because while LSP is absolutely correct, it is about how society views you. It doesn't matter how I want to be viewed. That will not keep me any more safe from the guns or bullets that may or may not strike me down, especially if I happen to be a young Black man. I'm certain that there are lots of young Black youth who would much rather be white or be any race other than their own, especially if it would mean giving them some sort of safety to be able to walk around the streets. I think that transracialism in general is or was an affront and was created to make fun of being transgender, which is an actual medical phenomena. I don't believe that there's any, I think that if you believe or feel that you are meant to be a part of some culture and some group of people, then that's what being an expat is, in my understanding or esteemed understanding. Like you can go move to that country and mesh yourself in that culture and those people and be bygone, like let bygones be bygones and be one with the oneness. It's absurd.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Synth.
Sure. Yeah. So I have yet to see any convincing empirics that show that transracialism is a thing or that there is a cause of dysphoria. But I would just change my view if somebody did ever provide that. I just haven't seen any data like that yet. I guess maybe to hopefully help move the conversation forward, I think that it's important to note that there's a difference between nationality and race. You're not Asian by virtue of which country you're in. You don't become Asian by moving to Japan. Your race is defined by a group of physiological characteristics. It's defined by like a cluster of traits based on how you look. You can see there's not like a deeper account of it, and it is socially constructed. But that's true for most terms. It doesn't mean that you can move from one to the other just because it's socially constructed. Like male and female is socially constructed, right? That doesn't mean that like your biology, the biology that underlies those terms is the same as what's socially constructed. Gender is distinct from sex, and that's the reason why we have people who are able to change from one gender to the other. The same is not true for biological characteristics. You're not going to become Asian by listening to Asian hypno videos. I have heard that there are other forms of hypno videos, and I think those might work. Those are plausible. But the Asian ones, come on now. You can't change your race with hypno videos.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Food Shops. Food Shops, do you
Excellent.
have your...
I will begin.
Hold on. Food Shops. I need a camera. What's going on?
Oh, wait, hold on. I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm just changing clothing. Okay, don't worry. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then why don't we go to Lectwood then? Then
just for the record, is Food Shops, you're gonna come back on camera and like be wearing blackface?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I did. No. Oh my god, bro. Actually, that's a good bit. Okay, I'll be doing that right now. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Pulling a Justin Trudeau.
Lactoid.
Blacktoid.
So being
I definitely did not say that, but okay.
Blacktoid.
No, I didn't.
No, bro, you
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
being later on the list gives me the unfair advantage of being able to comment on other people's openings, and it's great. The first thing I want to say though is, people are kind of looking at this, people doing this as some kind of like horrific thing. It's difficult. This doesn't seem to me to be really any more wacky than astrology. I have a Christian friend who believes in faith healing. You can heal blind people. There seems to be just as much empirical evidence for that as there is the idea that you can change your DNA by watching videos. So I don't think this is actually all that different. I don't think it's something that we should panic about. It just, again, seems like comparable to astrology. And if we're going to panic to, or I guess treat with such distaste to astrology as we are this, then I guess, that's fair. But I don't think that people really do. On the broader note, I do think it's actually completely fair to compare the transracial community with the transgender community. If you are in favor of having somebody have the ability to change their gender, in the sense as they want to adopt the cultural expectations of a different group and be referred to as such, I don't see why that argument simply can't apply to race. Whether or not, unless I'm expecting these aren't going to be the arguments that I hear, but unless you're going to accept that, well, if society views you as a man, then you can't really be a woman, right? Or if society views you as a woman, you can't really be a man. That seems to fly in the face of how we see transgenderism today, which is more based on simply like personal identity, as opposed to whether or not other people consider you to be passing, right? And then the other part of this is whether or not transgender is independently some kind of medical phenomenon. I don't think it is. I admit gender dysphoria may be, but I don't think dysphoria is actually a necessary prerequisite to changing your gender or changing your race. Biological male and female is not socially constructed, but man and woman are. And this idea that, well, if we want to change cultural expectations around that, and it's beneficial for somebody to be able to do that, if you find that a compelling argument, it just seems that if you don't apply it to race, you're just being completely arbitrary, and your whole system is really based on something else that you're not saying. So I fully am on board with the kids changing their race to Southeast Asian.
Okay, thank you so much. Why don't we go back to Food Shops, and after that, DP.
Okay, awesome. All right, here's my take. Okay. Okay, very simple take. Okay. There's a kind of misconception when it comes to gender. It's that, okay, you're actually changing your gender or whatever like that, right? But in a way, it's sort of more like a kind of sex-related thing, okay? Because I'm going to tell you why, okay? Because even in a world without gender, why is it that still we want to, quote-unquote, mutilate our genitalia? Why is it in a way that we still want to alter and have boobs? Or why in a way where even if it's not clothing related, not anything gender construct related, why do we want to do that, right? So this is where we draw the ultimate distinction between transracialism and transgenderism, right? Because when it comes to transgenderism, I think that even in a world with gender constructs and gender does not exist, we want we still want to, like, let's just say somebody grew up in a vacuum, like a complete bubble separate from society, and that person turns out to be transgender. That person still wants to change their genitals because their internal sense tells them, oh my god, something is wrong with me. I feel like it doesn't feel right. I feel like I should have different genitals. I feel like I should have boobs, you know. But then they have no concept of gender constructs because nobody ever taught them gender constructs, right? But then for something like transracialism, the concept of like race and etc. is fundamentally a construct where it's like, okay, over time the meaning of white people have expanded over time to include Irish people and to include like Spanish people who look white passing. So it's like it expanded over time. So ultimately, if somebody is born like Spanish or whatever like that, they don't really have this kind of internal sense of race, if that makes sense, right? They don't have any body part on them that indicates, they don't have like a penis that indicates race. They don't really have a boob that indicates race, right? So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that perfectly makes sense, okay? So even with something like skin color, okay, like even with skin color, you can find an incredibly white passing Asian person, you can find an incredibly black passing Japanese person, okay? So I'm just saying, like, this is exactly what's out there, okay? Ultimately, this is just how it is. Anyway, kaboom! Nobody can beat my argument. You guys suck donkey balls, okay? All right. Anyway, that's it.
Just want to spot check. Prime, do you feel black?
He feels in tune with black culture, maybe, but nobody can really feel inherently black, if that makes sense.
I thought it was an interesting aside there, that there isn't a penis that indicates race. We'll leave it at that. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thank you. Give us your intro.
So it kind of reminds me of, do you guys know what gooning servers are?
Of course.
On Discord?
Of course.
Okay.
No,
So
I don't.
for those of you who don't know, imagine like a Discord server with like a voice channel with 15 to 20 people in it, with their mics open, right? So you can hear them breathing and stuff. And they're all masturbating for like 5 hours straight. While listening to like sissy fempire, like ASMR, right? Like forced feminization, like ASMR stuff. About sucking out their masculinity and making them like gay or some shit. That's what a gooning server is, right? And that's kind of what these videos. I listened to some of these videos. I don't feel any more Korean, but that is absolutely what it reminded me of. So yeah, I think it's obviously pretty fucking weird. I don't really see anything wrong with it, I guess. Like, if people want to do weird shit like this, as long as they're not hurting anybody, I don't really care. It is pretty fucking weird. But I think I agree with Blackwood, and I think
Sorry.
food shops. I think I also agree with food shops. If food shops was saying that transracialism does seem to be a thing that people can have or like identify with or whatever. And if people want to live or identify as another racial group, I really don't have a problem with it. So, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, then we're on the open panel, right?
Yeah.
So then I guess the more pertinent question here is
I think you're cutting out.
You cut out there. The
Is
pressing question is
transracialism a valid, real thing? And if it's not, how do you explain people like Rachel Dolezal? What are they?
If we have any empirics to support the idea that it's actually something that causes dysphoria, then I would move my position on it. But until then, I think it's reasonable to say that, like, no, you don't have
You have a
transracial. Otherwise, yeah, having one example is not sufficient to prove the case, right? So here's another example of a social fiction, a socially constructed fiction. So it's actually analogous to gender. The law, socially constructed fiction. If you don't believe it's a fiction, you're gonna have to deny a bunch of like wacky shit. But obviously, whether or not you are or aren't guilty is part of a social construct. Saying I identify as not guilty, and there's somebody out there who does that, doesn't mean that there are people who are trans not guilty.
I'm trans guilty.
Well, Synth, in your mind is dysphoria a prerequisite, like, to being trans? Let's say you're a trans woman and they had no dysphoria at all.
I think it's a prerequisite to us changing our definitions surrounding gender so that they can accommodate trans people. I think if there was no trans person with dysphoria, then it wouldn't matter at all, right? Then what we would do is you just like, no, we're just gonna keep it this way. Because what I care about at the end of the day is how do we make people's lives better, and that's why I adjust my definitions. I adjust my definitions for terms based on what makes people's lives better, not based on total random arbitrarity, right? I think what
I actually
matters for
somewhat agree with
definition is
that.
what's utility maximizing.
So I actually wait real quick. I actually somewhat agree with this in the sense of I think gender does have utility, but in circumstances, letting people kind of for themselves change that sort of signifier, I think that can overall be more beneficial to them, right, as a person. And so if you had somebody, let's say like Rachel Dolezal, who was arguing that they personally were benefited very much by identifying as a different race, and they were more or less passing of a different race. I mean, how is this not like is there like a specific number in your head of like how many people you feel this way before?
Nope, just whatever is utility maximizing is all I care about here. So I just don't think it's the case that we have any good reason to believe it's utility maximizing in the case of
What's the negative utility? What's the negative utility?
So the negative utility is all of us putting the effort in to change our definitions. If there's nobody with dysphoria out there for it, it's not worth changing the definition for it. But in the case of transgender people, there's a huge group of individuals who have like wildly higher suicidality rates than the general population. And if you care about making sure that people don't kill themselves, changing your definition to accommodate people seems totally reasonable. There's nobody who's killing themselves because they're transracial.
So if you had somebody, okay, so if you had, let's say you met somebody who said, well, I think the transgender population is so sufficiently small that I don't think that it's worth the rest of society going through the effort to change how we see gender. And then so your only disagreement then with them would just simply be in scope, right? You wouldn't agree with their logic. You would just simply say, well, actually, I think there's enough trans people to justify.
The soundness of their logic. I disagree with the soundness of their logic, right? So the logic is based off false premises. So if you have some view that the trans people actually aren't a size enough portion of the population who is harmed enough by gender as it currently exists or gender as people currently see it to warrant a change in definition or warrant a change in language usage, then you just be mistaken on the facts, right? So you'd have unsound logic.
Okay, so but like if let's say you had somebody who brought in a study saying like all the extra time that now everybody has to go through going through all these classes, like learning to make sure to say the correct pronouns, like all that extra time all added up to more time lost than the years lost for like suicide among the trans community. If that paper was established, would you then be against the trans community?
No, of course not. The only harms of gender as it currently exists are not just the fact that there is a suicide rate, right? That's one of the major harms. But there are other things like the fact that people are pushed to suicide by lives that are kind of miserable because of the fact that gender is pretty damaging to people. So there's a lot of other aspects to it than just the suicide rate. So that wouldn't be sufficient either.
Well, right, but somebody would in the paper point out, well, like the amount of misery that the rest of society is undergoing to I guess, accommodate this very small portion of the population is like so high that we don't want to do it and we shouldn't accept it. Because that's essentially the logic you're putting forward for the transracial people.
The transracial people, it's not clear that they even exist. It's not clear that a single person is actually transracial on the basis of dysphoria.
Rachel Dolezal, that's one example.
What's the evidence that Rachel Dolezal was transracial or had dysphoria?
She identified as a black woman. That's all that matters.
That her identifying as a black woman is not sufficient to say she's transracial.
But what would be sufficient?
Yeah. What would dysphoria?
Yeah, I think
dysphoria.
Describes
dysphoria is sufficient. Like so again, you think it's a prerequisite to have
any good evidence to believe for transracialism? If you want to recognize it as a category, yes, right. If once we recognize it as a category, I told you, like I'm willing to change my definition of race such that it's based on your identity, and then you can be transracial purely based on your identity. But you're not transracial on the basis purely of identity alone because you haven't changed your race.
It just seems like I understand what you're saying, but it seems like you've like very carefully constructed the rules here. So it's like, well, no, dysphoria is not a prerequisite unless there's enough dysphoria for society to actually care. And then once society cares, then they're going to recognize trans people, but including the ones without dysphoria, only because they've already passed the threshold to recognize that group.
It's a definition.
I don't understand.
You're confused.
I don't understand why we have to I don't understand why the definitional change requires dysphoria.
Okay, is Rachel Dolezal black?
Yes.
Rachel Dolezal is black. What does black mean?
Of course. What's a woman, right? Whatever black means is what she is.
Whatever black means is what she is?
Right.
So if Rachel Dolezal said, I'm not black, she would still be black?
If she stopped identifying as black, then she wouldn't be black.
Oh, sorry. So black is whoever identifies as black.
Yeah.
What are they identifying as?
Black.
So black is somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies as somebody who identifies as.
Yes. Yeah. So what's a woman, Synth? Right. Look,
A woman is somebody
everybody's
who identifies the
identity
feminine
is
social archetype.
defined
It's
by
different,
themselves.
Right? So yeah, a woman is somebody who identifies the feminine social archetype. It's not based on identifying as a woman. That's a stupid definition.
Wait, so if you replace it with the African
By
social
that-
archetype, that'd make it okay?
Yeah, then
The African, what's the
by
African
that-
social archetype?
by
The
that
African American,
culture,
it would depend on the culture that you're in, right? So the African American
by
social
that-
archetype.
So you're
Yeah, by
you want
that
to change the definition of black to whoever identifies as the African American social archetype.
No, we can go by your
Why not?
definition.
So Nigerians aren't black
By your definition, Rachel Doll is
because they're not American.
Immersed into a
Dude,
black
black
culture.
people can't even agree on what black means. What
Right.
the fuck?
What if Prime right now says, I don't know, I'm not that connected to being black? Do you think that Prime is no longer black?
If Prime
If I
stopped
wanted to identify
identifying
as a white
black
guy, like,
tomorrow,
I'd be fine with that.
If Prime
Prime
wanted to
wants to
identify as a
identify
white guy,
as a white
it's not the hypothetical I posited. I didn't say that Prime says I identify as white. I said Prime says I don't feel that connected to being black. Is Prime no longer black?
He might be racially like what's a non-binary for race? We need to find like some middle term.
Aracial?
No.
Aracial. Yeah, he's
Okay.
aracial.
Sure. So most people don't
I
use
was gonna say
definitions the way
Irish.
that you do. Tell me why I, as a person who uses the definition the normal way, should change my definition. What's the reason for that?
to accommodate
is
somebody
none.
else's identity, right?
Why should I change my definition just to accommodate identity?
Because it's obviously important to that person, otherwise they wouldn't be identifying that way.
That's not even remotely true. Obviously, people identify as plenty of things that aren't remotely important to them. Like I identify as somebody who like played Halo earlier today. It's not that important to me.
Ooh, base.
But let's say it was.
Great
If it
job.
was important to you, and then like for some reason I was like, no, you didn't play Halo.
If
Or-
it was,
or-
yeah.
here's
So,
a-
sorry, now you're positing a
Wait,
counterfactual,
here's a
right? So
great
we agree it's not that
No,
important.
no, no. Here's a great example. What if instead of like calling you Synth, I just called you like some other name, like Chris, and I just like every single time I called you that, and then you were like,
Come on, you
no,
can't
like that's
better
my
than
name.
that.
Like stop, like just stop
Yeah, if we
calling me
wanted,
that.
yeah. So there's utility in having something called a name, right? The point of a name is it's just use mention, right? So all a name is the use of that, or all a name is the mention of the name. There's no deeper account or meaning to it.
How is
so
race
it's fine
different?
to use that because race is something that has a meaning to it. We use race in a certain way that describes a certain thing. So this is just how language works. So if you want to use language in a totally idiosyncratic way that nobody else does, right? You could do that. You could use race to mean toaster. And when you say you got a race in your house, you got a toaster in your house, you could say race is real because toasters are real. But that's not how language works.
Okay,
Most people
okay.
are using language in a
Gotta-
totally
we gotta
different
let
way.
some
than
other-
you do.
we gotta let some other people in. And we'll go back to Lactoid. But I think this is amazing because I think the conservatives would be agreeing wildly with what Synth is saying. Well, let's go to our wow. Let's go to our friend Elspie.
Yeah. So just by your metric, Synth, I think, by your metric, I think you would.
Your audio
You
is
cut
cutting
out.
Fuck me. What is
You
with
identify as having McDonald's Wi-Fi right now.
Seriously.
What the fuck, dude?
Hang on.
What is that supposed to
I think it might be your noise gate, honestly.
Betting it's picking up my back.
I think it's the noise gate.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay. Well, I plugged in my headphones. Is that helping? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You sound
Okay.
beautiful. Go for it.
Tell me if this sounds like this for you. Understanding how miseducation about race and the cultural boundaries and codes that have been put into place in American society might conflict with my true nature. I decided the most honest and real way for me to live was to be black, without any explanations, reservations, apologies, or room for negotiation. It took me so many years to finally embrace who I was and love myself that I didn't want my understandings of myself to be muddled by other people's perceptions, misunderstandings.
That doesn't
That
sound like it's. That sounds like it would be possible for this person to have racial dysphoria, but it doesn't sound sufficient from what you
That just sounds
described.
like this
What
person
would-
just
what
has
would-
stereotypes of black
what would-
people and then just like,
How
oh
would she
yeah.
adequately express her dysphoria to you then?
I
She's saying
identify
this
with
is
the
her
hood.
true-
I never could.
Don't say that.
Yeah, seriously, she's saying this is who she is.
Mhm.
This is
Wait,
who
but
she
it's
is
true.
real. So if that's not adequate, what else does it require?
Yeah, so a sufficient condition for dysphoria is the fact that she's caused some great psychological distress or harm by being identified as a way different than the one that she really wants to be identified as.
She was enough
Yeah,
to change
no.
her entire physical
Say-
appearance.
What you've just done is she changed her appearance, right? That's not the same thing as having dysphoria. So for example, there are plenty of trans people who don't have dysphoria, but they do transition, right? We agree with that.
Okay, she changed her appearance.
I don't know
Now,
why
can
you
you
agree
answer
with
my
that.
question? Do you agree
Truly
with that?
abused herself.
Sorry,
Oh,
can you
repeat
answer
your
my
question.
question? Do you agree with
Yeah,
what I
repeat
just
your
said?
question. Repeat your question.
Yeah, sure. My question was, there are plenty of people who are trans, they transition, and they don't have dysphoria. Do we agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I think you need to have some underlying dysphoria in order to transition. I don't think you go through the process of transitioning unless you are somewhat dysphoric about your gender identity.
maybe you just take dysphoria as something different than the psychological literature does.
Yeah, I think it is extreme distress with your current self.
Extreme distress. So not just any distress, extreme distress.
Yes, extreme distress. Such that you
Okay,
would
so
change
clear,
your body
there are people who don't have
to relieve
extreme
that
distress and still transition, correct?
I don't know that that's the case. I
You
don't think
know that, so you don't know either way. You don't know if it is or isn't the case.
No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you would do that. I don't think you would go through the process of transitioning unless you were experiencing some extreme distress. Now, you can answer my question now.
Yeah, what was your question?
My question is, if this doesn't adequately describe dysphoria, and if her transitioning to be more black, as she describes her true self, isn't emblematic of dysphoria, then what would be racial dysphoria?
It's something emblematic of extreme distress, not some amount of distress. No, it's not.
Permanently changing your skin color.
What would that
You're
look
having
like?
an extreme reaction to distress is not the same as having extreme distress.
What would
So you
that
can
look
have
like?
it- You can be the kind. Excuse me. Hold on. Right. So
Here's
you
how
can
it
be.
is extreme.
Excuse me, just a second. So just because somebody has some large reaction to distress does not mean the distress is actually extreme. So there are plenty of people who have. There are plenty of people who go about.
Sorry, I just
So
want
there are plenty of people who have distress because of the fact that they look a certain way, but that distress is not extreme, and they're still motivated to change it. So plenty of people, for example, undergo plastic surgery who don't have extreme distress because of the way they look, but instead would just like to have bigger tits. They don't have tit dysphoria; they just want bigger tits.
Okay, this is simply a semantic debate. If that level of distress that you pigmentation, immerse yourself in this community, work for the fucking NAACP isn't extreme enough for you, nothing will be extreme. This
What do you
seems
take
extreme.
a semantic dispute to be?
A dispute about the definitions of words. So you're
Obviously it's a semantic dispute. Holy shit, of course it's a semantic dispute.
Then what
We're
were you
defining
confused about,
race.
dipshit?
Of course we are. What do you that's all your argument is a semantic dispute. You want me to call her black. That's
Your
all you have.
argument is a semantic dispute. Your argument is
Both of our arguments are. We're arguing over words.
Okay.
What do you think your argument is not about the definitions of words?
No, my argument is about the
Then it's
concept of
semantic.
racialism. My argument is about the concept of racialism itself, whether or not it exists. And your idea of it existing is hinged on extreme
The concept of
distress.
transracialism being?
Sure, she can have distress.
Sorry,
but
the
not
concept of
extreme
transracialism being?
that a person can identify with a different race than what they outwardly appear.
Identify as a different race? Race
Yes,
being?
that race. Race being
Race
a
being?
social construct handed down by history that denotes some people as belonging to one racial category, such as Negroid, or another category, such as Caucasoid.
Hold on. So you agree she's not black?
I agree that she's no. I agree
She's
that
currently black, actually.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's black. She's dyed her skin. She's gone through the transition. She's.
Do you
black.
think that people
Black?
identify her as black?
I think she's blacker than Prime
Do
is.
you think that
actually.
people identify her as black?
the
Yes.
fuck, dude?
Until people knew that she was white, people did identify.
No, not until. I'm asking currently, do people identify as black?
Yes.
Yes, people identify her right now as black. They don't see her and be like, oh, that's a fake black person. She's pretending to be black. No, we all agree. Holy shit. Every normal person who knows who Rachel Dolezal is thinks she pretends to be black.
We're going to gatekeep
She
on her.
could, though.
This is
There's no gatekeeping. You're just not understanding basic concepts. You're not understanding basic shit.
endlessly moving goalposts. The
There's
There's
dysphoria
no
N
goalpost.
word.
Name the goalpost.
Only
Move. Where
normal
did it move to and from?
Your goalpost has moved from this standard of dysphoria to extreme dysphoria, and then your standard moved from
Nope, there was no move from that goalpost.
You're moved from-
Dysphoria for me is defined as extreme distress. I never said extreme dysphoria.
Okay, how would it be?
There was no, just for the record, there was no goalpost move there. Before we move on, there was no goalpost move there.
Right, there's no
Is
goalpost.
Michael Jackson
Say,
white?
How would extreme manifest? I'm sorry.
Hold on, my headphones just popped out. Give me a second here.
Jesus, fuck.
Just a moment here.
What a
Just
stupid
moment.
fucking debate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Wait,
What did you ask?
answer.
What did you ask us
It's
to
an
do?
important answer.
Let's go.
What did
Let's
you
go
ask
on.
us to
Food shops and get
So if-
go. And Doobie, want to go afterwards? Yeah.
This Synth has
Sure.
to answer this question.
Which one?
How would extreme? What would that look like? How would that manifest?
How would extreme dysphoria or distress
Yeah,
manifest?
in a way that the four examples given, in a way that doesn't meet them.
Yeah,
What
sure.
would
So
extreme
if you-
look like?
What extreme dysphoria would manifest as is we have some kind of psychometric that we go in and you ask the person, hey, have you for example been suicidal because of this? Have you tried to kill yourself because of this? Have you had suicidal ideation because of this? And questions like these are the ways that we can measure if somebody has extreme distress as opposed to mild distress. Like, I don't know, I think it would be kind of cool to look black.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Ooh,
So
and
I
we're
don't.
back.
So before, let's take suicide off the table because I'm guessing you're
no,
not
let's not
saying.
take it off the table.
No,
I'm
I'm taking it off the table because I'm guessing you're not saying that they need to attempt suicide or think
I
about
said
suicide
ideation.
before having dysphoria.
No,
You would
that's
agree with
one
that.
way it can manifest.
That's
right?
one way.
Yeah,
That's one
so
way.
we're not taking it off the table. Put it
Okay,
right back
no,
on
no.
the table. Put
Okay.
it back where it belongs on the fucking table.
I'm taking it off the table in the sense of
I'm putting
that
it back.
in of itself is not a requirement. Okay.
You keep pushing it off the table like a cat. You can
So
get back
that
up
in
and
of
putting it
itself,
right back
that
every
in of
time.
itself, that in of itself is not a prerequisite. It's not a requirement.
It's a sufficient, not a necessary.
Yeah, it can be
condition.
sufficient. I don't disagree with you. If somebody says I'm going to kill myself unless I do this, I agree. That's like an indicator that they have extreme, like they have dysphoria, right? They have extreme discomfort. But what I'm asking you is like clearly there's people with dysphoria who haven't attempted suicide or don't think about suicide, but they still have dysphoria. And so my question for you would be like, how does non-suicidal dysphoria manifest?
If you're asking for non-suicidal dysphoria, another sufficient condition for dysphoria would be somebody's life being damagingly impacted enough so they're not able to perform basic functions. This is just the normal way that it's used in psychology. Like the same account that we give for what dysphoria is in the same account we give for what dysphoria is in the DSM-5, we do that same account for gender dysphoria, for racial dysphoria. And if we saw that there's a huge group of people, like maybe like 1% or more of the population who has that, then we'd be like, wow, this is a really big problem that needs to be addressed, probably through a definitional change and moving our language use to accommodate these people.
Last
if we
question.
don't, then I'm sorry, stop. So we're not going to do transracial people.
Last question. So
Can I go?
you would, for dysphoria, you would use the exact same like testing mechanism that we use to diagnose dysphoria in transgendered people as with transracial people. And if the transracial people marked all the boxes, then you would agree they had dysphoria, right?
They would have dysphoria, and if enough people have dysphoria, then we can warrant a
What's the
change in
number?
language usage.
What's the number?
Whatever's utility maximizing.
What would that be? What would that be? I'm curious.
We gotta go. Sorry.
Can I go?
You gotta
Please,
continue.
please.
Food shops and
All right. This is like literally the most useless. I have been sitting here patiently, okay, listening to you guys cook, okay, all right, and I've heard this same debate 50,000 times before, okay, all right. All I'm gonna say is probably nobody listened to my opening statement, but I'll probably say my opening statement again, okay. But so far, nobody has been able to disprove it, okay? But all I'm gonna say is you guys do not really understand where dysphoria manifests from, okay? Dysphoria does not manifest from gender. Dysphoria manifests from sex, okay? All right? That's where dysphoria manifests from, okay? This is why when people refer with dysphoria from race, when it comes from transracialism, that's why it doesn't really make any sense at all, okay? When you associate dysphoria with transracialism, where is the sex aspect of transracialism? There is no sex aspect of transracialism. Race is equivalent to gender because both gender and race are social constructs, okay? That is why, okay? But gender derivates from sex, okay? Does that make sense? But sex is associated corely at its core with dysphoria, okay? I don't know if that makes sense. Should I plot MS Paint or something like that so then it makes sense?
I know what you're trying.
Yeah, I don't think that makes
at,
sense at all.
I know what you're trying to get at, but I know there's a miscommunication here. So the things which are dysphoria inducing, at least for me personally, I like the things that are going to be dysphoria inducing are going to be things which are sometimes correlates with sex, but to say that they're disconnected from gender, it's not possible, right? Gender is derived from sex.
No, I'm
right?
saying at its core. I'm saying at its core. Obviously, I'm gonna wear more pretty clothing or more feminine clothing, right? More feminine clothing that would match up, like, because sex and gender are like correlated in our society. It's like, not correlated, associated in our society, right? Or whatever, like, because they match up like
causal,
not causal, like it's like a Venn diagram. Does that make sense? Right? It's a Venn diagram, right? So except t-shirts are
one
like
circle's inside the other one.
Right. No. T-shirts are like in the middle, in between.
Oh,
right?
I know. You're saying that, like, gender roles are.
Yeah,
I thought you were saying gender-wise. Yeah, gender.
So basically, what I'm saying, right? I'm saying is that ultimately this goes back to the bubble example, right? If a person grows up in the bubble, turns out to be transgender, then it is possible to be transgender if you're growing up in a vacuum away from society. okay? And they want to change their genitals if they grow up in a bubble. However, if a person grows up in a bubble, it is impossible, okay? 0% chance for them to be transracial, okay? I'm establishing this right now. 0% chance for them to feel a sense of transracial dysphoria. It is impossible for them to feel a sense of transracial dysphoria if they grow up in a bubble.
So,
okay?
but two things here, and now that I want
Yeah.
to hear what Doobie has to say. One, I don't know what even if what you just said was true, I don't know why it would matter in terms of like whether we should recognize transracialism. And two, like I want to like so the article.
Sorry. I just wait, hold on. I want to define real quick, okay? I only recognize transgender individuals as people with dysphoria, okay? So I am a trans medicalist.
What do you? That
Yeah,
doesn't make sense.
but hold on, but I get that. That's fine. But like that's the thing I was responding to is the idea that if you created some sort of social bubble, right? Like kept them out, a social void, and that like translationalism wouldn't like bubble up from there. Like that's the part I'm talking about. Like even within our society, if people having this dysphoria, it like that's the only thing that would matter, not whether it would exist in a some void that we can't create any which way. So that's what I was responding to. Also about race, as pointed out to the article, doesn't have no. The article said it doesn't have a genetic basis, but that's like not entirely true, right? Like we have like phenotypes, like a whole list of phenotypical markers, and then what we do is we group them together as a society and say, well, this equals black, or not, that this equals black, that equals white, and so on. So like it's not random that I came out of my mother's womb looking at like this, right? Like if you go back through the generations, we all look like that because we've had those phenotypes passed down from to each other. So like it would seem that like since that is based on a real thing. I just want to make that point. I guess I don't have to go farther than that. So you can respond to what I just said. And after that, I want to go to Doobie.
So if I get your point correctly, you're saying that like, for example, there is a kind of sex equivalent to race, right? And that sex equivalent to race is like the genes. It's the DNA that determines, okay, your melanin level, your whatever, your race, your pink tone 53, your pink tone 53 in your skin, in your character creation menu, right? Wrong. Okay. All right. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay. I'm going to tell you why. Okay. It's because, like I said before, the sexual characteristics ultimately manifest in actual like things that you can see. For example, right? For example, one of these things is like okay, but
doesn't see race. He said it before.
No, but then when it comes to race, right? When it comes to race, like there's the entire like tone, right? There's an entire tone when it comes to that. Does that make sense? Right? There's an entire scale when it comes to that.
Like a literal tone.
You can see my brown skin, right? You can see my brown skin. You can see my hair. It's shaved now, but you can see
Not
it.
necessarily, right? Because if we look at white people, right, eventually more and more people got accepted into like the white people category. Previously,
I understand.
Like, Irish
I
people
agree. It's a social construct. I'm not arguing that race isn't a social construct. I'm saying though it has a basis.
It has links to biology.
Yeah, to biology, right? We are identifying traits that are common to certain groups, right? And then we are doing a very bad job through race and then trying to isolate that and saying you are this type of person, right? And grouping all those people together. Now that doesn't make sense for a whole list of reasons, but that's what we do. But it's based on biology.
Can I revisit something from Synth and Mike exchanger?
I want to get to Doobie because Doobie has been waiting.
Sure.
And then we'll go to you.
Well, no, it's fine. I was just gonna ask just a kind of a side question, but I can get to it later.
Okay, I'll speak.
I hate taking up Doobie's time. He's always so. Synth. Earlier I pointed.
Mac is fine.
What the fuck?
Yeah, just get it closer.
Okay. Doobie, or not Doobie, Synth. Earlier when I pointed out that like other people did accept Rachel Dolezal until it was revealed that she was in fact white, that she was born white. You said only normal people do not recognize her as black. Once it had been known, normal people don't. Under this construct, if the vast majority of normal people, as you would put it, didn't recognize transgenders,
Nope.
that would
I already know the question, right? Like you got to break your brain out of this, right? Like it's not the same thing, right? I'm telling you, there's an adjustment to definition. Yeah, there's an adjustment to definitions, and then we can see if people do or don't fit the definition. So there's justification for why we've changed the definition, and then we can analyze who fits to the definition. I'm telling you, there's not a justification for changing the definition for transracial people. There is for transgender people, and on top of this, we can then analyze what do people view this person as in the case of their race. And if you think that race is defined based on how people identify you, then obviously your race is just based on how people identify you, and whatever people identify you as is your race. If we agree that your gender is not based on your just check in just a second. If we agree that you're
very quick. I just need to read a super chat because thank you someone for sending in a super chat. Thank you Lawson Harrison, and all they say is trans ethnicism. That's the message. Thank you for the $10. Really very much appreciated. And if you want to get a message read on the channel, use a super chat or use the hype chat here on Twitch. Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's a justification. Yeah, there's a justification for changing the definition. So what we can do is we can analyze what's the definition of race. If you're saying it's based on how other people identify you, then however other people identify you, that is truly what your race is, according to your definition, right? If your gender is based on how other people identify you, if that was what your definition was, then it would just be based on how other people identify you. But we both agree it's not what your gender is. You're not a woman because of the fact that other people see you as a woman. That's not the definition of woman. You could say that race is defined by how other people identify you, right? But we both agree that gender is not defined that way. Gender is not defined by how other people
identify you. We don't agree with that.
You don't? You think gender is defined by how other people identify you?
Yeah, I think that's a large component of it. That's why. Can I? Hey! I let you finish. You can let me finish.
You didn't. You interrupted me over and over again. I had to force you not.
Well, I'm asking you. Well, I'm going to force you to not interrupt me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a large part of being transgender is being identified as the way you want to be identified with.
That's not the question I asked.
Let me talk. I know this is hard. Calm down. All right, try your best. This is why being misgendered is like such a crime, because it is like a large part of that is the validity of being identified the way you want to be identified. So a large part of it is being identified by other people. Race has historically been malleable in that it has been defined by people outside a certain group. People have defined it. So people who I think Food gave the example earlier about the malleability of white. For example, that people have been injected into it is so hard to concentrate with those messages going off. People have been lumped into the group of white, racial category of white, and those categories have even been broken down even further. Race as a concept has changed. The number of races over time has changed. Right? Our understanding of race as a biological construct to a social construct has changed. Race very much shares the same malleability, and it is outwardly identified by others. Barack Obama, who is half black, half white, is regularly identified as black. How other people identify somebody else by their race is part of the equation here. Okay, now you can.
So that has nothing to do with the question I asked you. The question I asked you is what makes you truly a woman, and then you said, well, it's really important to trans people they be identified as a woman. I agree. It's important to trans people.
Okay,
if other people see it, stop. No, hold on. Yeah, I wanted you to answer, but you didn't want to, right? So
I didn't hear that question. I didn't hear you ask that. Go ahead and ask it again.
You did. You were kind of pretending to answer. You said, but you don't understand. It is really important. It is really important to trans people.
Well, I'm ready to answer that question if you'd like me to answer it.
See, this is why when you talk, I interrupt you, right? Because you don't not interrupt me. So
okay, I'm sorry.
The question is So if you think that it's really important to trans people, and that's the reason why it matters if they're identified as, that doesn't mean that's what a woman is, right? A woman is not based on how you are identified by others under your definition. Correct? Yes or no?
Incorrect. A woman is defined by both an internal feeling of feminine identities, right? So what we socially identify as feminine identities, and the way other people. So yeah, you can have an internal sense of being a woman. It's not a contradiction, right?
No, it's not.
Look, no, it's not. Hey, let me answer.
No, let me answer. I get to interrupt people.
A woman is a person who possesses or wishes to possess characteristics or traits associated with the feminine or female sex, right? A person can have a dysphoric feeling and identify with these traits. Other people recognize these traits and assign these traits to the category of woman. Now, all you got to do to change this argument is substitute the noun woman for the noun race.
Well,
And it's
both
the
of them
same
would be
thing.
contradictory then. Great, you would have two bad arguments. So the argument you just gave is not at all what a woman is. You can't say a woman is both defined by how other people identify you, and also you're included in the category of woman based on how you identify yourself, because there are cases where one person might identify themselves as a woman, but everyone else doesn't. And in this case, is that person a woman, yes or no?
Hang on, repeat your question. I'm writing down what you said.
Is a person a woman if everyone else thinks they're not, but they identify as one?
Is a person a woman if everybody else thinks they're not, but they identify as one? No, I wouldn't consider that person a woman.
So trans women who don't pass aren't women.
Yeah, in a social sense, they're not.
No, in the definition, not in a social sense, in the definition of the word woman.
So the reason I have to give you
ontologically not.
No, not ontologically. The ontological question is a little bit bigger. The reason I have to do in a social sense is because gender, much like race, has been intermeshed in both multiple different ways in society. It has a societal element. It has a biological element, has a personal element, has a community element, has a familial element, just like a woman, right? A woman, the claim is, can't claim a woman is both how you're identified and how others identify you. You can. If you have an internal conception of you being a woman, but other people don't assign you to that category because you don't pass, socially, you're not a woman. You're not going to be recognized as a woman. Now, if you want to say ontologically inside you, your spirit is a woman, then guess what? So is Rachel Dolezal.
That's not ontology, dummy. That's not what ontology is. Ontology is what does it mean to be a woman? What is a woman? Right? If you say what is a woman, if you say what is a woman, if you say what is a woman is how other people identify you, then ontologically you are not a woman if you don't pass on your definition. No, trans women who don't pass by your definition are just not women.
Socially, yes, because you exist in a society.
Not socially, just normally. The definition of the word excludes those people, right?
I don't know what you mean. Could you elaborate? What does it mean to truly be a woman? If there's a social
by your
element
definition,
to it.
it's just by your definition, it's just how other people identify you.
Yes, my definition is that. No, it's not just that. My definition also says you have to have an internal sense of this being.
Okay, so it's
right. That's the ontological.
You have to have both?
That's the ontological angle. Yes,
you have to have both. Okay, so if you are, cool. So if you are a trans woman who does not pass, you have part of the conjunct, but not both parts of the conjunct, and thus you don't fulfill the requirements of being a woman. You are not a woman, ontologically.
Yes, which is why I wouldn't consider trans
not people... socially, ontologically, you are not a woman.
Wait, so Sim, can you give your...
Nice, there we go, thank you.
Can you give your... We've heard LSU.
You're such a dumb fuck. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Totally, can you give your...
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's going to be relevant.
Whoa, knock it off. Let's give Doobie a chance because he hasn't had a chance to talk, then back to it.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you could give your so you asked a question like what is a woman, right? And we've heard kind of LSP's kind of definition of what a trans woman would be or what a woman would be. Like, how would you answer that question?
Yeah, I answered it.
Yeah, I think you did. I think you did it earlier, but I don't remember.
Somebody identifies as the feminine social archetype. There's no contradiction in my definition. Like, so you can maybe say that you don't like that definition for some other reason, right? Some other theoretical virtue, but obviously mine's going to win out because mine's not the one with the contradiction in it. So.
Okay, but it doesn't require that person has any kind of dysphoria or any kind of medical condition whatsoever, right? Okay.
No, of course not. So the definition of being a woman is not based on dysphoria, but the definition of being a woman is one that we've changed, right? Hopefully, we're changing because of the fact that there is dysphoria, right? So there's a justification for a change in definition, and then we can recognize what out there in the world fits this category.
Okay, so basically, my understanding is that if there was some kind of evidence that these people were experiencing extreme distress, right, over their racial identity, and this is why they're transitioning or attempting to transition to another race or to present as another race, and identifying themselves as that other racial archetype, whatever it is. At that point, you would consider transracialism to be a legitimate thing.
Yeah, of course. If somebody gave actual substantive empirical data to show that there is a maximization of utility by changing the definition of black to one that includes trans black people or something, then I would just be on board with it. So that's what I said at the onset. There's not that data.
I just want to say I do not align with Symph. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, well, you think that you don't have a reasonable definition of woman. You think that you have to be a woman based on dysphoria, which makes no sense, right? So food shops. If I asked you what is a woman, your answer would be.
Honestly, I would have to think about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm the only one on here with the definition of woman. If your definition requires people.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Well, yeah, you don't have a definition. You have an intuition for it, right? But if you don't have a definition, if you don't know what a woman is, right? Then there's no way to say that one definition is wrong if all you have is no definition.
Well, at the end of the day, I think I've had a conversation about this before, but the general thing is that I've had a really can I say autistic? Like
Yeah.
on Twitch,
so.
on Twitch,
You
right?
just said
okay,
it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Well, but in a derogatory way. Okay, so I've had literally like a 4-hour autistic debate or some shit like that on my stream, but like but like we were like, oh, what is a woman? But at the end of the day, like we can only go off of like vibes, you know what I mean? Like we can go like, okay, like we can go like, okay, this is like a gender construct, right? This is like sex, but then gender constructs is like deriving from sex, right? Ultimately this is like trickling down to like gender constructs. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I guess if like hips are there, then we can give it 6 points. But then if the hips are big enough, then we can give it 7.5 points. But then if we give like face, then we can get 6 points or whatever like that, right? But then at the same time, it's like basically it's just yeah.
But that definition, there's obviously going to be non-dysphoric trans people, though, right? Like, there's going to be plenty of people who pass the vibe check.
Non-dysphoric trans people?
Yeah, there are going to be plenty of people who pass the vibe check for looking like and embodying all these things that you think are important for being part of the vibe of a woman.
Who are
going to be assigned male at birth and aren't going to be dysphoric.
The only problem I have with the issue of like non-dysphoric, like transgender people, like it's just that like the utility of it, right? Because when I think of like transgender people, it's just that we just need a way of differentiating between people with dysphoria and people without dysphoria, and I would just like prefer to refer to like, okay, people with dysphoria as transgender people.
Yeah, we also need to have a way to describe people who are a woman that isn't like a vibes check or a totally inconsistent. If you just have an inconsistent definition, then that's going to be a lot worse for the utility concern.
Wait, what was your definition
somebody
again?
Somebody who identifies the feminine social archetype, right? So if we want to like consistent, yeah, sure.
What was your definition again for woman?
Somebody who identifies as the feminine social archetype.
So
yep,
even if they look like a man.
Yep, you do be a woman, yeah. There are women who look like men. I don't think that's a shock to anyone.
There are white people who look like black people.
That's probably true.
So
you might identify with the black social archetype.
I'm gonna explain why I have an issue with that.
You're not tracking at all, LSP. This is like
hold on.
It's like you're too low IQ to see that you just make the same issue over and over and over again.
We
right?
can't all be as smart as you.
The issue.
You certainly can't. I guess you're drunk or something.
Okay,
right?
so wait. Back it up. Knock it off. Food shops go and lag to it. I haven't forgotten about you.
I guess the issue I sort of have with that argument, right, is that, again, this sort of goes back to vibes, right? Because ultimately, when I think of a woman, this kind of like vague picture forms in my mind. It's not a face. It's not really whatever. We think of like sharp cheekbones. We think of boobs. We think of hips. We think of whatever. We don't think of like a man. We don't think of masculine features. We think of like very distinctly womanly features. You know what I mean? The term woman refers specifically utility wise as like, sure, you can argue that it's a social construct, right? At the end of the day, you can argue that it's a social construct, but in the end, it doesn't mean that it's meaningless. It does have meaning behind it, right? But when you say that even like somebody who looks like a man can identify as a woman, it loses the meaning behind it. Does that make sense?
Nope. So it just changes the meaning. So
ultimately,
yeah, hold on, just a second, right? Just a second, right? I just said like one word, Jesus. So if you're saying that because of the fact. You just asked me a question, then I said one word. So if you're saying that I have this mental idea of what a woman looks like when I imagine a woman, and the definition should accord with that, we don't use this methodology for any other definition, right? So if I asked you, in the case of a definition of a rich person, when you imagine a rich person in your mind, what does a rich person look like? Well, there's a way that a rich person looks. Maybe if you're like, if you're kind of young, you imagine a person at a top hat with a monocle and like a little cane or whatever. Maybe if you're older, you imagine like some particular rich person. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you imagine some particular rich person, but none of those have anything to do with the definition of a rich person. You can be a rich person and look homeless, right? A rich person is somebody who has a lot of income. So our definition of a term should not just correspond with however we mentally envision a person looking. Obviously, it's deeper than that.
Then I think that's just where we disagree, because that's exactly where the utility of words should come from, right? That's the whole point of linguistics, is that when we think of a word, we should have a vague picture in our mind that corresponds to it. That's the whole point of linguistics. Otherwise, words are completely meaningless. That's the whole point. No. When I think of a rich person, I think of a rich person. When I think of a girl, I think of a girl. When I think of a guy, I think of a guy. If it comes to the point where I think of a girl and I think of a guy, and then if I think of a guy and I think of a girl, if I think of a completely different thing, if I completely think of an androgynous kind of person, then words are completely meaningless at that point.
I just want to help with this conversation because it seems like, and Sith, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like what Sith is saying is that like there doesn't have to be a corresponding picture, that like these words can connect to a concept, right? The concept of like earning a lot of money, right? That is a definition in itself. But like what you are doing, Food Shops, you're saying, well, like when I think of that word, I form a mental picture in my mind. He's not talking about that. He's saying that mental picture is like extraneous, right? You can associate with whatever you want, right? Like you're free to do that, but like that is separate from the actual concept. I believe that's what you're trying to say, Sam.
Yeah, you're basically spot on. Yeah, like I just think the definitions of terms go deeper than the looks of the things that we're describing. Like some things don't have a look to them, right? Like what is like if I asked you what is if I asked you like what does guilty look like, right? Like you could say like you have an association in your mind, but you never say that's what makes somebody guilty. Is the fact they look guilty.
Black. Let's go to Lactoid.
Why? Who said that? Oh, what the fuck?
I got a bunch of.
I would just like to comment. What makes you guilty is other people in a truck.
Your mic.
I got some gotcha questions.
No. But like I said, it's not even necessarily a picture, right? Because even when it comes to the ideas that you have said, right? Like even then you associate certain ideas and linkages to it. It's similar to like a picture, right? You sort of have this kind of vague linkages and stuff connected to it.
And he's talking about the concepts, and not that picture. He's like disassociating.
Even the vague concepts that are associated with it.
Yeah.
You can have a necessary and sufficient condition set for some word. You don't have to.
Lactoid.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I got some gotcha questions I want to get through real quick.
That's why I say vibes.
You asked LSP. Is a person a woman if everyone else in society thinks they are not a woman? My question for you is, if everyone agrees this person isn't a woman, isn't this woman not part of a group large enough for it to be utility maximizing to recognize her as a woman anyway, and so we shouldn't recognize her as a woman?
Nope. There's like actually no connection to that. It's just a non sequitur, right? So like saying that like most people recognize this person as something different than they are. Yep. You could say that everyone recognizes them as something different than they are. They could just not have the facts of the matter available to them, right? Like in the same case of Rachel Dolezal, everyone who's ever identified Rachel Dolezal as black has not all had all of the facts of the matter, with maybe the exception of like LSP or something, right? Most people who you tell all of the aspects of Rachel Dolezal to, they'll think, oh wow, this person's pretending to be black. They're actually not black.
No, Seth, you're missing it. So I'm saying like you have a society in which their definition of woman is like all like adult human females except for Amy. That's like their working definition. So Amy's not a woman.
By that definition, Amy wouldn't be a woman. I'm saying we should change the definition of woman to correspond with what's utility maximizing.
Right. But the definition of woman, as determined by the society, excludes Amy.
Yeah, there are definitions that are going to exclude people from certain groups. I don't think that we should adhere to whatever the current definition is. I think we should change definitions sometimes.
Okay, so and you would agree that, let's say Amy was a trans woman and everybody in society did not think that she was a trans woman, then because she's one person, it's also not utility maximizing to recognize Amy as a woman.
You're confused, right? So I'm telling you that woman, that word, when I use the word woman, means something different than the people in the society mean when they speak this different language. They speak a different version of English, right? Where woman means something different.
Wait, what's a feminine social archetype then?
Hold on, wait. We're going to get to that question. So that answer made no sense to me. Okay, so let me ask the question again, right? If Amy's a trans woman and it's one person in a whole society, because I think beforehand you said that if like the level of the population of trans people was like comparative to that of transracial people, then your position would be the same. And so if you have Amy who's a trans woman and everybody else in society does not like recognize Amy as a woman, then you would agree that Amy's not a woman, right?
I would agree that we should change her definition of woman in a way that wouldn't include Amy, right? We shouldn't change her definition of woman for one person, right? I'm telling you, as the society we currently live in, I have changed my definition of woman, and so Amy fits the category.
Okay, why did you change your definition?
Because it's utility maximizing.
Okay, why would it be utility maximizing?
In an alternative world where the facts were different, it could have been the case that it wasn't utility maximizing to change my definition of woman to include people like Amy. In that case, Amy wouldn't fit the definition I used in that world, but would fit the definition of woman I used in this world, and so the statement Amy as a woman is true.
Perfect. So if you go back to 1950, when gender dysphoria and trans people were exceedingly rare, like we're talking incredibly rare, that's going up now with acceptance. Was there a point in the past in which the population of trans people was so small that at that time society should have not accepted trans people?
No, I think the population of trans people, even though it has grown over time, has not grown significantly enough so that it's like moving past the threshold or whatever. The population of like people who are transracial, so to speak, end up being a group of like less than 1,000 people. Throughout history, we've had more than that number of trans people, so it's not really comparable.
So wait. So there's a historical disagreement there because in 1920, 1910, 1950, like the amount of trans people was as a percentage of the population was like ridiculously small. Now I guess yeah. So I mean, let's say it was like 5 people. Then you would agree that in 1950.
So I wouldn't have thought we had reason to change our definition for 5 people. It would be silly activism.
Okay, but at the time when it was 5 people, at that time, you would agree that group is not sufficiently large enough to accept trans people.
If it was just 5 people, I disagree that it was 5 people at the time, right? But assuming it's 5 people, then yeah, it would be silly activism to change your definition of a woman to include those people. Yeah.
Great. So we see the transgender population like exploding, like when you look at the overall rates compared to 1950. Yeah, you do. You can look at the graphs.
What empirics? Cite a source.
Yeah, after this, I'll cite a source. Okay. So my question for you is, if it's possible that with more acceptance, we're going to see kind of like a similar increase in the transracial people and like racial dysphoria, is that sufficiently, does that justify accepting them now, or could there hit a certain point down the line if there's more and more acceptance of transracialism that we have enough transracial people, then finally that you would accept it?
Yeah, of course. I think that if it's the case that there'd be enough transracial people, then I just changed my definition. I said that earlier. Like if there's enough people who this is like actually going to be impacting the lives of, I think it'd be worth putting the effort in to change definitions. I don't think it's currently the case, and I haven't seen any good empirics to show that. And nobody on the pro transracialism side has provided any of those empirics.
And what if the argument would be like that acceptance is the only thing that's going to get the population of transracial people to the number that you're looking for?
I don't think that's true. You just give me any kind of argument to support that instead of just a weird claim.
So the argument I'm trying to make here is that, you know, if we put you in 1950, I think you could make the exact same argument, right? So you're saying no, you couldn't.
There was already medical literature on gender dysphoria in 1950.
So as a percentage, was it less than 0.01%? The population.
Just say like 1850, because it's like no transgender people exist.
Sure.
Yeah,
1850.
Like, we know these people exist, and
transgender people have existed. Transgender people have existed since before the 1850s. We've had transgender people
throughout
all
mankind
of human history.
Yeah, right. Just
about as long. Yeah.
Do you have the document? Hold on, wait. Do you have the documentation on the percentage? Do you have the documentation on the percentage of the U.S. population that was transgender in 1850?
No, we have documentation that trans people have existed since before 1850.
But we have
documentation on is we can take a look at a trend line of how many transgender people there are currently, and we can project backwards and assume that there's not been some like weird, random, unmeasurable explosion that you can't cite.
Bro, we're in the middle of a conversation, and like I first of all, I thought this would just be accepted, that like, because I was Googling shit before this. I thought it would just be accepted that yeah, like transgender like ideas weren't really a big thing in the 1950s or the 1850s. Okay, but I want to posit though. I want to posit the arbitrariness of the system, because I whether it be 0.01%, whether it be 0.001%, I'm going to posit that in 1850, the percent of transgender people, or at the very least, people diagnosed with gender dysphoria, not even sure that existed as a concept in the time, the percentage of those people is either non-existent because they don't have those words, or we're talking exceedingly low percentages, right? Exceedingly. Let me finish.
You're just so semantically confused.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead. So the percentage is exceedingly
low.
And if we transplanted your argument to then, like if we were suddenly there, the argument would be, well, there's like 5 of them. There's such a small percentage, it's 0.001, like from a utility perspective, which a lot of people are fighting about that now, whether or not it's like on a utility basis worth it. In 1850, they're going to be arguing, well, on a utility basis, it is much more disadvantageous from a utility perspective to recognize transgender people in 1850, and they're going to use the exact same arguments that you're using to show that it's disadvantageous from a utility perspective to recognize transracial people today.
Yeah, if they were using the exact same arguments I was using, I'd hope to God the fucking trans activists wouldn't be using the arguments that you're using. The idea that gender dysphoria only exists because the term exists. Yeah, I'm giving you one. So the idea that gender dysphoria has only existed as long as the term has existed is a silly argument. And that has nothing to do with the discussion, right? So saying that like, but the term didn't exist in the past. So
well, we couldn't measure it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? If you're saying the term didn't exist in the past, so people didn't have the phenomenon the term describes, that's silly, right? Every word in the English language didn't exist if you go far enough backwards. If you go far enough backwards, that doesn't mean that like all of the like trees didn't exist because the word tree didn't exist.
I understand, but there's no. What I'm saying is that like you're saying, you made the claim, right? That you're saying like, well, no, like we have documentation that this was existing back then, and like I'm not convinced that at the time, how would you possibly measure at what percentage of the population had gender dysphoria? There's no way you could measure that.
Yes, you could. you just take account. You just talk to these people. Holy shit! You talk to individuals
in the 1850s. Yes. Find out today,
holy
but the
shit.
1850s.
You talk to individuals who've transitioned. You be like, hey, what's your motivation for this?
No,
like,
today, how are you going to find out people in the 1850s?
Today. Holy shit! Do you think there weren't trans people in the 1850s?
The percentages, I would put it at lower.
It doesn't matter if the percentage is low.
0.01%.
Does it matter if the 0.01%? You think you couldn't find people at 0.01% of the population? You found people with fucking birth defects that are far rarer than 0.01%.
You could probably find me like a couple examples from the 1850s. I'm not denying that. In the same way, we can find you examples of transracial people today. But there's also going to be like a whole bunch of other indicators that you're just ignoring, right? Skin lightening cream all over the third world, right? Does that indicate that maybe some people in the third world have dysphoria? Well, I guess we don't know for sure, right? Because we don't have fucking psychologists there to measure it.
No,
there's probably a reason they're buying skin lightening cream.
It indicates they feel bad about how they look because of racial stereotypes. Like fucking people in
they feel better about how they look because they want society to view them in a specific
That's
way.
not what dysphoria is. Like dysphoria isn't not just like trans people. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Dysphoria is not when you feel kind of bad about how you look.
Okay. So
it's when you feel really bad how you look, and then what's really bad, just whatever you define it as.
No, it's not about how you look alone. If you were like, it's about fucking your feminine masculine.
Whoa, hold on.
How you present.
Hold on. And Synth, everyone's going to be talking to you anyway, so you'll be able to talk to them. In any case, right, like, we should be careful in the West talking about skin lightening creams because we tend to like not know exactly why they do that and get that wrong often. I've done it before myself, so let's just be careful on that one. Let's go to our friend Doobie, then Corey, and LSP.
Me? Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that if we were to use Synth's metric here, I think that Synth would be correct, right? So far as I'm aware, there is no study, there's no research to show that any of these people were suicidal transitioning, pre getting the skin dyed or whatever the fuck they did, right? But I think that there's enough smoke there to think that there might be a fire, right? If somebody is undergoing surgery to permanently like change their skin color, and they're stating like repeatedly in interviews that the reason they did this and the reason they're identifying this way is because they felt like they weren't living as who they truly are, so they don't identify as a race they're born as, and they identify as this other thing or this other archetype, then I think there should be research done. Right. And I think that if we did do the research based on what these people, the links at which these people are going to change their appearance to identify as a senior race, I would be very surprised if we didn't find the kind of like a distress it would meet since like barrier.
Yeah, we don't even see rates of people being transracial at anywhere close to historical trans population.
Wait,
so I don't understand why we'd expect this. This is just like we'd have to give an argument for why we expect it. Just assume we do.
Hold on. Wait. What do you mean by? Oh, I'm not talking about the amount of people who are like transracial. I'm talking about the dysphoria that they might be feeling.
So what matters is not just how bad they feel, but also how many people there are. We want to multiply those things together, get the total amount of disutility caused, and then we can say this is a big enough problem to be worth changing this like widely used definition over.
How many people would
in this case? It also there's even like even like this other factor that like makes this like even more strugglesome as a definition to change, which is that we have a wildly different social relation regarding race than we do regarding sex or regarding gender. So it's just like a whole slew of
like what would be your cutoff? Like how many people do you think
it's not an exact count of people. It's not an exact count of people. Right? It's context dependent. It's whatever utility maximizing. It's not some exact count. Right? It's just like a continuum fallacy.
What negative utility is there in recognizing these people as transracial?
The amount of effort it takes to change our definition is the negative utility. The fact that we've lost communicability with other people is a disutility.
Wait, how?
How,
Like,
what have we lost?
we
growing.
haven't really lost anything. I mean, we understand
we
the
lose communicability. Yeah, we do. The other people don't understand what you're talking about.
Trans
when you say
activists have
somebody's
done a ton of work to
Yeah.
teach people that, hey, these social constructs are fluid, and you can identify as a woman if you identify with that archetype. So given the work that's been done by transgender activists, I don't think it'd be a stretch for people to accept that, yeah, some people might feel this way about their body too. They might, just as some people might be transgender, there might be some people that are transracial.
Did you hear the
right?
thing that I just said at all? Like you're just
Yeah,
talking, you're just some different argument. I'm saying we lose communicability. You asked how do we lose that, and then you went off on this like tangent about but trans activists have done a lot to say that they're fluid or whatever.
You said that we
still lose communicability.
but like how?
Yeah, because
Where?
other people understand the word black as meaning a different thing than how you use it to mean.
Wait, that's the same thing for women. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, that is the same thing for women. You asked me what's an issue with changing our definitions. I'm telling you, here's one downside of changing our definition. Now we can weigh and balance what are the other downsides of not doing it. I feel like I'm talking to fucking like how is this hard to track? We weigh and balance two fucking factors.
It seems like every argument that you make against the transracial thing could be like throwing
some of them, yeah, the downsides of changing your definitions apply to both. The disutility of not changing your definition are different for both.
Yeah,
so then why wouldn't you agree with
the cost at some point? That's all he's
yes,
saying.
yes.
Okay, then why wouldn't you agree with Lactoid then if you were transported to like 1850 or some shit or
because I think the
earlier,
benefits outweigh the costs.
You'd be opposed to recognizing trans people.
No, I would not. I've told you why I'm not.
Because wait, hold on. So because you believe that they were like you weren't paying attention. Okay, I understand. Because you believe that pre 1850 there was evidence of trans people, or pre even the definition popping up, right, existing. Trans people existed. Why couldn't you say the same about transracial people?
Because you don't have that evidence. Provide it.
We have plenty of evidence. We have plenty of evidence of people identifying as other racial archetypes.
No, I'm not asking. Is there a single person out there who identifies as transracial?
It's not just a single person.
What? Yeah. Go ahead and give me any kind of like polling data you have that supports a certain population number. Go ahead and give me any kind of empirical.
What's the population number you're looking for?
We don't have that in 1850.
Just whatever's utility maximizing, right? Like literally, just give me any kind of data whatsoever. Do you have any data at all? Any at all on this? Any a little bit.
Okay. At what point is it utility maximizing?
Do you have a single person you could point to that's like
we don't have that in 1850.
Far beyond.
You keep asking for a population
far
number.
Beyond,
hey, what's the population number you're looking for?
Far beyond nothing, which you're
currently
your count is nothing.
Like, what
right?
the fuck are you
far beyond that. Far beyond nothing. Right? It's somewhere between nothing and where we are for trans people. Somewhere between
nothing.
You get nothing.
These people. So just because Martina Biggs or Rachel Dolezal or was it Ollie London or any of these people?
None of these people.
Or the kids attempting to change their skull shape with fucking like subliminal messaging.
Yep.
Just because they haven't placed up, just because they haven't been diagnosed with dysphoria of some type, doesn't mean they don't have it.
I've never talked about diagnoses. Like, what are you talking about? Pay attention to the fucking argument. It's a very simple argument. Just give evidence they have dysphoria, not that they've been diagnosed with it. I don't care if they're diagnosed with it. Show me one fucking person who's listen. Show me one person. Show me one fucking person who you're saying is. Show me one person who's suicidal because of the fact they're fucking not able to be the fucking race they are. And then we can talk about that. There's no evidence to believe. There's no fucking evidence to believe any of this. All you're fucking doing is like invoking the continuum fallacy. No, you hold on. All you're doing is invoking the same continuum fallacy over and over and over again, asking, well, where's the specific magic fucking number? There is not a magic number for this, Doobie. There's not a fucking number for it. What we have to do is we have to examine the data and see is it utility maximizing. You haven't provided that argument. You're not even coming close to providing that.
Okay. Doobie, finish up your point.
Earlier, you said that it didn't matter whether or not they were suicidal. But that's not what you're looking for, right? So if that's not the thing,
I didn't say it doesn't matter. No, I didn't. You are not tracking. I never at any point said it doesn't matter. I said it's a sufficient condition.
Extreme distress, not suicidality.
I told you one of the markers of extreme distress is suicidality. I never said suicidality doesn't matter. No, go ahead and quote me back where I said that.
Change your skull shape messaging might be experiencing some kind of dysphoria about their appearance.
Sorry, you want to just move away from your claim that I said that suicidality doesn't matter? You want to just back off on that one?
You did say that earlier.
No, I didn't. Never have I ever said in this conversation suicidality doesn't matter. I said it's a sufficient condition.
Extreme distress, but it didn't need to be suicidality.
It doesn't need to be suicidality. It's a sufficient condition. Because it's a sufficient condition.
There are other sufficient conditions, right?
Yes.
I.e., extreme distress. That isn't suicidality. I.e., the kind of distress that would lead you to change your skull.
Extreme distress is the word we were looking for sufficient conditions for. It's not the sufficient condition. You're not tracking at all. Are you fucking brain damaged? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't say the sufficient condition for extreme distress is extreme distress. The sufficient conditions for extreme distress are either suicidality or it negatively impacts your life to some sufficient degree.
But that's what it is.
What does sufficient degree mean? What does that mean?
It means it's negatively impacting your life to some degree where you can't live a normal fucking healthy life.
Oh, to the point where you might want to change your fucking skull shape, or permanently change your skin color, or
wanting to change how you look is not impact. Do you think you can't fucking work a job because you want to change how you look? No. That's not something that's negative. No, I answered your question. No, you don't have to keep asking the same question to phrase different ways. The answer is no. The answer is no, Doobie. The answer is no.
Yeah. Why is the bar?
No, that's one example of a way in which somebody cannot be able to fucking live a normal, healthy life. Saying a person wants to change how they look is not the same thing as somebody not able to live a normal, healthy life.
You're moving the goalpost again.
I haven't moved the goalpost at all. Look, this is the second time. This is the second time a brain damaged dumb fuck has accused me of moving the goalpost, and you're gonna walk it back the same way he did. What was the goalpost moved to and from?
Everyone's saying.
What was it moved to and from?
We're often not.
What was it moved to and from?
So what other sufficient?
What was it moved to and from?
Okay, so from suicidality, off to suicidality.
Nope, it wasn't moved off to suicidality. That would always be sufficient.
Then you moved it to not being able to work or like live a normal life.
Sorry, you're already wrong. I didn't move it from suicidality. That's a sufficient condition. Still, there's no move.
Okay, but there are other sufficient conditions, aren't there?
There are other sufficient conditions. I said that from the onset. There was a goalpost move.
What is the minimum sufficient?
Sorry, hold on, no. We're not going to move off of this. What was the goalpost move? What was the goalpost move to and from? What was the goalpost move to and from?
Whoa. Hey, we got it.
That's the question. That's the question. Doobie, let him answer the question. Come on.
What is the minimum sufficient condition?
No, don't move off of this. What is the fucking goalpost move to and from?
No, answer that question.
I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
I was wrong. You moved zero goalposts. What is the
minimum? Exactly. You were wrong, just like the other fucking person was. There was no goalpost move. The minimum sufficient condition. The minimum. What?
Okay. All right. So
answer
that question, please.
Yeah, sure. The minimum sufficient condition for somebody not being able to live a normal, healthy life is something we can use our intuitions to pump and figure out what the fucking exact line is. You invoking a continuum fallacy over and over again, and be like, oh, where's the specific line? That's not how any words work, right? We don't use fucking specific lines. If I ask you, what's the fucking specific line for fucking dangerous? You'd never be able to tell me that question.
Food shops that like
dangerous is gonna differ by person.
We can't use our intuition.
I never said we can't use our intuition.
Can I go?
I said we can't use our fucking...
No. Sorry, we have a lot of people in mind.
Vibes are different than intuition. Having an intuition for a fucking threshold is different than having a vibe.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna ask a question, and then I'm gonna record the LSP. Hopefully, we can do this in a reasonable amount of time. All right.
Wait, Prime. Can I go? Please?
No, I'm sorry. We have a list. We have a list of people. We got to go. All right. But then after LSP, you can. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this. You said feminine archetype. I wanted you to clear this up, and hopefully you can do this very quickly. You said a woman is a person who subscribes to like a feminine archetype. Okay, right? Like, what do you mean by feminine archetype? Do you mean they behave in a feminine manner, as it's like commonly understood? Because there's women who, as you know, don't do that. Now they're not trans men, but they behave in a very masculine, quote unquote, manner and mannerisms, but they're still women, I think you would say. But go ahead.
Yep. So the identifying as part of the feminine social archetype does not mean that you embody all of the traits of the feminine social archetype, right? So like identifying as like a janitor doesn't mean that you're like really good at cleaning, right? Like you could just be bad at cleaning and be a janitor. So there's an archetype, there's like a job role, right? You can say like a socially constructed job role associated with your sex. Those socially constructed job roles, we can call them genders, right? And you can say like one is the woman gender, or the feminine social archetype, and one is the man gender. We can call it the masculine social archetype. Then we can say you're a woman based on your identity is one, and a man based on your identity is the other. And there's no circularity in your definition, and you don't have anything that's like stupid or inconsistent or like something that you actually can't apply.
Okay, so like there is, at what point do you not subscribe to enough feminine traits to not be a woman, even though zero?
Yeah, no. So like you're not made a man or a woman based on if you are identified as the feminine social archetype by others. You're identified as a man, or you're a man or a woman based on if you identify as the feminine social archetype. So if I said something like, I identify as a lawyer, there's no circularity there. And if somebody was like, well, I think that like we'll call it like a law person or something. A law person is whoever identifies as a lawyer, right? There's no circularity there because a law person is somebody who identifies as a lawyer. I identify as a lawyer, therefore I'm a law person.
Okay, I don't have enough time to run this down. But
why do you go through all this trouble to?
Let's go to. We gotta go to. I'm sorry.
To not have a contradictory position.
Corey, totally LSP, then food shops.
Yeah. I'll try to be quick. And also, like in defense of synth, where it seems like there's like pushback when he's bringing up like effect on health or like your quality of life. I would encourage anybody to look up how substance use disorder is diagnosed. Pretty subjective in terms of like it's just you're giving up on activities type of thing. But to Lactoid, to understand, let's say, your position better, even though I know you've mentioned before in multiple previous panels, you don't see race. But in your mind, in your mental construct, how do you view, let's say, Michael Jackson? Are they Black or Caucasian in your mind?
I mean, I would assume that Michael Jackson identified as Black, but I mean, I think that one of the reasons I hold this position
that's not what
is
I
because
asked.
I don't see race.
That's not what. No, that's not what I asked. I asked you specifically.
They're white passing. So yes, I would see them as white.
Okay. Oh, so I would disagree, and I think there's this. I don't think it's been spoken about, but I'll just throw into, let's say, how race or being Black is tied to the Black experience, and let's say, yeah, I'll just leave it there for now.
Wait, but Michael Jackson identified as Black, so wouldn't you say he's Black?
I would say he's Black. Yeah.
Okay, so he's Black and he's white.
Yeah,
Black.
he's got a song about that.
No. This is important. This is
That's why
important.
he made that song.
No, this is important. So if he identifies as Black,
if he's Black or white.
if he's identifies as Black, I would say he's Black. Even though if I met him on the street, like my mind would be like, oh, that's a white guy. I've met plenty of trans women where my mind goes, that's a man, and then they introduce themselves with she/her pronouns, and I just switch over because at the end of the day, this shit, like, it doesn't matter. I don't care if people want to identify as
It'd be kind of like Jewish people, right? So like some people identify as Jewish. You look at them and they just look white, right? But if you call them white, they're going to tell you that they're Jewish.
They're mistaken.
Which they consider to be different for some reason.
Yeah, it's just going to be a subcategory. Like it's just going to be like a subcategory of white. They're going to be Jews who are white. They're going to be Jews who are not white. It's not going to be like a contradictory category. It's just a different one. You can't. I think most of us would agree that being white and Black at the same time would be a contradiction, unless you're mixed or something, right? You should be mixed.
Gray.
If you're saying that Michael Jackson's mixed, maybe that makes sense. Like,
I think saying that he's white passing makes sense. Like I posted that picture of Sammy Sosa in our group DM, and if I saw him on the street, I'd think he's a white guy. Right? I would.
Yeah, you think he's a white guy, but he wouldn't be a white guy, right?
If he identified as a white guy and he looks like a white guy, like, why wouldn't I just say he's a white guy?
And he looks like a white guy? He has to be both? Or just one?
Like, yeah, I think if he looks like a white guy and identifies, it's for my thing. They do need to identify and look that way. Right? So I'm not going to say that a trans woman who looks like a man, speaks like a man, dresses like a man, behaves like a man is a woman. I'm just not.
Okay, so for you, it has to be both. So if somebody is like doesn't identify as any race, they're just not any race.
Yeah, I'm fine with calling them aracial, right? If that's what they want.
They don't want that either. They're just like, I don't feel like connected to being.
And they can be an alien. They want to be like an alien.
They don't want to be like. They don't want to be that. They just don't feel like.
I don't really give a fuck about like race in general. So I would just like not racialize them. That's fine.
So every single white person out there who's like, I don't know, I just don't feel that connected to my race. I don't feel like I don't. It doesn't feel like that big of a deal if I'm white or whatever. Every single white person who says that you say they're now not white.
Yeah, well, I would typically like the way that, at least the way that I've seen these people identified, it'd be like much more with like their nationality. Right, so someone from like Canada, we don't say that's a white person. We say that's a Canadian, right? And he happens to, his skin color happens to be white.
So the answer to my question is no. Those people aren't white. Every single white person who doesn't identify as white anymore, they're just like, I don't care.
Wait. That's a major problem because like, what about non-binary people?
Break it all up. Hold on, everyone, shut up. Oh, I don't care. LSP.
It is
LSP and then food shops.
What's the contradiction?
Sure.
I would explain it.
There are people out there who struggle with their racial identity. Now, race,
Go faster.
much like I'm not on speed. Race, much like sex, much like gender, also has a social archetype associated with it. Now, it's been established by synth that identifying with feminine social archetypes does not mean you possess all the traits of social archetypes. Sorry.
What the fuck?
I had phasmophobia running in the background because I was like playing. Identifying with the feminine social archetype identifying with this does not mean you have to possess all the traits. So you can look like a beefy, manly dude with a rugged beard, but you could still be a woman if you identify as one. To synth, this is not circular somehow, even though it can be reduced quite simply to you're a woman if you identify as a woman.
No.
Okay, you're free to explain how that's not circular then.
Yeah, that thing that you just said would be circular. That would be circular. My position is not a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. It's a woman is somebody who identifies as the feminine social archetype. If I thought a feminine social archetype was the same as a woman, I would just say a woman is the feminine social archetype. That's a different definition. There's no circularity. You're just fucking stupid. Thank you.
Okay. Food shops.
Okay. All right. Symph, okay? I love you. I respect you. You're wonderful. You're beautiful, okay? All right? But with all due respect, why do you go through all this trouble to try to disprove transracialism when you can just literally just say, oh, the scientific and medical community just simply haven't reached a conclusion yet on whether transracialism is like a real thing, or oh, we haven't determined yet on whether like transracialism, like why can't you defer to that instead from the very, very beginning instead of going down this entire rhetoric?
Am I the only one here who tracks arguments? I fucking said that at the onset. If there's fucking empirics for it, I'll say it if they're fucking right.
You're the smartest person.
What? No, you're the dumbest person. You're fucking little stupid person.
I am so sorry.
And not only that, okay? And not only that, why is the vibes argument bad? Why is it bad?
The reason
Instead,
it's bad
it
is
has
because
stayed from the very beginning. The whole entire, listen, okay, Symph, I promise you I'm speaking from an area of perfect good faith, okay? I promise you, okay?
Yep.
I've done who knows how many, God knows how many gender arguments at this point, okay? All right, when I think about what is a woman, an idea has to form in my mind in order for utility to work in the first place, okay? All right, otherwise, when I think, because when we go to the woman's, like, clothing section, okay, I don't expect to find men's clothing there, okay? I expect to find women's clothing there, okay? I don't want to find men's clothing in the women's clothing section, okay? Because I formed this idea in my mind of hips and boobs, okay? Boobs! Boobs! Okay, all right? It doesn't make any sense to me, all right?
Yeah,
when you
want
say,
me to just answer your question?
this is like, no, I don't want you to answer because you're just
Why
going
did
to
you
go
ask?
for 2 hours.
What did you
you're
ask?
so stupid and mentally
my
retarded.
God. Oh my fucking God. Why did you ask the question?
Shitters. Oh my God.
It is. You're asking questions. You know what answers to. What's wrong with you people?
Why? I don't want you defending people like me. I don't want you defending
I'm not defending you.
Okay, all right.
I'm defending you. I'm defending me.
Ridiculous. You're actually so ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Yourself, okay? You have
I did. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, take off your stupid cap and pull the boogers out your mouth.
Downs.
Okay?
You have downs.
Oh my God.
Oh my
you
God.
have downs as well. Oh my God.
You learned the term remedial like a week ago, and you've been using it all fucking day. All fucking day.
Your hairline is literally receding. You are molding
Jesus
this
Christ, you're retarded. You're literally retarded. You are somehow the only person who can hop on a fucking panel with Ross the fucking day. With Ross and look somehow dumber. You came in here and said, it's just like anime. You're a fucking retard. You learned the remedial last week and you've been using it all day.
Okay. I had, if you're still, I think are they still going? Okay, no. All right. Holy fuck. All right. That was weird.
Can I answer the question she asked? I want to actually explain to her.
Please, go ahead.
Go. But I have to respond afterwards, okay?
Sure. You can respond afterwards and you can like rant again about some stupid shit or whatever for stamps. But like the reason your argument's really fucking dumb is because if you say that a woman is defined as hold on. If you say a woman is defined as somebody who looks like a woman, somebody who has like the traits of looking like a woman, and you also say that you can't be trans unless you have dysphoria, there are going to be some people who look like a woman and thus would fit your definition of a woman, but didn't look like a woman when they were born. People who are AMAP, who are assigned male at birth, and then end up looking like a woman down the line. Those people, by your definition, would be not trans and trans. They would have been people who transition from man to woman and also are not trans, which is fucking stupid. Like, that's why your argument's dumb.
Wait, can you repeat
They would be
that?
trans. They wouldn't be a woman.
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat
No,
that?
they would be a woman. You didn't track LSP because you're also fucking stupid. They would be a woman.
I know, we're all stupid, and you're the smartest person there
just you
ever
and just you and food stamps. Just you and food stamps. I don't think everyone's stupid.
Why do people keep saying first thing?
Change your name. It's food stamps now.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what's your argument again? Can you repeat that?
No.
Okay. Anyway, right? So here's the thing, okay? when we think of woman, okay, the whole point of like it's like what is the point of language if language doesn't even mean anything anymore, right? The whole point of language is to have definitions, right? What's the point of even having a dictionary if we can't even have definitions for words, right? I don't know if that makes sense to you.
And dictionaries never change, ever.
No, it obviously changes over time, right? But I'm talking to Synth here, right? What are you trying to sabotage me? I thought you disagreed with Synth.
No, I'm pretty much more or less. I'd use a different argument, but I'm more or less on board with Synth. You're doing a great job.
Oh, okay, all right, you're remedial too. Okay, whatever. Okay, anyway. Okay.
Remedial. Look, you just say the fucking real R word. Say the real R word.
Retarded. Okay, retarded.
Let's go.
I like
Classic.
the term.
Back to the
No. I like the term remedial because it just sounds very satisfying. That's why. Okay, right? Because it has this kind of.
One might say it
sounds anime, doesn't it?
It's like the cursed version of retarded.
All right, can you give me the dictionary definition of remedial? You're big on dictionaries. What is it?
It's like stupid.
Can you spell remedial?
I rest my case.
Remedial.
Oh no.
I want to ask a question.
Wait, is that not how you spell remedial?
No, you swap the A and the I. No.
Remedial.
There you go.
Okay.
Wait, that's how I spelled it from the beginning.
No, you said A first. No, you fucked up.
But,
no,
it's recorded.
Okay,
Never going to take it back.
Please, we're not going to do a side conversation.
This is on topic.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So basically, right, when we think of a woman, right, the whole point of dictionary is that we have words. Words have definitions. Sure, definitions evolve over time. I can understand that, right? But as of right now, as of the current moment, as if we live in this layer of the timeline, okay, we have a certain idea in our minds when we think of a specific subject or word. Or maybe if you're not really like a picturesque person, we can think of ideas or linkages associated with them. You know what I mean? Like a blueprint kind of thing. Okay, Prime, you better have not muted me. Okay, thank God. Okay, so basically, right? When we think of like woman, okay, we think of like a shadow of like a curve. Oh, so sexy. Okay, all right. So maybe we think of like a mommy, or whatever like that, right? So we think of these kinds of things, and then they layer upon each other, sort of like they, like the average man face, or like the average woman face, or like the average woman body, or the average man. Mm-hmm. Basically, we think of that. You know what I mean? That's it. And there's no point to thinking of that. Sure, there's exceptions. Sure, there's outliers, but we're not referring to outliers and exceptions. That's why we call them outliers. That's why we call them exceptions.
Okay, all right. I don't know about the average.
She's
man.
busting.
I mean, I don't really know about extraordinary men. It's the only people I associate with. Let's go to Lagtwood, one of those extraordinary people.
I think the critical part was happened a while ago when Doobie asked you, Synth, what is the minimum requirement for dysphoria, and your answer was essentially intuition, is what you said.
The same as it is for trans people, yeah.
Yeah. So if the answer is intuition, couldn't somebody, as in all of us, which is what I think we're doing, saying is that to us intuitively the minimum bar that we'd set for a trans person is easily exceeded by some of these examples of transracial people.
Nope. So the argument doesn't work at all because all we're using dysphoria to describe is a phenomenon that actually exists in the world. We actually care about is the negative utility. That's going to be non-arbitrary. We're just using dysphoria as an approximate for that. The extreme distress caused by dysphoria is obviously more on average than whatever is caused by transracial people. There's not going to be an argument you're going to make.
No. Right? On average, yes. On average, yes. But that's not the point. That's not what I said.
It is the point. I know it's not what you said. It's the point.
Well, no. So what I said was the minimum. So what Doobie asked you, what's the minimum cutoff for dysphoria? And we're all saying the minimum cutoff for dysphoria for a transgender person, we would say is intuitively exceeded by some of the transracial examples that we've given you.
Mm-hmm. Saying that you have some
intuitively, right?
Saying you have some transracial person out there that you think fits your personal minimum threshold, it's nothing to do with the argument we're having. Completely irrelevant.
Totally our intuitive senses.
Stop.
Because you said intuition, right?
Listen. I use the word intuition. You're correct.
Yeah,
right? So just because you use the word intuition doesn't mean you can just fucking use it everywhere in the sentence.
Oh
right?
no, I'm gonna use it 3 times more.
You can just use it every fucking part of the sentence, and you can say that's the same argument or whatever, right? But the point being is the argument's different because in my case, I'm saying that what actually matters is the negative utility, and we're using dysphoria to say here is a difference between these two people. I got a different cutoff line than you. I'm using this word to describe something different than you. You understand that there's some cutoff line somewhere that's not going to include the vast majority of transracial people, but will include the vast majority of trans people. Like there's just some line somewhere.
Well, so we're already at a disagreement. I mean, actually, I might be at a disagreement with a lot of people here because I don't think that dysphoria is a prerequisite for recognizing whatever any individual wants to identify as personally. But I think that the point here is
identify as not guilty in a court of law. Can I beat somebody to death and then identify as not guilty?
Because I'm talking about identities that I really, like, for the person, like, have a lot of utility, but for the rest of society, there's really no, like, negative utility.
When there's a lot of utility to me if I get found not guilty.
I know. I don't see there. But I don't see any negative utility on society to recognize Rachel Dolezal as black. I don't see any negative utility
whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay, so what about the ones that identified earlier to Doobie?
Hey, you talked so quickly. What did you say?
What about the ones identified earlier to Doobie, such as, for example, the lack of communicability that you gain when you have some difference in definitions between you and another person?
Did that happen with Rachel Dolezal?
If you change your definition of black to include Rachel Dolezal, it does.
I don't think it does.
Okay, you don't think that other people will interpret the word black differently than you do?
I think that if we just include Rachel Dolezal as black when we speak about her, I think that some people might disagree, but they're free to have their opinion. Personally, there's no negative utility to me, and there's really no negative utility to them.
Please answer my question.
What was your question?
Holy shit. My question was, do you think that other people will interpret the word black differently than the way you're using it if you change your definition of black to encompass Rachel Dolezal?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, then there is a lack of communicability. You lose that.
Okay.
One thing you lose. There's at least
hold on. But could I then argue though that the utility gained by actually having a consistent standard of self-identification is like more than enough than just transracial people alone?
Totally agree. You could argue that. You'd be wrong because there's no inconsistency in the alternative. There's no inconsistency in my position.
Well, I would argue there is a inconsistency because what you're saying is you're taking this group of people that identify as something and you're saying, well, that group's not like big enough to justify all the work it's going to take for people to start like referring to them as black. But when you talk about Rachel Dolezal, everybody thought she was black anyway until like people actually put effort into trying to see her as not black.
Nope. I think the people, when they found out the facts of the matter, they changed their view on Rachel Dolezal. And I think a lot of people just didn't view her as black from the get-go. She didn't really fucking pass as black. Maybe she does to you. I thought she was
involved in the NAACP. What are you talking about?
I agree that there are going to be places where people are going to think she's fucking black. I'm not saying nobody thought that, right? Jesus. Fuck. So point being is, right, like, so one is you said there was no way in which I identified a negative utility. We've agreed that there is, in fact, negative utility now. But the other argument, you said there was an inconsistency, and I asked you what's the contradiction. I want you to please point out the contradiction.
The inconsistency, and it comes to when you have somebody who is identifying as a different race, why not recognizing that is inconsistent with recognizing somebody of a different gender.
I'm just asking you to point out the contradiction in my position.
Yeah, it's facially inconsistent. You have somebody who's arbitrarily identifying with a social construct, and you're saying one is justified and one's not. And the reason that you're using for one being justified is that there is other people, not necessarily this person, but other people who have a sufficient level of dysphoria where you care about them.
No, the point is not they have a sufficient level of dysphoria. I'm saying one maximizes utility. This is the reason why it maximizes utility. This is not all it is to it, right? That's not all it is to it. So I'm asking you, and you didn't answer the question, right? I asked you, what's the contradiction?
I just did.
No, you said something that you thought was an inconsistency. You didn't identify any contradiction, right? I'm asking you really clearly, so that I want you to give a proposition, then I want you to give the negation of that same proposition. Those have to both be things I believe, right? That's the contradiction, right? Go ahead.
I'll accept this. Under the concept that based on your intuition, you think one has more utility than the other, and ultimately your system is based on maximizing utility as you see it, I take back what I said about you being inconsistent if that's the ultimate thing that you're saying, okay?
Yep.
Well, I would argue two things. I would argue that for any kind of non-utilitarian, this is facially inconsistent, blatantly inconsistent. And for a utilitarian, I think you're just factually incorrect that it's really going to be a great burden on people to recognize transracial people compared to the benefit that comes with breaking down these racial definitions to begin with and moving towards a more racially equitable society, which I think this actually does.
So if you want to say that like there's actually a positive utility on all the non-transracial people, then you can make that argument, right? But you haven't made that argument yet. The positive utility on the transracial people isn't going to be enough to account for it.
We got it.
We'll do that argument too. I can tell you that's also factually wrong.
We're deep into bonus time here. So we're going to wrap.
I want to die.
Thanks. Other than that successful Prime panel. That's
41% time.
But that's you've been fully broken into a
success.
A Prime Kai panel. If you want to end your life afterwards, okay.
Yeah, I will.
Hello, all. Well, no, don't do that. Don't end your life. But hey, all. Thanks all for being here. Really appreciate it. We're gonna have more content coming for you in the open walk-on panel, so stick around there. I imagine some of you have something to say about all this stuff, so that's a place where you can do so. Because you saying in the audience may participate. However, guys, if you enjoyed this conversation, if you enjoyed and I saw the chat moving. Holy crap, you guys had things to say about this. Right? If you enjoyed this talk, you thought it was fun, useful, or frustrating, I'm guessing mostly frustrating, then consider helping out the channel. This is how I bring all these individuals to you, right? Like, if it wasn't for people helping out, we wouldn't have food shops here, right? So consider supporting the channel, subbing to the channel, because I haven't gotten any support yet today. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs if you're on Twitch, which goes a long way. If you got Amazon Prime Gaming, use that sub, the one free sub per month here on this community, so that we can again give you more of this, right? Because you guys, you had thoughts, right? So if you found this fun, consider supporting the channel. If you consider using hype chat or super chats, those also are helpful, and of course those get read anytime. But yeah, thank you for those who choose to support. But yeah, subs to the channel, give us good stuff. But we do need that support to continue doing this. All right, so I'm going to give an outro to all these people, but we still have more content for you. Let's go to our friend LSP. Oh boy, he's got thoughts on the meta conversation here. LSP, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I could have thoughts on the meta conversation. I'm going to be time and just post my GoFundMe in chat and ask if you guys can help me out. That's kind of why I've been doing these panels again. I've been trying to shill for the shekels. Basic healthcare costs kind of fucked me in the ass not so long ago. So anything you guys can give, love you guys, appreciate you all. It was a fun panel. No, it was a cancerous panel, but whatever.
I don't see a difference between those two statements. But anyway, yeah, please support our friend LSP, who's having a tough time. I checked his GoFundMe link, which is linked in chat right now. I'm going to spam it. I'll put it, spam it in Twitch, and then I'll also put it in our I feel like I'm doing this. Oh fuck, spiral balls.
What do you have copied in your clipboard?
Nah, bro.
Spiral balls.
What the fuck? Nah, bro. Caught in 4K Prime. What the fuck? Don't pretend. You know exactly what that is.
I don't know what spiral balls are.
It's the GoFundMe link. You just copy like the end.
I copied it. Is it the Go? Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh, they use random words within. I did copy and paste that. I'm like, what the fuck? Spiral balls. All right. Yeah.
What the?
You know how Twitch. Thank you LSP for the much shorter link. I'll do that. You know how Twitch, when you create clips, they use random words like for that clip, right? Yeah, that's what they're doing there. I don't know.
Sure, Prime. Sure.
I mean, all right, you caught me. If you can tell me what the fuck are spiral balls, all right? Then
I live in some hypno thing or something.
I'm not risking that, Google.
I'll tell you guys, it's spiral bills and hospital bills. It left out the prefix.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And I'll put that in our YouTube chat as well. Shout out to anyone who is so kind as to support. So yeah, that's all right. We're gonna have to leave that alone. Thank you. Thank you, Corey, for also being here and participating.
Yeah, as always, super grateful to be here. And as always, a super entertaining panel at the very least. And also, going back to like the first topic and what like LSP brought up with the meta conversation, I wish we were able to have that meta conversation, but I understand why it's a difficult conversation to have. Where, yeah, it's so interesting to me. I'm not saying this is what actually occurred on the panel or anyone has like this position, but when talking about, let's say, police and police violence, or when it comes to police violence, how to address that. There are people that will advocate of like we need massive reform, a totally different approach to policing, going so far as to like abolish the police. And then, maybe somewhat tangentially linked to like domestic violence or intimate partner violence. There's some relationship there between, police violence or policing and those things. But like when I say we need massive reform there, or we need to really rethink and really communicate to people from starting from the early age of like what a healthy relationship looks like, we get caught up on like, well, maybe confiscating the gun a little bit earlier. In those details, or like maybe psychological checks after the fact when a gun is put in their mouth, where it's like, yeah, those are steps in the right direction, but I don't think that prevents getting the gun put in their mouth. But yeah, super grateful to be here as always. You find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CoreCam84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And Doobie, food, shops, Lactoid, Synth, and LSP. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Thank you. And Synth, you caught a lot of attention today, right? But look, we've all been there before. I've certainly been here, where the entire panel is against me. But Synth, I think you acquit yourself well in these situations, and I thank you.
I enjoyed the panel. I know that it was cancer, but it's kind of fun. Those are the best kind of panels. If I know that like maybe there's some EA people from my community or my audience are watching. If you are, you should definitely throw your money at LSP's GoFundMe. It's a pretty effective cause. And for those people who don't know where I am, youtube.com/SINTHE. Also, you will never be a black person to any of the transracial watching.
Okay. All right. Synth wants to know what it feels like from the other side there. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Synth has been great. Honestly, I always enjoy having them around. It's when they jump in, it's going to be an interesting conversation, and it certainly was today. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Not at the top of the list. But this isn't because he's fallen out of disfavor, right? I mean, it couldn't be that like he hasn't like subbed to my channel in a while, and I mean that's certainly not why he's not the top spot. This is not like a ranking or anything, right? And if that was the case, LSP certainly would be there. But Lactoid, still we are grateful for you as always.
Thank you, Prime. Thank you so much for having me on, Prime. I wanted to say the last couple things. I'd be careful if you pronounce that what you just said, Synth, too much more. You could lose your job in 20 years when they go back through the VODs and find you saying that. When the cultures change, you're going to be ruining the fact that you said those words. So just I would stop talking about that going forward. You're going to feel cancel culture. But if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, Twitter, and YouTube. Yeah, I didn't stream this time around just because of technical issues. Normally the setup's a little bit better than this, so I really appreciate everybody who bore with me on that, and I thought you all were great. Thank you.
His community was denied because of lack of gigahertz. He'll receive those gigahertz again next week. And shout out to Lactoid's community. Honestly, they're great.
When he's back in Canada.
Yeah, when he's back in Canada. So exclamation point at Lactoid TV, right? Please, everyone, go check him out. Link is in chat and be a part of his community, his Discord community. Let's go to food stamps. First time here. Made a very big impression. I am sure of that. And we'd love to have you again.
No, I was a minor actor, okay, because Synth took up 80% of the time. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I love you. All right. So basically, if Simp gets canceled in the future because of the takes that he has given, I just want to go ahead and say that I would get canceled alongside with my brother Simp because I have given some takes on pedophilia, lolicon, and the N-word that, listen, all right? I think together we will get canceled together and we will go out as brothers, okay? All right? We go out together, okay?
As
And
brothers.
listen, all right, we go out as brothers, exactly. I don't care. Okay.
What does that
listen,
mean? Are we gonna wear the?
Is this your community?
listen. Do you know who Karantos is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I actually birthed out of the Karantos Discord server. And they say the N-word of the hard R like every 5 seconds. Okay. So listen, you have to understand that I came from a really edgy environment. Okay. Like the old days of the internet kind of shit. Okay. But at the same time, I also volunteer for extremely progressive Democrat people. Like I'm talking about like leftist kind of shit, So I'm saying it's like, that's what it is, right? So here's the thing. Check me out at kick.com/foodshops. You can find me on YouTube at @foodshops, okay, if you want to check out my pedophilia and lolicon takes, okay, and simulated 3D, just like real life child pornography takes, okay, all right? And listen, all right? Unlike other streamers, this is why I'm growing so fast, okay, is that I invite any audience member to come on and shit on me, okay? And I will also shit on you back, okay?
Might be literally, okay?
Together, we'll shit on each other. And listen, Prime, if you want me back on your panel, feed me. I will feed you back, and I'll make good content for you, okay? On every single one of your panels, all right?
That I believe.
And as long as my audience is growing because of your panels, I'll keep coming back, all right? It is what it is. And all of you streamers on here, on this panel right now, come to my Discord server. We will have a bloodbath there, unlike the world has ever witnessed. Okay, all right.
Most honest person I've ever met.
And listen, okay. Discord server, you can always go there. I actually tried to post a Discord server. I'll send. I'll send it in the group chat. Okay, I'll send the Discord server link, all my socials in the group chat. It can already be found on my Discord profile. It is what it is, and I am not afraid to have the hard conversations. I'm here to show you guys that you can talk to a transgender chick without getting canceled, okay? You can say whatever the fuck slurs you want at me, and I will not cancel you, not even one bit, okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, that is it. I'm here to have the honest conversation, okay? That is it.
Everyone else will cancel you, I mean, after they listen to that conversation, apparently. Well, look, it seems like you and Lactoid's meeting was like destined in the stars. Lactoid, with the takes that you've had in the past, and presently.
No, my takes were not that. Okay.
No, they're different. No, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying they're different. But they're treading along interesting grounds.
Just adjacent.
Yeah,
tape.
Yeah. There's like a
nothing to
track
do with
here.
it.
But okay. Anyway, thank you so much. And last but absolutely not least, we have my man Doobie. Shout out to Doobie. He's always trying to help out the channel. He brought in our a new guy, Ross. Didn't work out this time, but Doobie like does that, right? Like he reaches out, he finds people who might be interesting for the channel, and he brings them on. And sometimes it actually worked out really well. So shout out to my man Doobie for being so kind as to always try to help this community out.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. This Wednesday, actually, I'm supposed to advertise a debate that they're going to have. Scott, our friend Scott, Fabian Liberty, that dude, and Casimir are going to be debating Russian Defender and Geo. Russia Defender and Geo are like, imagine like Nick Fuentes if he were like a complete Russia show, right? Like they're going to be, both of them are they're like clones of each other. So Scott's going to be debating that guy, which should be fucking hilarious. That's Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Exclamation point, Doobie in chat. You said 8 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I have to set an alarm and not sleep through it like last time. We remember that. But well, that still hurts, honestly. But yeah, Expert Doopy in chat gives you the link to his Discord community. Check it out, and you'll find great debates, like 24/7 debates happening. But sometimes he sets up something special. So let's go and support our friend Scott, support our friend Casimir, great friends of the community. Yeah. Okay. So thanks all for being here. We will continue with our open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Take care. Always a pleasure.
Okay. All right. All right. There I am. Okay. So yeah, yeah. Did the thing. That was fun. Intense. Oh my god, that was really intense. But we did it. And we'll fuck. I'm sorry. That was a lot. That was a long panel. That was a long panel. I didn't even get to say my thoughts on all of that. Like I wanted to interject, but then did a very good job being the focus point of that panel. So I didn't put my thoughts out there. Yeah, transracialism is a hell of a thing, and this latest, I'll leave it there. And transracial racialism is a hell of a thing. Guys, support the channel. We do need your support. If we're gonna continue on, do more of this for you, we do need your support. So consider substitute. It's okay. Subs if you're on Twitch. Or using Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming. It's your one free sub. Use that one sub per month. Goes a long way here. Yeah, so consider supporting our little community. Or using hype chats and super chats. So let's continue on. We'll see if we can put together an open panel if people want to join. If not, then we'll just kind of go to bed soon. Oh, we have some people want to. All right, see what happens. All right, here we go. That's us over there. Come join us. Exposition opening chat. Oh fuck, I didn't say that before. Exposition open chat gives you instructions on how to join if you want to join. And I can copy and paste those instructions. Our YouTube audience. Yeah, love to see you there. So jump into the Discord, go into the robot waiting room, and hey all.
What is up, my N-word? How are you?
Great way always to start the day.
It means as a friend. Oh shit, I swear to God, I almost got fired at work because I actually said like faux shizzle and I was about to say like my nizzle in like a crowd full of white people. It was not good.
That's funny because I think like you'd be more likely. You know what's interesting? I think it's like the conservative meme there that like you'd be more likely to get fired if the crowd was fully white than
yes,
black, right? Like I
yes,
think black people were like well, whatever.
100%. Okay, Prime. Now I can have the meta conversation.
Okay.
That first conversation deserved better. That first conversation was about a fucking murder victim. And we couldn't have a serious conversation because it was instantly turned into a meme by Food Stamps, whatever her name is, Food Shop. Like it ended up becoming this hish hash of joking back and forth, and nothing of substance was gained out of it. I had to like go through a dumbass tree of like, what do I mean by you? Like, no, I don't mean literally me that I'm going to go out and change the world. I didn't think I'd have to have that conversation.
To be fair, we had a new person, Ross, who didn't seem.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like, I'm bemoaning it because a fucking girl died, and it's a real conversation. It's a serious conversation, and it got turned into a joke.
Yeah, I mean, Food Desert wasn't really helping. Neither was Ross in the first conversation.
Food Desert. Okay.
Listen, there was no food for thought to be had in that conversation. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's give our friend. Well, thank you, Al, for being here. Let's give our friend LSP the space. So you want, like, you have the time. Say what you want to say about that very serious issue. And for the audience members who are newer, who didn't see the first topic, I'll do a quick summary for them. There was a girl, 15-year-old girl, Lily Silva, who got murdered by her ex-boyfriend, 16-year-old kid. He shot her. And previously to her being killed, her and her mother filed police reports against this guy. We're looking for a restraining order because he had put a gun in her mouth and threatened to kill her and her family if she broke up with him. So we were discussing, was this tragedy avoidable? Could we have acted differently when we're dealing with domestic violence cases? Should we be changing our procedures? Should society be doing anything different, or is the state of affairs okay? All right, go ahead, LSP.
Yeah, I've been a lot more open about my suicide attempt earlier this year, and it's because after it, I started to recognize the signs that the factors that kind of led me to where I ended up. And my life has been one filled with regret. And I don't talk about this a lot. And I very deliberately don't talk about this a lot because it was embarrassing, because I had a very embarrassing, difficult childhood that was full of abuse that I just didn't talk about. I was the smelly kid in school and I got made fun of for it. And I was the smelly kid because my mom didn't pay the water bills. And my mom didn't pay the water bills because she divorced my dad in a very rough divorce. And there wasn't money in the house. There wasn't food in the house. And our clothes didn't get washed. And I didn't take showers. And my brother beat me. Right? There was all this shit that made me bitter and resentful and angry and just a person that I look in the mirror and I hate the person that looks back. That hurt me. And I know that without the right interventions and the right time, I could just as easily be this fucked up kid that snapped, that had all these mental health issues working against him. I know what it's like to lose somebody to feel like your life really does hinge on a relationship where being rejected from it feels like losing your family, because you're losing your only real access or avenue to any kind of communication or validity or another human being, that you lose a sense of self with that, and it hurts. And this is a crisis that people don't talk about, and we should be talking about it. We are in a space where we're supposed to be talking about these issues. These are real issues that affect real people, and they lead to real consequences. I almost blew my fucking brains out, dude, because of shit that led me there. I want to talk about this stuff, this invisible stuff that nobody talks about. I am a product of toxic masculinity, this thing that has been memed on as an existence, and it's fucking real. And it kills people. It kills people. But it got turned into a fucking meme about broken dishes. And what a stupid fucking conversation. I'm sorry. Like, it was actually frustrating because I really wanted that conversation. But we did a barrel roll into an alleyway of stupidity because we chased every little fucking shiny object.
Okay. Well, so you gave us an overview of the things you wanted to talk about. Like, go deeper. Like, and how does that relate
I'll go
to...
deeper.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was bullied a lot when I was younger. I was bullied in front of teachers when I was younger. And this has caused me to violently lash out when I was younger. There were adults who've seen me be bullied. I was bullied at school. People watched me get bullied at school. And there was no intervention because my school fostered it promoted this strong culture of self-reliance. This idea that hey, you're a man, somebody's messing with you, you stand up for yourself, right? You get in those fights. You show that you're not going to, and I adopted that mindset. And it's a cancerous mindset. And I was raised in a school with corporal punishment. I was raised in a household with spankings. I was hit. And for a long time growing up, this was just like, this is how love is communicated, and it's just not. And it's led to some severe mental health issues on my part. And I know that, like, I'm not saying this so that people can feel sorry for me, or that anybody could have any, like, I don't want this. It's not about me. I'm a statistic. I'm one in millions of people who suffer from this same shit. And it's frustrating because I see it in my fucking students, that these kids come from broken households and they have the same habits I do. They have the same sense of humor I do. That's the same walking red flags that I was, or in a lot of ways am. And it's scary because it's a health crisis. It's a serious health crisis that I think some people are too scared of talking about, because it requires changing our culture in a more feminine way. It requires feminizing our culture and telling men that it's okay to cry, and it's okay to talk about your feelings. And it's also requires that we shift culture to be more proactive. So I think Food brought this up. Like, we don't really trust the government. We don't want the government. I want a government that people trust. The government is the most powerful entity, and it's here to represent us. I want to trust my government. I want a government that's proactive and trying to build the best kind of world it can be. And who knows, when I was younger, maybe a little government intervention would have gone a long way for me, but I didn't get that. I didn't get any intervention. I got support where I could find it, and I'm lucky. And that's sad, because there's millions who aren't lucky. There's millions who don't get that support when they need it. And this kid, I mean, this is about this girl who got murdered, this poor girl, but this, something led to this kid being this psycho, right? And it was a combination of things. It was a combination of, like, they even sidestepped the conversation about guns in the house. You don't think being in a gun culture where we have such ready and easy access to guns, and a culture that promotes and celebrates violence might be a part of that? It absolutely is. Every movie, every TV show, a running theme is that you can commit violence to solve your problems. You can shoot your way out of problems. And our heroes are consistently people who weaponize violence to solve their problems, right? Kids are impressionable. They're young. They don't know how to do relationships. And movies certainly don't. Have you ever seen American Pie?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that scene where the character puts the webcam to watch the girl masturbating and she doesn't even know it? Does the movie promote the idea that this is like something that you shouldn't do?
No.
It's just the boys being boys, right? It's good, clean fun, right? It's fucking creepy. And a lot of people don't understand that, because the only times they ever have conversations about sex or relationships is from movies like this, because their parents don't want to have the conversations with them, because those are conversations too hard to have. And the only example they can get from their parents are their parents fighting, or their parents having a broken marriage, if any marriage at all. We have a severe crisis of broken households in this country that has resulted in a segregated society based on mental health status. That some people are well adjusted and normal and happy, and they're emotionally developed because they didn't grow up the way I grew up. And it's not fair. It's not fair to this kid. It's not fair to millions of Americans. It's not fair to anybody. That you were shaped by your childhood, and people scoffed at that. Like, oh, get the parents, get the teachers, get the politicians involved. Yes. Because having leaders give you a positive example, having leaders lead you somewhere that beyond where you want to go, beyond where you're being guided to go, can mean the difference between life and death for a lot of these kids. And it's a serious issue. I want to have that conversation.
Yeah. So I think you are touching on so many interesting things. And first of all, thank you for sharing your story. Deeply personal.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, a lot of people have gone through something similar. Something that I didn't get to say, I wrote it down, because it's something that Synth mentioned. He said that the killer of this teenage boy who this girl's life, that he was, like, obviously suffering of a mental illness. And I wanted to challenge that as, like, is that the case? I mean, like, first of all, just sane people can kill people, right? So we understand that. But beyond that, like, this idea of feeling entitled to women, this idea of like what you brought up in terms of the gun culture, and like how to solve your problems, and like what it is to be a man, right? Like, what were the messages he was getting going on the toxic masculinity route, what were the messages they were getting about like what it means to be a man? Does that does his idea of being a man like allow for a person just to say no, to reject him? Does it allow for him to talk about like his feelings and like this really hurts, right? Because it fucking hurts. I've been rejected. Someone's broken up
Very
with me.
publicly.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's that. I wasn't even thinking of that, but now I am. But
sorry, glad I could. It's okay, Prime. It's okay.
Oh, well, okay. Well, okay. Well, we could talk about that too. Yeah, I mean, abstractly. But yeah, I had a very public incident with a woman, and like.
I got so roasted for like being the only one to defend you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And then Destiny like just steps in, and then it's like, whoa, now everybody's defending me. This is great.
Yeah.
This is what clout's like. I love it.
That's what that is.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shift it off of you. I thought it was funny as fuck.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It shows you how malleable people are.
Yeah, and how much they don't actually care about these things. And how much it's a spectator sport. And with like domestic violence, how they can separate themselves. It's not happening in my household. And so like these things don't matter, right? Then we can have like, bullshit conversations about these things. But like the point is that when you go through emotional distress, and I went through emotional distress during my public battle, right? Like what is the response? And like what is even within acceptable range? Murdering people was never within my acceptable range. Like solving that with violence was never within my acceptable range. But I think for a lot of kids, the messages that they're getting is that they don't have models, right? Models of manhood that show there are plenty of ways to handle these awful moments in your life. Let's give a friend Isle a chance.
Yeah, once again, I just want to echo that, LSP, I just want to thank you for your bravery, for telling your truth, telling your story. Is like, really respect that. As for the situation at hand, I think that this really shows that, our system of like police, and our crimes, solvers, in our society, we're supposed to stop things like this from happening, are really dropping the ball. I think that we should have like, red flag laws. Like let them be adversarial so that, if someone says that you're not fit to have a gun, you should have your day in court and to prove that if you feel that you are. But other than that, yeah, I think we should definitely have, if we see something, we should say something. I'm a New Yorker, so I'm like really keen on that type of position. Like we should be able to let our authorities know that we've seen something horrible happen, and then they should be able to act on it accordingly to mitigate risk and danger. And so the fact that this was allowed to happen is just a travesty of justice, I think, and that's sad. But I think we can do this without trying to, like, I don't know, like take away gun rights from people more broadly, or involve or add layers of bureaucracy and administrative state into it by saying that we have to have, hypervigilance for certain negative traits that might be indistinguishable from just being a dick in a relationship.
I disagree like so hard. We do need to find a way to curtail gun rights. It's ridiculous that guns are as easily accessible as they are. So there's this trope. There's this trope Republicans employ a lot that, like, law-abiding citizens don't commit crimes with guns. Like, why are you punishing them? But everybody's a law-abiding citizen until they commit a crime, right? It's a fact that a lot of people buy guns and they're totally law-abiding, and up until the moment they shoot somebody, they were law-abiding. This argument is tautological. It's easy to get a gun, and it's easy to use a gun. And in this country, the number one killer of people, insofar as violent crime goes, is firearm violence. At something like 45,000 deaths a year. It's also the number one means of suicide. And it's crime, to the conversation earlier, it's also a uniquely male issue, right? Men are more likely to die by gun violence. Men are more likely to die by suicide through gun violence.
That is certainly true, and I'm not going to downplay that because there is a downside to the freedom we have. But just because we have freedoms doesn't mean that we're not supposed to then take responsibility off the table of understanding that those are the risk of the freedoms we have. So I mean,
the problem is other people are the ones taking that risk, right? I take the risk going outside my house when other people have guns.
Well, you can mitigate that risk by taking certain evasive actions in society, being being vigilant about yourself and mindful about where you're going and what you're doing, having actual good training and good information spread in your community about lawful gun ownership and how to properly use and manage guns. I think those are ways to mitigate the risk of, just being randomly gunned down at the park or something, I think.
Prime, what do you think?
That's another point that I didn't really get to jump on during the previous panel, where someone said, it might have been Lactoid, I don't know, that like he didn't like the ideas that are being proposed. They didn't like the ideas that are being proposed, like in terms of like having some sort of governmental intervention, because it was up to like personal safety. It might have been maybe the Ross guy. He might have mentioned that, right? That like it's like a personal safety issue, and you have to take steps to keep yourself safe. And by that they meant like.
Wait, what do you mean by you? What do you mean by you? You literally.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my god!
Oh, kill me.
That was
but we have higher than room temperature IQ. We know what you means.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. That was an amazing moment. I was like, I kept saying the public you, the public you.
Yeah, the second person you, just like people in general, the audience. But
Who do you mean you? But anyway, yeah. So they were talking about arming yourselves, but in this situation, it's a young girl, 15-year-old, and then a boy who is already armed, right? Because he got a gun from somewhere. Someone said it was from his dad. I didn't see that in the article that I read.
I didn't see that either.
Yeah, but
I mean, that's probably where it came from.
It's a good chance that's where it came from. That's oftentimes where it will come from.
Yeah, she should have been armed, I think.
Do you believe that? I'm not sure if you're trolling.
No, because I didn't read the article because I wasn't invited, so I didn't have time to read it. But from what I heard on the panelist, like they made the police report and they were trying to get a restraining order, but that fell through because of some issues with the girl not wanting to go through the full process and be a cooperative witness in some way, shape or fashion, and then things fell through, and then by the time they were able to move on things, like the boyfriend got to her and killed her. Or at least that's how I understand the situation to have played out.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. But
okay, so I think failing to get the restraining order, what she should have done is tried to arm herself or figure out a way to always be in a place where she would be protected, from
her home.
Her home. That's where she got killed, in her home. He like climbed through a window, like broke through a window, and then like climbed through and then shot her.
The harsh truth is, there's probably nothing that could have prevented this. In this country, if somebody wants to kill you, they're going to get a gun and kill you. There's not really a lot you can do to stop it as a preventative measure.
Well, you can. It's called having a gun and killing them first.
Okay.
Right. In self-defense, of course.
Can we play this out? All right.
Yeah, sure.
So she's armed in her home. So this young woman, she's armed with I guess let's say a pistol or something, and she's carrying that out 24/7. All right, and then she goes to school because she can. I'm guessing she's still allowed to go to school while under threat, and she should be armed in the school.
Well, I would think so, but schools are usually gun-free zones, so I would say no.
You think that our young kids, right, including this kid or the murderer, right, the male murderer, they should have guns on school grounds?
Well, no, I think not, because schools are usually understood to be gun-free zones because we don't want.
No, but you said before, just now, you said you think so, that she should have been armed, the victim.
Yeah, that's a personal position, but like prudentially, obviously, we should say.
I'm exploring your personal position. So
Okay, my personal position is, yeah, I think that she should have been armed because of the extenuating circumstances that there's like this maniac on the loose after her life that's already threatened her life credibly, and he's still on the loose. I think that would be like.
So extenuating circumstances. So you don't think that everyone in school should be armed, like all the kids should be armed?
No, because like I said, prudentially, I think that the policy that we set that schools should be a gun-free zone, I think that makes sense.
But hold on, sorry, I don't understand. I'm really confused. You said personally you think that she should have been armed at school, and I told you we're trying to explore your personal position. So, is your personal position?
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm being a Hillary Clinton. I have a personal and a public
Okay,
position on this.
fair enough.
But yeah, but beyond the trolling, I think that aside from like specific areas where I think the public agrees we should not have guns in a place, like government institutions like church, like, I mean, sorry, not churches, I meant to say courthouses, prisons, the DMV, places like that. I don't think you should have guns, because that's like a federal government, or just a government building, and I think the government should be sufficient enough to protect you. And so I don't think you need guns in those places. I think schools, fall in the same thing, because, it's the Board of Education. Like, they should be able to protect you as well. We pay taxes to go to the public schools funding for that.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I think we expect them to be
Okay,
safe places.
All right. So,
But outside of those places where we as a public have just decided that, we give, the monopoly of force and violence to the state, so those places under the state's purview, we shouldn't have guns. But other than that, on like the personal, like public sidewalks and whatnot, yeah, you should probably, if you want to and you're trained, and you want to do your training and whatnot, and your due diligence on that, you should probably have a gun to defend yourself, I think.
So, all right,
I think schools should have.
I don't want to reduce this conversation purely to a gun debate. It just seems odd to me. I'll just state my opinion. That we want to put more guns in the situation. So, like, if there's a individual, right, in this case, a young woman who is scared for her life, right, and is armed, I think that's a perfect recipe for someone else to get shot, or maybe even the person she thinks is a danger to her to get shot when that's not warranted. You put weapons in scare people's hands, like our bitch ass cops, right? Our bitch ass cops are constantly scared of black people, even when they're running away full tilt, right? And that's what they'll say. They'll say, I was terrified of my life. That guy was like running away as fast as possible, and I like crap my pants, and so I had to shoot. So when you give people weapons who are well, who are pussies, or who just are under a lot of stress in terms of this girl, that's a recipe for disaster. So and to counter that, I would say let's put more restrictions on guns, so they're harder to get in the first place, and so a person isn't so easily killed in this situation, at least by gun violence. You could have also
Yeah, but I think the old adage, I mean, it's a cliche, and forgive me for even saying this, but criminals will find ways to get guns illegally anyway. And the fact is, she was unarmed, and this deranged boy was armed. He crawled into her house through a window and shot her. So I mean, if she or someone in her family would, had a weapon, whether it was a firearm or not, and they were able to defend themselves in their own home, from this intruder, this invasion, they could have saved her, maybe. There's no counterfactuals,
Yeah,
because like
fair. I mean,
maybe
I want to toss this back to LSP because LSP had a lot he wanted to cover here. I really wanted to dive deep there, but like there was another incident. Okay, so I was coming up with topics for the Reverie, and I read this article about this young woman Lily who lost her life. But then I also read a second article, and I assumed that like, oh, did NBC News just put out two articles back to back on the same topic? No, it wasn't. It's a teenage boy who killed a teenage girl. Had a gun, his dad's gun. He apparently got a hold of, pointed at her and shot her. We don't know the motives. In this case, the guy panics and drags her body outside after he shot her, trying to accomplish something. I don't know. But and then now his father is also being charged with negligence of a firearm. But like that was like giving guns to children who are known, right, at an age they're known for their impulsiveness and their lack of foresight and understanding consequences, and their being emotional, like we've seen in the case we've been just talking about. I feel like that it will just make things worse. We can say, oh, well, we can train them, but you can't train the emotionality out of a teenager and their impulsiveness. But okay, I'll leave it there.
Well, we do it all the time, don't we?
I don't think we did. But hold on, I want to give LSP more chance. We can talk about it later on. LSP.
Not gonna lie, I was browsing Tinder while you were talking.
That's fine. But whatever you said, you want to say other things, so I'll give you space.
Yeah. About the emotional state of like young men in society.
Yeah.
I think the left has a problem talking about this at large. So maybe this is I don't find the conversation like pitting feminism against men to be like particularly entertaining. I think these can be coalesced into one, but the left seems to misfire a lot and try to blame a lot of societal problems on people who are actually like victims of society. So I occasionally see this statistic, try to say that 3 times fast, trotted out about police domestic abuse, for example. But it's always used as an indictment against men, but never as an indictment against the system in which men are raised in. And when the left seems to be super understanding of how systems can shape you, except when it comes to who is ever at the top of these systems. They have this same problem when it applies to race, when it comes to ways whites might be disadvantaged too. It's a conversation they don't seem willing to have, which is why a lot of people go to conservative politics or red pill assholes like Andrew Tate, because the people who are willing to have it are the people, frankly, they're the worst people, but they're at least willing to agree with the people who have the biggest gripes about this stuff. They're acknowledging something is true that the left never seems to want to talk about. Men are socialized badly, and it's a product of it's a product of a lot of different factors in society outside of their control. I don't think blaming men, even with these like domestic violence conversations, I always feel like it kind of misses the mark. Abuse, this is something I learned. Abuse is very seldom one directional. It is very seldom the guy comes home from work and just beats his woman and it's like, get me a sandwich. And it's not that. It is usually a back and forth. One might escalate to violence first. One might escalate to violence more severely. But like even the example that was kind of mocked, like just breaking shit. Again, I'm going to get like insanely personal here. Because I'll talk about ways I've been abusive, and I'll talk about ways that people have been abusive back. But people have broken my shit and trashed my shit before, and I've responded angrily, and I've done shit like punch walls and stuff like that. I think this is a thing a lot of men do. It's like when they're angry, they don't know how to handle that energy except through violence. And when they don't want to inflict that violence on a person, they inflict it on an object. So a lot of people made fun of Mike from PA for punching a couch. I mean, you remember that?
I don't follow these things. I'm sorry, but
okay. Well, there was Mike from PA was getting roasted by Bad Bunny, like pretty much live on the stream. Like he was like in the background while she was roasting him. But I mean, it actually like pissed me off because it's abuse. He's being targeted to be made to feel less. He's being targeted to be made to feel inferior. And the way he coped with that was by punching a couch, which itself became a meme-worthy, funny moment for a lot of people on the internet. And I get a lot of people don't like Mike from PA. I don't like the way people responded to that because it looks like my fucking relationships. And a lot of that's my fault. And I regret that a lot of that's my fault. And I'm really sorry that a lot of that's my fault. But it hurts when people degrade you. You know, it hurts when you're embarrassed and reduced to punching objects because you don't know what else you can do to feel better.
yeah. I mean, I guess I was trying to get to that in our earlier. I just that that socialization matters. That thing you said about liberals not talking about these things when it comes to people at the top. You're absolutely right. So we see this like in the university settings where women their attendance has been increasing in college. I said great for that, absolutely, we love to see more women, but like men have been decreasing dramatically, and this is pronounced. I'm not sure which population is suffering most from this, either black men or white men. I actually don't know. But in any case, men are having a trouble. They're having a crisis on campus. And people want to bring that up, that, hey, something's wrong here. Why don't we consider making programs for men? And they're getting pushback from academia saying, why would we do that, right? Or they're not implying that you're some sort of misogynist for wanting to help guys who are clearly the ones who are having the trouble right now, right? That's horrible. That's just awful.
Well, I think that's because they see it as necessarily if you increase the attendance of men, the percentage of women is going to decline, right? Relative to that. So I guess to them, the fewer women that you have as a percentage of college student body is just an attack on women. That's why it might be seen as rooted misogyny. I think it's a very misguided way of viewing the world, though.
It's a very zero-sum game type of view, because that is true to a certain extent. But I think that if people had a more growth mindset where everybody can climb up and grow together, like maybe we can have so many people that are men and women going together, we open up more university campuses all over, and more people can go.
We actually use growth mindset in teaching. Sorry, was that Prime?
I agree with you guys that that should be the mindset you should go for, but I'm not sure, and I don't know, like, and it could be different from different people, so I can't make any blanket statements, but I'm not sure necessarily that's the way they were looking at it. My sense of it, and I could be wrong, but my sense is that we have built a large language a vocabulary to talk about the suffering of women, and rightfully so, because we need to talk about those things. And we've built practices, and we've like had marches, so that women can speak out about their experiences. And along the way, there have been people who've been saying, well, women shouldn't talk about these experiences. These things aren't important. And that gives you a mindset that that anything that doesn't align with your bit of dogma is your enemy. So, saying that we're going to work on men, right, helping them get to college, sounds like, well, it sounds like that. It sounds anti-woman. It sounds like pro-misogyny to them, when it's simply, hey, I just want to help guys. Does that make sense? I kind of rambled there.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's the same strain of man-hating radical feminism that really inspired the TERF movement. Because, it's like they hate men so much that even seeing a man be happy fills them with apoplectic rage. And, they're not good people and they're not fun people to
I'm
be
not
around.
sure about that part. I'm not sure if that's what I was referring to though. Like, I don't like a man be happy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the most extreme version of that.
Elliot Rogers.
Yeah, you see it on Twitter and Tumblr all the time. The male tears and the kill all men type people who do that unironically, like those types, like they're bad people.
Just a suggestion, Prime. But if you ever want to host a panel on this topic, firstly, please, of course. But there's a guy on Twitter named David Sharat who's pretty outspoken about it. If you ever want to reach out to him, just throwing that out there.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Specifically on college campuses thing, is that apparently what is shtick? College campuses.
Who? Wait,
the
what?
guy you brought up. I don't know, like
David Sharat.
Yeah.
No, I don't think his whole shtick is college campuses.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
His whole shtick is like the way society games men and the way modern dating dynamics tend to favor women and how those can manifest into loneliness and depression and various men's rights issues.
Yeah. When it comes to toxic masculinity, I think that masculinity has a toxic element if channeled and used inappropriately. But I think that because in such a transitional moment in history, that we need to come up with our new standard, a new value set for what we expect from men, for them to become the men and the masculinity of the current age. I mean, we had and the masculine archetypes of the antiquity. We had the medieval type of masculinity. We had the Elizabethan.
Yeah, you don't have to go all down. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we just need a new one for the modern age. What is it?
Yeah. Well, one thing is vulnerability. Like if you want to redefine men for the modern age, like men, and I think women want this too, is men need to learn to be vulnerable. Well, maybe I should rephrase that. I think some women
open.
I think some women think they want men to be vulnerable until they actually get a man who is vulnerable, and then it's actually scary. It's like it's a little bit like it's okay to cry as a man, but have you ever been around a guy crying? It's like fucking bitch. it's like a little awkward.
Yeah,
but
sure.
no,
but they should have some amount of openness. They should have some amount of availability to their friends and.
But they can't. Yeah, because men's dominant currency when it comes to like dating and relationships is their confidence, and once they are vulnerable, that confidence breaks down.
Yeah, so there's confidence. I think also is part of it. But they need to be confident enough to handle the situations, but they can still be open to people's concerns and available for their friends and family community, vulnerable to a certain extent. Like they shouldn't be breaking down over like any random thing. But if your mom died, I think or your pet died, I think everyone will give you a pass if you shed a few tears, and you cry throughout the night. I think that's fine.
It shouldn't come down to just those parts. But I know my friend Kobe has a lot to say on this very topic. Kobe, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop in really quick, really just say hi. How's it going? Also to redouble LSP's call for a panel on this. I feel like there's been a lot of discussion recently. The whole man thing. I feel like there could be there's an opportunity for some man chats. The one thing I wanted to say though, I can't remember where I read this, but I saw something that was talking about the fertility crisis, or sorry, not the fertility crisis, but the aging crisis in Japan, where like a lot of there's like they have a really old population and stuff. And the point that he made was really cool, which he basically said, Japan, he listed all these like cultural achievements going back in history for Japan, of like there's like these ancient manuscripts that are thousands of years old that you can still read because of like the language, and now they survived like Mongol invasions and stuff. And how he points out, he's like an aging population. That's like bottom 5 most, like that's like super low on the list of these of like threats to the nation. Japan's been nuked, it had its empire destroyed, et cetera, et cetera. The Japanese, that culture and that society will weather the storm. And a lot of the times we can like look at these problems and they can seem insurmountable, but once you admit it, kind of talk about it, we've been through worse. And the thing, there was an article that was released, a very, very good one, I think in New York Times, maybe New York Review of Books or something like that, that was talking about this. It was called something along the lines of like, what is wrong with men, or what's the issue with men? And I thought it was really, really good. It went through, talked about Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, and stuff. But one of the things that it pointed out that I have thought about before, but I haven't thought about with regards to this, and I'd be curious what you guys think here. The author goes through a list of like examples of, in other times in American history, we've had crises of masculinity. And she finds these like old articles from going back to like times like the Civil War, of people making like very, very similar concerns and issues of like, whether or not this or that technology is going to make men effeminate, or whether this or that technology is going to replace the role of men, or whatever. And it made me think of something that actually, like, there's this guy that goes on the Joe Rogan show sometimes and talks about Atlantis, Graham Hancock. He says that we're like a species with amnesia. And I kind of like that metaphor. I think we're like a society with amnesia. When I hear people talk about when I hear people talk about the idea that like, men need to learn how to be vulnerable. I think that when we look back not just at American society, but in other societies, there are wonderful examples of male vulnerability, of people that would be viewed as like complete archons of masculinity, but are very emotionally vulnerable. Just think of somebody in American history. My favorite example of this is Abraham Lincoln. Was very famously dealt with depression, and he would like weep all the time. He would cry when he was giving speeches constantly. And I find that very curious. That's like crying is something that is almost like one of the classically examples of like toxic masculinity. Is that toxic masculinity sort of encourages us to not cry. But on the other end of it, one of the greatest men in American history is somebody who would like weep in the middle of speeches and stuff. So I find like there's something there about like rediscovering something we already had, but we forgot that we had it. So yeah, I don't
know. So what was the question there?
I was just giving my thoughts. I think we should have the panel. I mean, like, I'd be curious. I mean, like, I think that Isles was kind of getting at it where he was listing the other eras of masculinity, right? Yeah. But perhaps if I had to put into a question, would be like, instead of framing it as men need to learn to do X or learn to do Y or learn to be more like women,
they need to
rediscover some things it. What was that?
They just need to rediscover it.
Yeah, what would be something that you think like is exemplified in either other societies of the past or our own society in the past that we could, again, like, I think that when you frame it,
I don't think you can look. I'm a little weird here. Maybe I don't think you should look to the past. I'm not so sure it's all that useful. I think the circumstances, the crisis of masculinity we face now is a direct byproduct of a globalized society in which people are more perpetually online and distant, and churches have fallen in the back way as a means of meeting new people. It's a lot less significant than it used to be. Community outlets like malls, they're really just dying infrastructure at this point. The traditional avenues for men to get out there and socialize and learn healthy socialization habits has declined because we're a more perpetually online society. And worse than that, the worst of that society is reflected in our internet culture. I gave an example on the panel as an example of like something like rape culture, like rape jokes, something that was, if you're at least my age, you can remember the time where it was like totally okay. I remember making a joke like I wanted to upload the Spurs game onto RedTube, but they don't allow rape videos. Jokes like that weren't uncommon, but when you think of like rape as the violent and penetrative action that it is, it just comes across as crass and inhuman. And that's because there's never really been any social repercussions in this space for making those kinds of jokes, but there's been a lot of social capital given to people who make them. Also, Aiko's in the waiting room.
I drag him in here. I think something you said there was something I would agree with if I understand you correctly. The sort of social scaffolding which held up the old masculinity doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. And so then trying to remember the floor layouts of the building that's collapsed in your view, is not very helpful.
What's up, Aiko?
Hey, how's it going? I just heard somebody say that they're not sure history matters when it comes to this stuff, but then also argued that we're not as masculine as we used to be. So I don't know how we can like make a statement comparing the present to the past and then say we shouldn't look at the past.
Okay, I'm the one who said that, but I don't remember saying we're not as masculine as we used to be. I think what my criticism was that our understanding of masculinity has changed in a way that is toxic.
Okay, has changed in a way that's toxic. So changed from some prior relationship we had with masculinity in the past, right?
Sure, it's changed to be more isolated because of the internet.
Right.
But that's like
okay,
worse,
so
right?
before historically it hasn't been so isolated. Right.
Yeah,
so I mean there is some
no.
utility in looking to the past here. And the reason I bring that up is because it was also brought up like Abraham Lincoln crying, but you can go all the way back, like Pliny the Elder, I believe, who was complaining about the youth today and how like their masculinity like sort of didn't match up to the sort of masculinity that he was talking about. So we have a long, and you can look it up. Like if you can Google it, every era has like the people of their day, like the big like thinkers of their day, talking about how the next generation is like not measuring up in some way or is developing characteristics that are problematic that the previous generation didn't have. It seems to be a continual. In fact, I would be a little bit shocked if we didn't start to think of the youth in this way as being somehow departing from the way that people were like in prior decades, because it seems like that's something that we always do in every generation.
I think each successive generation that looks at newer generations and decries their lack of masculinity always does so for the most invalid or bad reasons. Like they're all these boys these days are a lot softer. That back in my day,
Right.
we worked. We were a real man. We were physical. Like this is always the way it's constructed, and I don't think that's the healthy way to construct it. So I'm bemoaning the fact that this older strain of masculinity is kind of the dominant strain of masculinity. This idea that men don't cry, that they shouldn't be vulnerable, or that vulnerability is gay, yo.
And you're saying it's a result of isolation?
Partly a result. It's a result of a lot of different things. It's a result of broken families. It's a result of culture. Isolation is definitely an element of it. It's a result of a lot of different factors that are all feeding into things.
I'm not sure you mean that. LSP, right?
What don't I mean?
Sure. Because our friend Aiko could go down the list of like those social ills like being present in the past, right? Like name the time. We always use 1950s because that's how our cultural marker in this country. But like in the 1950s, like the things that we think of as toxic existed then, right? I think
but we didn't think of them as toxic then.
We didn't think of them, but they were, right? Like, and they resulted in a lot of the same outcomes. So I think what you're identifying is like you're seeing that there is a shift, and there are people who feel lost and don't know like what sort of idea of framework of masculinity to glom onto, right? And that's different from this idea of this toxic masculinity in and of itself, right? There are people because of modernity who don't know what to do, right? And who are seeking answers. That's one thing. But then beyond that, we have this pre-existing framework of masculinity that's always been problematic from the start. So I
don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that disagrees with me. I feel like that if so,
what you're saying is that is the isolation. I'm saying it's not the cause.
I'm saying it's one factor. Okay. Actually, I think what I said was it's one factor coupled with all of these other factors.
But it's also one factor that's not particularly new, at least in terms of the way that it's characterized by the population. So Prime talks about the 1950s. I would like to talk about the 1450s. Like with the advent of the printing press, there were many people who were decrying the fact that people can now lock themselves away in a room with a book and entertain themselves, read the Bible continually.
Nobody could read in 1450.
Yeah, there were plenty of people who were reading, and an increasing number of people were being able to read. In the upper classes, it was a kind of a thing to brag about, and they could lock themselves into a room and just read. And in the 1450s, that would mean reading a Bible, right? But by the 1550s, that would mean reading a lot of lascivious plays that were available that never had been done before. And shortly after that, you had the most lascivious of plays, which would be Shakespeare, corrupting the souls of the youth, much in the way Socrates did in his time. I think that there's always new technologies that are going to sort of disrupt society and disrupt the dissemination of knowledge and cause people to fear the way in which that knowledge gets misused. You don't have to labor to memorize a story anymore when everything is printed out, or you don't have to have the tremendous wealth that it took to have a scroll available to you of some major work, because the printing press could make hundreds or thousands of copies of the same thing. That was a very disruptive time, just like the internet became a disruptive time for us today. And I think it had an impact on perceptions of masculinity and femininity and the roles that people played in society broadly.
Hopefully LSP. LSP's another
Bring
one.
him back in.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead, Kobe.
super duper duper agree with that. That's one of the reasons I like the idea of kind of trying to trying to get rid of the masculine amnesia we have, or remember some of these old methods of masculinity that used to exist. The uniqueness, there were this crisis of masculinity in the cowboy days and stuff. But in the cowboy days,
I can still hear you.
You had just the books that were like in the local library.
Hang on.
Right? And then even then, you had just the perspective. It was unbelievably the big problem now is the overflow, the deluge of information, right? And I think that being able to look at a wide variety of different historical responses to this exact same question that all these different societies keep finding themselves in, that's what I really find to be useful. There's a lot of toxic things. There's a lot of things that don't really work with those old versions of masculinity, but there's a lot of things that I think really do and are very useful. Something I've been liking to look at is like reading accounts of changing societies, like early Muslims is really interesting, and the Aztec Empire, or like the New Spain, so like Mexico after it got conquered by the Aztec or by the Spanish, is really interesting. So you have like a lot of the same kind of ideas, like the old social structures by which people would become a man and would sort of actualize themselves didn't exist anymore and had been like destroyed by social changes. And so they were being forced to sort of like, I don't know, that was something that LSP said earlier that I thought was really true, which was that it's like a lot of the social structure that used to hold up old masculinity doesn't exist anymore. The malls, the churches, et cetera, et cetera. You have to kind of go at your own a little bit, bowling alone, as the famous book title goes. But even then, as I think Aiko was saying, like that's not unique. There's been a lot of other societies where people have found themselves having to go it alone, whether like the old religious structure is destroyed or the old political or whatever structure is kind of gone, and you kind of are just like find yourself up the creek with no paddle.
Al, did you want to say something?
Yes. So when those incidents happen, people looked for their leaders, and to find exemplars of what it would mean in the new age of what it meant to be a man. And I think that we can take bits and pieces of what those are, archetypal traits that we want men to have going forward and currently, like we want them, like we said earlier, we want them to be available to his family and community. We want them to be vulnerable to a certain extent, and so they can express their emotions competently and be able to process and release them without resorting to violence. We want them to be honorable. We want them to be honest, caring about the environment and about their fellow man. We want them to have a firm moral code that values self decency and the decency of those around them and worth of the whole human range of experience. We probably want them to be self-reliant, but not too proud enough to ask for help when needed. We probably want men to be able to have some skills that would be conducive to finding a life partner. Being able to do minimal things in the house, like being able to cook for themselves, clean up after themselves in the house. They don't have to be miracle workers, but they need to be able to actually live. But things like that. I think we can start there and build out. But that's just like what hit me.
I wanted
off the top of my head.
to ask something though. And I said, "Go." You wanted to jump in, but like, like, so that this, I'll just mentioned it. They're talking about men being like not responding with violence. Like this is like the new masculinity we want to build, and our friend LSP were previously saying that we should like feminize our idea of masculinity or something like that, or manhood.
No, we definitely should not feminize it, but we can do it the way it's always been done in the past. We say, listen, this is how we use our emotions. They run strong in boys, especially because of hormonal during puberty. This is how we channel our emotions. This is how we channel these energies into a productive end, and then
yeah. So
men
the
do
point
that.
is that like, I feel like this idea of men responding in anger with their emotions is not new and has always been there, right? Like we're saying like that on that point alone, there's lots of things that people are saying are wrong with masculinity today, fair, but on that point alone, it's something that many people cite, right? And there's a bit of consensus. Well, that's a problem with these young boys are responding this way. But is that just like not has it always been? Isn't that masculinity in and of its well, I'm not sure of masculinity, I'm not gonna say that, but isn't that just like how men react oftentimes? That like, I mean, the endless amount of dead women throughout the centuries, right? The millions of them that have been killed by men, by their partners. Isn't that the case like across all eras? So I don't
Yes,
know if
but
there is a go ahead. Yeah.
yes, obviously this has always been a problem since the dawn of time. But since the dawn of time, various cultures and societies have decided to come up with ways to channel that natural passion and aggression in ways that would be productive to society and its continuance. So, whether you have to take all the extremely like rough and tumble guys and like make them the warrior class to like fight external threats, or put them to task by having them build things and do manual labor to like inspire great works. Like societies have decided like we need to channel this some way to make it productive for the whole of the society. But I don't think that we have like a centralized currently view of what men should be doing with these passions, with this excess energy that we have. Because like we said, like everything is online now. You don't have people don't have to touch grass and actually do much, well, as much of manual labor as we used to do to get by. As we had to do back in those days, and so we have to figure out something new to channel this energy that men have always had to deal with.
Okay. I go.
Okay, so if you're talking about the violence perpetrated by men against women and how normalized it is, you need not look any further than the Iliad. The beginning of the Iliad, the thing that makes Achilles so mad, like when, the poem begins like rage Achilles. What creates his rage is that he had a prize, and his prize's name was Briseis. And he won her by killing her family. So her fathers and her brothers like slaughtered them, and then took Briseis as a prize. And then the greatest of the prizes was Chryseis, which Agamemnon claimed for himself. But then her father was a priest of Apollo, and as a result, she was protected, and a bunch of plagues came upon the Greeks or whatever. Long story short, he had to give Chryseis back, and so as a result, he wanted Briseis from Achilles so that he would still have the greatest prize. And all of this like bickering back and forth as to who gets what woman or whatever between the men is given a lot of emphasis in the story. In fact, it becomes the whole reason for the poem. And it's not the fall of Troy. It's not the abduction of Helen. It's none of that. It's this tug of war over Briseis. And in fact, Achilles almost kills Agamemnon over it. And then Athena lowers his hand because it's the wiser thing to do. And then he ends up handing Briseis over. But the point is, there's no thought given to what the women want. There's no thought given to the fact that their families have just been slaughtered in front of them. And Briseis's fate is to become the slave of Achilles or the slave of Agamemnon. Like those are her two fates. And she has an opinion. She wants to be with Agamemnon because they've sort of fallen in love at that point. But the reason they fell in love was because she had no choice. Like she had one world or another world that she had to choose from. Both were shitty. Both were from murderers of her family. But that's just the kind of world that she had to resign herself to. And you'll see women depicted. Actually, the Iliad is an extraordinary document in many ways. You'll see women in these positions continually throughout the Iliad. And in the Odyssey, and a lot of like the poet himself gives them a lot of like consideration. But at any rate, that's an unusual thing. What's usual is the thing that's being depicted, which is the way women are treated. And this is the story of women throughout history. Now, Isle is right in the fact that over time, like women get into better spots or slide back to those bad spots throughout history. And certainly you would rather be a 21st century woman in the West than you would be in most periods of history, because this really is the story of woman, like in human history.
Yeah. Before I'll speak, if you have something to say or you're just doing something, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I actually did have something to say, but my cat stepped on my computer. It was mostly about how the avenues of socialization change as new technology progresses. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So there's always some give or take when there's any kind of societal advancement in terms of technology. It's a little bit like what we're seeing with ChatGPT. ChatGPT is super useful at teaching you new things, helping you refine things, giving you some ideas, all that stuff. That's great, right? But it's come on with its own knock-on effect in that it's allowed for cheap plagiarism and lazy people to get away with being more creative than they actually are. Whatever that is, right? There are some bonuses to society's globalization, right? There are some bonuses to the internet as a means of conducting commerce and business and even socialization. There's even a bonus to that. That ease of socialization with other people from around the world has established friendships that I hold as near and dear and real as any other friendship I would. But that's not a good substitute, right, for what a true face-to-face conversation can be. Telling somebody you met on the internet, I love you, you're cute, it means a lot, whatever, something like that. Nothing holds a candle quite to like the first time you ever hold a woman's hand or the first time you ever kiss a girl or something like that. And a lot of men are deprived from these experiences. The few romantic experiences they ever really do experience typically are I mean, it's not all men, obviously, but it's a very online problem. It's a very uniquely online problem. It's a byproduct of a very uniquely online culture. This is a negative drawback because it's created a society of disaffected, emotionally stunted men, right? People who have issues, loneliness. Yeah, but you get my point, right? This is a knock-on effect, a negative externality of our progressive technology. The crisis of masculinity is that men don't know how to exude a positive masculinity because they're inculcated in environments where negative masculinity is rewarded.
I mean, yeah, inculcated environments where negative masculine. I mean, yeah.
I mean, to me, let's look at what this negative masculinity looks like, right? Or specifically look at their groypers. Are these people saying, all right, we live in this new internet age now where we can discover this new philosophy, where we can live in this new way where like men take the lead and women like stay in the kitchen or whatever? Or are they being nostalgic for the 1950s, like dressing in that way, trying to convince everyone that we've lost something of those times and trying to recreate it? It seems that the groypers, like, yeah, they're being a little bit trolling about it in a lot of ways, but the goal that they say they want to achieve is to go back to the 1940s and 50s when these values did exist. This toxic masculinity isn't new to red pill culture. It's sort of something that's being revived, if anything. It's not, I don't think it's a new thing.
No, it's not new, but it's being exacerbated by not necessarily a red pill culture. I mean, that does play a role of it, but I just mean like online socialization. The reason these groypers are looking back to the 1950s with such fond memories is because in the 1950s, society was a lot more structured in favor of men, and it was a lot easier for men to find women. And now that dynamic has reversed itself. Now it's a lot easier. Dick is cheap, supply and demand, right? Dick is cheap. Women know it, and they're in a marketplace, and they know how to play the game. That's why they're disaffected. That's why they want a simpler time, because in a time of online instant communication, women have figured out that it's a lot easier to market yourself as a sexual partner or as a romantic partner to endless numbers of suitors, whereas before they just didn't have those kinds of opportunities.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying that the toxic masculinity that's resulted from that is a hearkening to the past rather than being a new thing. Like they're trying to counteract all of the gains that feminism created. It's a blowback.
Yeah, and even if there hadn't been this internet revolution, if the feminist revolution happened, they'd still find a similar response. You think so? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, they'd want a counter revolution, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, exactly. So he's saying that these groypers are one aspect of that counter revolution. All over the place here.
And I think it's still less powerful than the feminism that it's reacting to.
Yeah, currently, thankfully. Yeah, I don't know. So, we have these. I think it's fair to say that we can have conditions that exacerbate these situations, right? Like, which is what LSP I think was trying to get to. Saying that now we have these online communities. Before, when you were angry about anything, right? Like you talk to your best friend and see if they lined up with your worldview. Maybe you reach out to a few other people in your fucking lodge or whatever in your social circles. But if no one else was like pissed off about the thing you were, then you kind of either let it go or like it burnt itself out, like you, or maybe you held on to it, but like there wasn't anything feeding it, right? Like there wasn't you weren't getting social capital for being more extreme, right? So like if we were talking about hating women, there is a social capital within those like forums, those incel forums, to being more extreme in your hatred and coming up with like conspiracy theories and all those things, and it just like building up, and like making the situation worse. So yeah, I think it's fair to say these things are being exacerbated. But I guess my only problem, my only issue is us looking at these things as if they're new, which is why I love all the things our friend Aiko was saying. These aren't new things. And they're very much overcomable, which is what Kobe was saying. But that requires effort. Like that just doesn't happen. So we have to build institutions, and cultural values, make that happen. Okay, great.
Yeah, I think we're always fighting these forces, right? So that's why I brought up all these ancient sources, because they're fighting these forces too. There's also these like competing like philosophical schools at every period of history where people are saying, should we go in this direction or should we go in that direction? It's why I'm a little bit of a Hegelian, because I tend to think that the correct ideas will win out when these arguments occur. And that's why I think, yeah, Red Pill has its moment. But look at what's happened to it like recently, because it pushes you to the extreme, and those extremes end up putting you in prison, like what's happening with Andrew Tate. You're starting, ultimately, these things, when they go unchecked, like start to move outside the Overton window, and then problems happen.
The problem with that sort of thinking, though, is that you don't have to like win the populace. That part is maybe a goal, but it's not necessary. You only have to win power, which is a different thing, right? You have and power can be like governmental, but also could just be cultural. And you yourself talked about this previously, how all your kids know who Andrew Tate is, right? He has this level of social capital that is like beyond like ordinary celebrity, or the status of like a public figure such as a politician, like
to the extent that he can help them get laid, like that's true. Same thing with Jordan Peterson with the cleaning your room stuff. Yeah, there's an appeal that becomes sort of hard to argue against if you look at it in isolation. Go to the gym and talk to girls, like it's hard to argue against that, right? But those kids that I was talking about, they're starting to sour on him now. Like they see the legal trouble that he's in. They see the way that he treats women, and they don't see it as memes anymore. And they're starting to sour on him. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't, immediately turn to some other person who like tells them what they want to hear. But I think that as you age, you sort of grow out of that. Like the disappointment that you get when you're on the other side of something like that sort of armors you against the next person who's going to do it. At least I'd like to think so. Especially if there are many conversations about who Tate is, what he's done, how are things, how are his victims what's the rest of their lives gonna look like after his victimization? You can create empathy in people about that.
Yeah, if Tate did all like half of the things he claims he's done in his like secret interviews and whatnot before he got the heat on him, then yeah, he should go to jail because did some.
He really did us a favor by like confessing to a lot of that shit.
Yeah, he really did.
Well, let's hope Romanian law actually, carries out justice. I don't know what that even looks like there. So hopefully they actually.
Well, he's fleeing the UK as well. So, like, if he ever gets out of there, then it's the Interpol's after him. So he's got to leave Europe. It's not going to be good.
But yeah. So I hear you. You cannot arm people with these ideas, and that's. I mean, I believe that. I think we should disseminate these things. It's just that the thought that these ideas like will definitely win out. I don't know. I guess I'm just more pessimistic about these things because I understand like I don't need to. If I want sway in society, I don't need to actually convince everyone. I just have to be the one in charge.
Well, I am worried. I mean, I'm not dismissing it entirely. Like there are ways of thinking that are flying around in the world like viruses. And it is important that we not, I mean, QAnon exists. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that's out there in the ether. And you never know what's going to affect the normies, so you always have to keep looking at it. It's constant battle. It's constant battle to make sure that things that are being said are truth and not lies. I think it's important to dismantle. One of the reasons why I'm very interested in the Ukrainian war is because I'd like to see the end of the Russian troll farms. I think that would be a big victory for the NSA in the East. But at the same time, I know that something else would spring up to take its place. So it's it's constant. It's like Hydra in Marvel Comics, right? Every time you take it down, another version of it pops up, and you just have to keep working at it.
Like being a great metaphor for fascism,
Yeah.
and that reference appeals to me very much so.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. So LSP, did you have anything else you want to say on this? You might be far away from your phone. I don't know. Because you want to have a broad conversation, so I just want to make sure you.
I'm sorry. It is, yeah. Since my computer, I'm just doing this on my phone. Yeah, this conversation we've had so far has been like more substantive and better quality than what we had on that panel. Not to knock your panel, Prime, but it's a conversation I want to have in the future. Do I have anything more to say? I don't know. What can I say that hasn't been said?
What are your stances on gun control?
I like gun control. Why wouldn't I want gun control? Yeah, why? I don't want crazy people having guns. I'm crazy. I have guns. Don't let me have guns.
I don't want law-abiding citizens to be unable to defend themselves from unjust attacks.
Okay, neither do I. Gun control doesn't mean law-abiding citizens don't get guns. It just means you're controlling who gets them and doesn't get them. Right? So you want law-abiding citizens to have them, but you want people with mental health issues not to have them. You want walking red flags not to have them, right?
Yeah, like I said this before, we want red flag laws, but let them be adversarial. So if you get a red flags, like you can challenge it in court and potentially get your guns back. I believe that people should be able to have a gun and get their training for it if they so choose. Like if they don't want to have a gun, they shouldn't have be forced to have a gun. It's your right, but you also have the right to not enforce that right. And so, I think that the situation, personally, I think that the situation in the first topic of the closed panel probably would have gone a bit differently if she or one of her parents that were with her at the time had a gun and were able to defend her from this crazed assailant.
There was no one with her at the time other than her little brother, who was 13.
I'm sorry? Can you repeat that?
There was no one with her at the time other than her little brother. This was a 15-year-old girl who got shot. A 13-year-old boy was in the house with her. There was no parent here, but I guess you're fine with arming the child.
Well, at that point, not the 13-year-old. I think that's a bit too young. But maybe the girl, maybe someone like.
Okay, what if it was?
I gotta say, like, this isn't something that conservatives do that annoys the shit out of me. Our answer to gun violence cannot just be more gun violence. That we just get everybody else fucking armed, and then we're just gonna all Mexican standoff until everybody stops shooting themselves. That's just not gonna happen, right? We need a better answer than arming people.
Okay, but I think when you see that more guns on the streets translates into more shootings, like you can see that the data very clearly. As the amount of guns that are available out in the world increase, the number of shootings increase. And then we have the counterfactual of Australia, where they had a mass gun, event shooting, and then they said, nope, fuck this, and then got rid of their guns, and then haven't had one in 25 years. Like, I can't think of a better data set than that. Now you can argue that, like, for if you're Scott Fabian from Fabian Liberty, like if he could argue that if he's willing to bite the bullet, yeah, we have all these gun deaths here, but it's worth it because of our freedom, and the freedom is worth
He'll
more.
swallow the shotgun, dude. He'll bite every bullet on that.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah,
And I
so
think-
he can
I think
say,
we're gonna
right, so
agree
people
with
like him can say freedom matters more than safety. And that's fair enough. That's a whole other conversation. But to deny that when you don't have guns, people don't shoot each other, like that's a preposterous position to hold.
Yeah,
This
well, it's
this is
not
the
that
problem,
it's not that people don't shoot each other. It's just that people without guns will kill each other with hammers, and when hammers get banned, they'll find knives.
You know, on the day of
if I had to
the
fight a guy
Sandy
with
Hook
a hammer or
shooting,
fight a guy with a gun, I'd rather take the guy with a hammer.
listen, do you remember the Sandy Hook shooting? Like when that happened? On that exact same day, like that, literally that day, there was a knife attack at an elementary school in China.
Well, I remember
So
that.
it was,
yeah, and fucking nobody died.
And then, well, here's the thing:
It
that
was like a mass stabbing.
that assailant stabbed about as many people as the Sandy Hook shooter shot. So same number of casualties, right? So at first on Twitter, I saw all of these gun advocates saying, "See, it happened with knives. Like, you got to get rid of knives now, don't you?" Right? Then a few minutes later, it came out that everyone survived that knife attack.
A comment on the do I want to give up freedom or do I want to have safety? The people who most commonly, this is a conservative thing, the people who most commonly err on the side of freedom are the people whose lives aren't actually threatened by gun violence. Consistently, they don't really have to suffer the consequences of gun violence.
Yeah, they
And
mostly live in
people who
rural
most-
areas and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've also
and the
heard it.
people who
I've also
don't
heard it
feel-
said that maybe you ban guns in major metropolitan areas, but not in rural areas.
LSP.
Yeah. What?
Did you have anything else to say?
Yes. Freedom is on a spectrum. You can't call yourself free if gun violence is a real specter that haunts you. People who live in the shadow of gunmen aren't free, right? That's not freedom. And no more so than it would be if you lived in a third world country where ISIS was patrolling the streets, huh?
Yeah, but you can free yourself if you take the precautions to be informed and trained responsible gun owner yourself, and then you're no longer under their threat.
Do you really think that? You think like responsible gun owners who inform themselves in cities that get shot, like they're the freest they can be? Like, no, like people, it's not like people are ignorant. People understand that guns come with all sorts of issues, especially in cities. People understand guns are going to correlate with crime. I can be on the lookout. I can be vigilant. But you know what? Your answer can't just be don't go outside. This is the real world. And your answer can't just be arm yourself, because that's also like its own. If you have a gun in the house, you are more likely to be a victim of gun crime. You are more likely to use that gun on yourself as a form of suicide, or that gun is more likely to be used on you by somebody else than if you had no gun, right? I don't think just arming yourself and being responsible is the end all be all here. You're not free with this many guns in society. You're living under a perpetual state of danger.
Well, they're always in a perpetual state of danger. There are cars around. You could get run over. But we accept that there is.
There are degrees of danger.
Yeah, there are degrees of danger that we accept as a society when we, as part of the social contract of just living in society. We accept that, you can be walking around and then someone might hit you with a car by accident or maybe on purpose. But, that's why you have to look both ways before you cross the street. That's why you also have to wear seatbelts when you're in your car, when your own car. We understand that there are levels to of danger that just are apropos of just living in a society.
Okay. Anyone want to respond to that? No.
I'm
of
taking
course
out
there
crap.
are.
Okay.
Yeah, of course there are degrees of danger for any given thing, but it's a fallacy to say because this thing kills us, that means it's okay when other things kill us. Like we have to do what we can to minimize traffic fatalities as well. And we have to also do what we can to minimize like gun violence. Like I don't understand this comparison with cars. I mean, I would take the car comparison in a heartbeat. If we were to treat guns like cars, that would mean that we would have to register them. It would mean that the government has they have to be inspected once a year, and the government says if anything's wrong with it, like it can't be used. If you there are plenty of red flags where that don't allow you to drive a car, right? Be like if you're caught driving drunk, for instance, or if you're caught driving too recklessly. There are all these different regulations around cars that limit their use. They're essentially red flag laws. So you're talking about if you were going to treat them like cars, then you would have gun registration, you would have tons of red flag laws. There would be models that wouldn't even be allowed, like because they're not safe. They're not safe to shoot. You would be responsible for how you use it, right? If you hit somebody with a car, you're responsible for what happens. Like you can be sued for it. So if you shoot, you know, the car manufacturer can be sued if you end up killing somebody with your car because of the nature of what the car does. And same thing, if you shoot somebody with a gun, should be able to sue the gun manufacturer. These are all things that you can do with cars. So I don't see why we can't do that with guns.
Well, you know, aside from we elevate guns and gun safety to a like higher level than with cars because of the constitutional right applied with it. I think that yeah, I guess we could definitely see like, you know, maybe we can like have some nibbles around the edges, like maybe we can pass some legislation where, you know, there's some places where you have to have like uh equipment to better handle your guns. Maybe, you know, we have programs where people are encouraged to train more, and things of that nature to like help them, you know, not be like willy-nilly, like trigger happy, like maniacs. I think those would be good uses of state funds.
Is it okay that Sandy Hook, the parents of the Sandy Hook victims are now suing gun manufacturers?
Uh, no, I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I don't know much about the case. Is there something specifically about the guns that
Well, the argument is that the gun was the reason why those deaths occurred, and had the shooter not had the gun, then the attack wouldn't have occurred.
Well, I mean,
And you would make the same argument about a car, right?
Well, I'd only say that if like the car was legally sold, like if the manufacturer sells a defective car, then yeah, you should definitely sue the car manufacturer. But if the gun is not defective, then I
Well,
don't
but
see.
it's not designed to kill humans, is it? Or I'll put it this way: it's not designed to kill children.
Yeah, it's not designed to kill children.
Okay, so something's wrong when it's being used in a way that it's not designed for.
Yeah, but I don't think that could possibly be on the manufacturer's head, because I mean, like, listen, like by that logic, if you get into a car accident by doing an illegal U-turn, can you sue Honda if you were doing it in a Honda? Like, I don't know.
I'm not sure either, but I would say that, I mean, this is a lawsuit that's going forward, so they must seem that they have some like level of ability here. I think the fact that gun manufacturers have lobbied against every red flag law has a lot to do with why this happened. So they might be sued on that basis, not necessarily that the gun like functioned in the way that it's intended, and that, yeah, like, you know, the it was able to fire a bullet in the right direction and it went where it was supposed to go. So mechanically it did what it was supposed to do. But if the company was actively lobbying against the very laws that might have stopped an incident like this from happening, it seems like they bear some liability from that decision.
Yeah, they might, well,
That would be like a car company lobbying to stop airbags from being implemented in their cars. I think at that point they would be liable for accidents that could have been, or deaths that could have been prevented by airbags.
Yeah, I would say so. And I have great faith in the judicial system of our country. So if it goes through and they seem to and it seems to have merits in the case, then I'll take that on face value that yeah, there probably is some merit there, even though I can't see it. So yeah.
Okay, LSP, you want to say something? LSP, you're muted in Discord.
Yeah, Isle, I wanted to ask. I'm sorry.
Yes, you can ask.
You're the position that we don't need to change the gun laws.
No, I said that we could workshop some things and maybe nibble around the edges to make sure that we're not impeding people from their freedoms and their constitutional rights, because I don't want to people of their rights.
I understand. We have 45,000 gun deaths per year. Let's say that number were double. Would your position change?
No.
Let's say that number were 1 million gun deaths a year. Would your position change?
No, I'd say we should really like I said we should try and workshop some things, maybe nibble around the edges of the issue, seeing if maybe we can do this tweak here to see if we can get some safer gun modifications.
Let's say 10 million Americans died of gun violence every year. Would your position change?
No, I'd say we can figure out some ways to maybe
So hold on. So what you're saying is we just workshop until we're extinct.
No, we workshop until we find something that works, that curtails the deaths, because maybe we find some technology that makes guns safer. Maybe because
What if it was the only thing?
we
I just want to
have
skip past this. What if the only thing that curtailed was removing guns, who effectively dealt with that problem was vastly restricting guns, vastly regulating more than we do now. What if that was the only thing?
As Australia has already proved.
Well, then I would say no, because we have a constitution and the
So
right
it doesn't
to bear
actually
arms.
matter. Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, no, we have rights. I mean, if the question were, if we flip the question and say, you know what, we have lots of bad governments, the system is broken. The only way we can that is if we deprive people under the age of 30 to vote. I would say no. That's a horrible thing to say, and we shouldn't do that.
I
Because
don't
you're
know
depriving people of their
if the
rights.
people under 30 were specifically fascists, right? Have fascist tendencies that were destructive to society, then yeah, actually might be a good idea to restrict their right to vote. If that's how that worked, if at 30 you were enlightened about democracy and decided, we weren't going to ethnically cleanse others, then yeah, it actually might be a good idea to restrict people from voting at that point.
Yeah, see, that's where we disagree. I don't think that that's a necessary reason
So
to
the ethnic
try and
cleansing would be
restrict people's
okay,
rights.
right? Just as long as some person isn't restricted from the ballot, it'll be okay if that results in people being ethnically cleansed.
Well, no, because we have constitutional, protections in place to protect people from being ethnically cleansed.
Right.
No,
How?
we literally did that in this country.
What's our protection from ethnic cleansing in the Constitution?
We have certain rights that will protect them. They have gun rights, so if someone's trying to ethnically cleanse them, they can arm themselves. They have the right to not be to not have soldiers be put in their homes to monitor them and force them to
Are you under
do
the
things.
impression that all ethnic cleansing are against populations that are unarmed?
No, but I mean you can make it harder
I mean, the
them to.
Kurds are definitely armed, and they've definitely been ethnically cleansed. I would say the same thing of other peoples in that region that Turkey, basically took out. The Armenians, for instance, they were armed. They had guns. Russia is trying to ethnically cleanse. In fact, Russia is definitely ethnically cleansing the areas that they have control of now, to the point where they're shipping off babies to Russia and re-educating them as Russians. But there are armed people in Ukraine. A lot of American arms, for instance, make it into the Donbass, and they're fighting an insurgency within those regions, and yet they're being ethnically cleansed right now.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Donetsk and Luhansk provinces were rebelling against Ukraine, and then so I mean, like, it's very there's layers to the situation, but yeah, I take your point that yeah, like you can be.
I mean, Russia has like shipped in Russian populations into those areas, and then linked up with people that they had shipped in prior as well, and then that plus the fact that a lot of Ukrainians were either ethnically cleansed, shipped out like as babies, or have fled the region. So yeah, a majority of people in those areas at the moment are Russian, but the ethnic cleansing has happened, and these were armed people who had been cleansed. And the fact that there's a lot more Russians in Donbass right now, as you pointed out, is evidence that the cleansing worked.
Okay.
Okay, so I concede the point that you can be armed and still acting.
So anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out. So you guys continue this conversation. But anyway, we'll be back in the future. Come through or not, whatever. I'm gonna send you off to Gappy V. So enjoy your time there.